everyone.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're replacing a roof, get the peace of mind of a lifetime workmanship warranty.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
$2,007. TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Salute our heroes by supporting Combine Arm, by buying Blood and Honey Patriot Packs, available in retail now. Scan the QR code on the box to donate today to make a difference.
Go to revolverbrewing.com to learn more. That's revolverbrewing.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir, it's time now. G-Bag of the Day is just a few minutes away. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214-817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Soda. State-of-the-art weight loss. It's here's the Chief with some around the animal kingdom.
Man, I've learned a lot. The mighty jungle is a wild place. It was Dollar Zoo Day at the Dallas Zoo, by the way, and that has caused some serious highway backup.
Yes.
I think everybody that was interested in going to the zoo at any point this summer saved today to be that day, and everybody is going to the Dallas Zoo right now. So you might be in the car just hammering away at the traffic and toloing, so we appreciate it. Now, I saw a stat of the day. Dan Levitar tweeted out yesterday, you are 15. This is apparently a fact that a lot of Reddit users say that they're familiar with, but you're 15 times more likely to die by a coconut than you are a shark.
Wow, the coconut falling out of the tree?
I'm assuming and then it probably adds to
coconut rum.
Maybe maybe there's some coconut rum deaths that get involved in this. Yeah. And then choking on the coconut, perhaps. You know, maybe somebody's died choking on a coconut before, so that rounds the numbers up. But my gosh, I never considered just like having to be a little bit fearful walking. Not that we have coconut trees, but if you're ever on vacation somewhere,
I would like to see the analytics on that, though, Chief, because I think that it's just
numbers lie sometimes.
Out of the world population, yes, but out of the people that actually go into the water on a regular basis, give me that ratio. You know, how many people around coconut trees that actually die compared to the amount of people that go into that water I have a feeling, the Sharks might have their day, Brian.
Yeah, figure out this, and I bet you the analytics will tell you this differently. Put on a black wetsuit, paddle around out there kind of, like you really don't know how to swim, and see which one happens to you first, getting hit by a coconut or getting eaten by a shark. If you're in those waters. Just put on a black wetsuit.
Wait, so you guys
swim
are you
around
guys calling
out there,
ballsack on this?
Yes.
Animal Kingdom fact of the
Hell
day?
I think they're using the old counting numbers.
Yes. They're trying to keep you from being scared. Oh, hey, no, there's no problem in the water. Man,
Come
these
vacation.
Sharks, they're running
This is
out
a
of
PETA. This is a PETA.
They're running out of
maybe.
fish to eat in the ocean. They're coming up on shore.
Yeah, this is a study brought to you by PETA.
Yeah, big shark.
Yeah.
big
That shark, that shark
We
is
should have Coconut Week
just-
on the that's
yeah.
on
just
on
this
the
big
Animal
wave.
Planet.
You dive into the wave. You know how you always do. Just dive in. You're just diving right into a shark's
I've
mouth.
never heard of a story ever in my life. Not that I'm going through obituaries, but like I've never heard any story about somebody dying by coconut.
No, never heard it.
No, you never hear that.
Heard a story a couple of weeks ago. A lady was out there in Florida, hip high water.
Sure.
Shark got her,
Yeah.
She died?
Bit the hell out of her. No.
Oh.
No.
I always
We
think
saw
about
the
those
little-
people 4th of July weekend
Yeah.
in Texas.
Yeah, the cat. They
4 people.
Their calf. They got their calf bitten.
Yeah, and the
stuff
darn sharks were still right there in the water on the video. Like, come on back in, man.
Yeah, I dare you.
Yeah, we're waiting for you.
Come on.
Pro surfer in Hawaii got it like 3 weeks ago, dead.
Yeah.
Eesh. Yeah.
So that means a lot of coconuts are taking out people around here. They're just not reporting it.
Here
I
we go.
know, dude.
Cap.
You're calling okay.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Cap.
See if I can find your drop.
All right, so there's your Animal Kingdom fact of the day. I saw that there's a
Cool J.
ultra rare 1 in 30 million fiery orange lobster was found at a Red Lobster in Colorado. This is apparently, I don't know, Broadus, how familiar you are with this, but it's
The red one?
A bright orange.
Oh, orange.
Bright orange lobster.
I thought the blue one was rare.
1 in 30 million. Yeah, the blue one is rare as well. But this orange one is, I guess, less known in terms of like the blue lobster is known to be super rare.
Yeah.
I guess people don't realize how rare the orange one is as well. But whoever was unloading this particular truck from Red Lobster noticed it because they're usually like a pretty dark brown or red.
Right.
And then when you see the orange, you're like, oh my gosh, this thing's popping. And so now it was in Pueblo, Colorado.
Pueblo?
And now they have sent it to the aquarium in Denver. They've made a home for this thing. And they're calling it Crush to honor the Denver Broncos.
I got a home for it.
Nice.
I do. It's called a 100-gallon pot with some hot water with salt in it.
You don't have respect for that? The ultra rare orange lobster?
He only has
No.
respect for a blue dolphin. We've
No.
learned that before.
I would have respect for the blue lobster. The rare orange one needs to be in the pot.
I love that they put a football spin on this thing, man. We're going Orange Crush on it. We're taking it to the
I might
aquarium.
call
We're going to
Cap.
take care of this bad boy.
How-
Another one?
I'm calling Cap
You
again.
have to hit it again, Lucius.
Yeah, I got to find another one here.
I'm calling Cap. They're closing down Red Lobsters. They're closing all
So
these
this guy was more expendable. They're like, we're not.
and we have an aquarium in Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, most major cities have an aquarium.
Kind of
That
seems
boy's got,
Kinda
that
seems
man's
like-
got biceps bigger than my thigh.
kind of seems like kind of a little far fetched. Denver aquarium. I think it needs to be in the aquarium of the 100-gallon pot.
Here's another
Quart pot.
another animal fact for you. Male koalas don't pursue females. Instead, usually
Lazy.
between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m., they lay back, they make themselves comfortable, and quote unquote bellow loudly at any females in the area to come and join them.
Wow, they got it made, dude.
I'm
ready.
Yes.
Sound like
my
Wolchuk in North
Who
Texas.
wants to sex the Matumbo?
That is one of the greatest stories ever about Dikembe Mutombo in the club.
If you were hearing, like, if you were a female koala bear and you heard that, would you just go, stop that? There they are
You
again.
would think,
Stop.
yeah, but clearly this
Stop.
works. I mean, because they're repopulating all the time. Koalas get after.
Yeah, they do, man.
They're slow, aren't
prolific.
they? Are they kind of slow getting to each other?
I think that's the sloth.
Yeah, the sloth.
I know the
is-
sloth is slow, but
I mean, koalas certainly aren't
I
known for
always
their
feel
speed.
like koala bears are kind of getting helped into the tree. Like somebody's like,
yeah, they are. They're always getting stuck in the road.
They're always like, they can't quite make it.
They're
You're right,
whining.
man.
They want your attention. They even lift their little arms up, like, pick me up, man.
I'm tired. I can't move any further, you know.
But they have like some type of sexually transmitted disease. They're so cute. I think they have like herpes or something, a chlamydia. For real. I ain't playing.
I think I've heard that
If you're a host, stand up.
Yeah, they get after it. They really do. I have an elephant fact that we'll save for a later date. That sounds good because it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius in the
I
pickup.
love koalas, bro. I wish I could have a koala, man.
Yeah.
It's like a little fuzzy person. It's like a little teddy bear that actually moves around and walks and stuff, you know.
That's kind of how I feel about
With
the
the
red
clap.
panda, dude.
The red panda?
Pandas are like adorable as hell.
Panda.
My childhood bear was a koala, actually.
See?
Yeah.
I like the penguins, koalas, vultures, and turtles.
Lucius, I saw a penguin.
Vultures.
I saw a penguin the other day on a video. They know when they're done, they wander off. They wander off from the crew.
Oh, they just do like their solo death?
They had some scientists were running after, like trying to get him back, and he kind of like stopped, and then when they tried to push him the right way, he turned and he knew he needs to go on the ice cap and become an orca meal. Yeah.
Jeez. Well,
Seriously, they were trying to like direct him, like, no, over here, buddy, over here. And he's like,
nah,
no,
man. Nature is calling, my man.
I'm going this way.
I admire their self-awareness.
Yeah, he'd had enough.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
Yeah. Sorry, but you're talking about penguins. I mean,
you're right. You're right.
elephants are the same way, right? When they know, don't they know?
Dogs
they just
do that too, man.
They wander off, and they're just kind of like,
The dog will go to the closet all of a sudden. Like, where's the dog? Yeah, he's with Jesus now. Our winner right here from G Bag of the Day. How many days is this? 2 days? 3 days?
I think this is looking for 3.
Yeah.
Looking for 3. To the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? I have no idea. But I know Sean Sharif is back, and oh man, they're having so much fun over there.
Sorry, go ahead. Did you have more? Your mic's off. You think what's wrong with you today? This you come in late. You don't have your equipment.
I was not late.
You don't have an earpiece. Your
I was
coffee
not late.
off. You're stuttering and stammering. You don't have your mic on.
I was not
Wake
late.
up.
I was not late. And
yeah,
like I mean, stuttering and stammering just means we're twins now, Sean. That's all that is. So Peyton, continue.
He went in on that while you were out. He kept talking about how I guess an insecurity or whatever.
That's
and I'm like, I don't even notice.
He was talking about me
Yeah,
stuttering.
I don't even notice.
No,
it.
I did not.
If you could ever have your name first or second in the show and talk as much as I do, you'll probably stutter more.
Son.
Yeah.
There's a promo right there, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
There's your promo for the day. So Tim doesn't have to bust Bobby's ball. That's the last time I take up for your ass too. When you don't, when you want to say something in the meeting, you're too scared to do it. That's the last time I put my neck out there on the line for you.
Bring him up. Decision for Sean.
That is some nasty work right there by Choppy too. Yeah. Well, while he was out, he was really talking.
Yeah, he was
trash
talking about you. Yeah.
I never noticed that obvious stutter.
Man.
Apparently it's an insecurity.
Like that? All right, let's see what we got right here. Hey, Thursday. It is Thursday, right?
Sir?
Yes. It is? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's summertime. People outside enjoying themselves. And I can't believe this happened in the daytime, but there's a chick that caught a couple making a whoopee in the community pool.
Oh,
and this is the pool where it's like in the middle of the apartment complex, and everybody can see inside of it.
In broad
During the
daylight.
day, bro. Exhibitionists, I guess. You know what I mean? But one lady wasn't having it.
Hey, I definitely just called security on the both of y'all nasty asses while you out here done took your dirty ass panties off in that nasty ass water. That's so disgusting. Kids get in that damn pool. You need to put your nasty ass panties back on, jump your ass back over that balcony and get the out that pool, because that's so disgusting. All the places you can have sex, you gonna choose to have sex out here in the damn pool? That's so nasty and dirty as in a chlorine pool. It's okay, I took your video and security is on the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah. She was doing, wow. She could get in trouble for that, couldn't she?
Jealousy will get you nowhere, lady.
Documenting a crime?
Revenge porn, whatever.
Yeah, just little
she recorded it too. I have it on my phone.
And I will use it later.
I will be watching that. That is terrible. It's disgusting. These are grown adults.
And that's for like the nighttime situation. Like if you're at the pool 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and you done convince somebody to come to the pool with you after y'all been hanging out. Yeah. I can understand what's going on. That's on you. But daytime, hey man, chill out, bro. Summertime, kids are running around here.
Yeah. Man, the pool is just nasty in general.
It's gross.
Yeah. We were at a hotel the other night, and I had a rash around my swim trunk line. I was like, oh, goodness. I'm like, man, I could tell the water was a little frothy coming out of the outtake. Like, why is there so much bubbles? And I'm like, let's just go.
You got trig now, man. You take some penicillin after that dip you took.
I think I should.
Get some ointment for that.
I do have a good ointment.
A little calamine or something.
Yeah, I have a steroid ointment I put on.
Nobody has worse luck with I was next to some poison ivy and it jumped up on me.
I have some sensitive skin.
It jumped up in
community pool rash.
I feel you, bro.
You just say anything around him, it jumps up on him.
I feel you with the sensitive skin. I do too as well.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah, I got photos of my mom. I got stuff on my face right now, fam.
Yeah.
Trying to get these ingrown hairs out of my beard
That's
line.
why I don't shave, you know?
Listen, I'm right there with you, but it's hilarious. But bro, this is so rude.
Yeah, dude, he is rude. Come on, man. I'll be dying over here.
All right.
I was wondering why you were scratching so much.
Yesterday was a church day. Let me get focused. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. And if you did go to church yesterday, good on you. Midweek is tough.
Midweek is tough.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of tough, here's a praise and worship team. They just couldn't find the notes.
Word of God, amen.
Amen.
I'm gonna try it. Is that D flat? Lord. D is in dog. Yeah. We're gonna try it, y'all. Pray for me. I ain't sung all week. Where do I go when there's no one to turn to? Who do I talk to? We're gonna have to try another key. Can we try another key?
No.
I'm sorry. Where? Hold on here. Hold on. Where do I go when there's no one to turn to? Who do I talk to? Where you got me at? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Either Michael, you got it, bro. Hold on.
Well.
I was in B flat. Oh, well, you got it. Where do we can do? I'm sorry, y'all. Where do I go?
Wow. Yeah.
She was singing in the key of U flat.
Yeah. Maybe to rehearsal.
I like when you mess up and the guitar's in the background. Something weird happened with the guitar. Hold on 1 second.
Did that lady hop on her Instagram and say, I'm not going to BS you guys. I'm going to rehab?
Yeah.
I got a problem.
The whole band, actually.
We're up against it. What should I do? What do you want to
Go
do?
for it. Go for it. Yeah.
All right, you guys get ready to take a flight. We have some chaos at the Spirit Airline gate.
Oh, jeez.
It's happening in California. The agents are just yelling at the customers as they're trying to board. I think there's some confusion which flight they're supposed to get on and everything. Where's our plane? All types of stuff. Even the agents are confused.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what aircraft's sitting out there. I don't know what's going on. You guys won't give me a minute. Please give me a minute. Please. Guys, everybody's attention right now!
Nope.
Right now! All right, now. You all want to get on this flight or not?
Yes, we do.
All right. So everyone's gonna shut up. And we're gonna say this once, and we're only gonna say it again because we're frustrated as hell. Sir, I think we should on the flight.
I'm sorry.
In the state of California, there's 2 people. We don't get sent, okay? Just let you know.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I will get
Dude,
your
shut the
head
fuck
and sue you.
up. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Chaos, man.
Yeah, you know, the folks that work at Spirit and Frontier and a couple of the other budget these people have, I think, the most challenging jobs in travel.
Yeah.
It's brutal, you know. They have so many flights coming in, they can only afford a couple of gates. That's how they operate on such a low budget, and it creates all sorts of chaos. And I empathize with those people that were frustrated as HE double hockey sticks. Is it Sean and Bobby? Is it the lady that caught the folks in the pool? Is it praise and worship team couldn't find the notes, or the Spirit Airline confusion there in the state of California? I'll go with Sean and Bobby, Chief. How about you?
I'm go with the nasty swimmers.
Lucius?
Oh, what?
Just so we can rehash the Dawson rash again tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with that one too, I guess.
Brian?
I'm going to go with the rash as well.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, lady calls out nasty couple there in the apartment pool. Okay, Broadus, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Coming up next, where are you taking it?
Yeah, what other things is Dawson allergic to? And we'll have some Cowboy questions as well.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation, though, because they've extended that semi-annual sale. You know, I've been talking about 50% off all windows, plus 0% interest for 5 years.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I did not.
He probably did.
I did not know because I have right now, I think I have to poop. And if I farted.
Well, there you go.
Hang on.
It's seeping out of you.
No one brings it better than DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Frank Caliendo is coming on the show at 5 o'clock. Todd Archer at 4, talking Cowboys. Here's Brian with the Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And thank you very much, Reliant, for hanging out with us today. I didn't know this when you started talking about the orange lobster.
Yeah, man, 1 in 30 million.
I was just looking something up.
Pretty rare. Seems like you want to disrespect that.
No,
it's like an endangered species.
No, there's really a place that you can study lobsters. There's the Lobster Institute of the University of Maine.
See, there you go.
What are we learning? How to cook them?
I would think I would be learning how to cook them, how to prep them, and all that. But I think
that's why you got YouTube.
You gotta love the B-52's little rock lobster. We're at the sand. Da, 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 da. But anyway, yeah.
Is this one of your classic childhood bangers?
Yeah, in the 80s. This was, B-52s. Punk rockers.
The B-52s. This is punk rock to you, Brian?
Oh,
Says
actually.
a lot.
Well, no, I was thinking, I was listening to Sex Pistols back in the day.
Okay.
Did you listen to Sex Pistols?
A little bit.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you listen to punk rock at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I love Good Charlotte. What are you talking about?
Jane's Addiction was probably my favorite band. My favorite, what you call punk rock band.
Yeah. I don't know Jane's Addiction all that well.
The Offspring.
Are these really punk rock bands? Because, like I say, my era was a little bit different with, like, in the 70s with, the punk rockers.
The Ramones and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not that 80s stuff. I think, maybe some traditional punk rock fans, would be offended by what we considered punk in the early 90s, early to mid 90s. But, yeah, I think Jane's Addiction's legit.
See, that's where I never did, but like I say, the B-52s, they're probably not punk rock, but they were kind of from that era of, maybe, Lucius, am I going down the right path there with the B-52s?
I don't know if you call them punk rock or anything, but yeah.
Kind of poppy?
Yeah, definitely pop.
Yeah.
No Effects. Bad Religion.
See, no.
Rock Lobster!
No, these were, like I said, the Sex Pistols, though, a lot of those British groups and stuff like that.
The Offspring was super punk rock until they kind of sold out.
Did they?
About 94.
All right. I trust you on that one. But I learned this. I learned this about this. There really is. There's the Lobster Institute of Maine, and how does one get delivered to a Red Lobster restaurant? How does that happen?
Well, you're looking for seafood. You're looking for a nice sit down spot, and you couldn't find one, so you go to the Red Lobster. Oh, you're talking from a lobster perspective.
Yeah, how does
they're just scooping up a bunch and then just delivering it. They're not sorting through. They just go probably cast out a.
I kind of feel like they're sorting through the lobsters. I kind of feel like that they're looking through them and they're like going, oh, this one, because if you ever watch those videos, like on those boats and stuff,
yeah,
like there's really some cool videos. TikTok, lobster captains are like, oh no, I got to put this one back. They're measuring and they're kind of pointing out about, oh, you can see there's the skin's coming off, molding the skin and all this stuff.
Those fishermen didn't know what they had. See, if I was on that boat, I'd be like, dude.
But wouldn't the orange lobster completely stand out?
Yes,
from
the photos I see,
look,
regular lobster compared to the rare orange lobster, and it's a complete difference.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Now you've seen the videos of how to kill a lobster, humane way.
Do you boil them?
No, you can't.
Is that humane?
You can, but you can also take a knife to the top of their head,
end them
that way. Gosh, yeah. It's kind of a violent way to go, but it happens quick. So
lobster sabuku.
I think I'd probably rather do that. The boiling technique. That just seems cruel.
Than dumping it in head first into the boiling water.
Yeah.
Don't they make a sound?
Yeah. I think they scream.
They do. They make some sounds.
Come on, fam.
Or you could take the sharp knife and go between the eyes, kind of a thing.
And then it makes that crunch.
Yeah, but you do it quick. Like
I mean,
you hit
you
it
want to do
quick,
it
quick.
Unless you got a weak wrist.
Yeah.
Look at the rabbits, George.
Right?
Never know what hit them.
Lenny.
Is that a Mice and Men?
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I paid attention that day. I don't think I skipped class that day.
Great movie.
Yeah. All right. Enough of my nonsense. I got some Cowboy questions for my guys. How about you, Chief?
Yep.
I'll start with you on this one. Defensive rookie with the most pressure on him. Is it Justin Rogers, the defensive tackle, or Marshawn Nealon, the defensive end tackle? Most pressure.
Oh, it's
defensive rookie.
It's Nealon. Mozzie's the one with the pressure in the interior, the one technique room, the big body space eater room. That's Mozzie with the pressure. Justin Rogers can just float around and
I'd say Nealon, Marshawn Nealon.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying, that's why Rodgers is not the one with the pressure.
You don't think there's any pressure on Rodgers at all?
I don't think there's any pressure. I mean, they might end up needing him, but that would be. I mean, that's Mozzie Smith caving to the pressure that's underneath him, and then you will get an opportunity from Rodgers. But there's no expectations for Rodgers. You're a 7th round rookie, dude. We're worried about the 1st round pick that we're hoping is not a bust here. Nealon, you're a 2nd round pick, and you're going to be asked to be immediately in the rotation and be a guy that can help this football team day one. So I think 2nd round pick versus 7th round pick makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I just feel like, with Rodgers, this team does not have a huge appetite for holding on to those guys. There was the dude from Arkansas a couple of years ago, didn't even make the team. So I would be worried about getting cut, where if I'm Nealon and I'm like, if I don't have a great camp, they're going to hang on to me. I'll stay on this roster. I'm a Cowboy at least for 2 years.
I kind of feel like, though, that I think because they don't have – well, I say this because of Mozzie. Because I don't know which Mozzie might show up. I do feel like there's some pressure on Rodgers not to be a complete bust. Because, they might need him to.
There's a chance they have to depend on him.
There might be a chance that he has to go out there and play meaningful snaps for you until they kind of figure things out. I would like to say the thing I worry about Nealon, I worry about the expectations of him. Okay, help me with this one, guys. When you get these defensive linemen and they like to play them at a couple of different positions, why do I always feel like, though,
it slows them down?
That's a bad thing to do.
Yeah, you.
I mean, Nealon, he could be an edge. No, he could be a tackle. He could be. I just feel like just play him in a spot and let him grow.
Yeah. I mean, Nealon, I guess, is an interior rusher on obvious passing downs. Maybe that's not too much to ask. Like, we're not asking you to just be a 1st and 2nd down player in the interior and on the edge, but in passing downs, can you just go in the middle and just rush the passer? I mean, maybe there's not too much there to have to really think about, but yeah, I understand trying to get these guys to bite off more than they can chew as rookies.
I always worry about the guy that they play him at the two different spots.
Chauncey.
Yeah,
goals.
And then all of a sudden it's like they go from being like collegiate players that you're like going, okay, and you mentioned it, Golston. Golston is the type of guy that I'm like, you know what, at Iowa, he did a damn good job. And now I'm kind of like, if they weren't struggling so badly inside, I would say his spot on the team's probably in jeopardy. And I hope that doesn't happen with Nealon. That all of a sudden they're playing him at 2 different spots and he's really not good at either spot. Or he just doesn't develop the ability to win at one spot. Because I think there's some problems there with him as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a bendy or fast guy when it comes to getting to the edge and having a bunch of pass rush moves and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to put him at the edge on one side, and you're a 1st and 2nd down player. Go set the edge and stop the run, and we will try and develop some pass rush moves out of you over the years.
Yeah,
but you're dead on. I feel like when they do that, I almost always think, unless it's Micah who is just going around to the different position,
right?
I almost always think, he's a failure at his first spot. Yeah. They're trying to salvage something out of this pick to see if maybe he could transition to something else.
They love to tell you about position flex. And anytime they say it now, it scares me to death.
Yeah.
Because that means, we're going to try him here. We're going to try him there. No.
Yeah.
Play him somewhere and let him develop.
Yes, sir. I love it. Brian brought us in
Thank you, man.
Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, every day 340 here in the G-Bag Nation. Registration for Fan Bowl is closed. It's going to be at Hurtado's on Saturday, August 10th, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door Repair. Frank Caliendo is 2 hours away. We're back with the NFL news today, Chief. What's cooking?
Diggs gets the disrespect, and Caleb Williams continues to revolutionize player empowerment next year in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
whiskey.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We are now less than a week away from being in Oxnard, California. The show next Thursday will be live on the tennis courts. We're going to revisit the five most controversial offseason decisions the Cowboys have made in recent years. That's coming up in 20 minutes. Right now, it's time for the NFL news of the day. And here's Chiafalo.
Well, how about this, man? This time next week, we'll be on the tennis courts, hanging out in Oxnard, training camp time. Beautiful. Got a little Trey Lance story for you from Todd Archer, who joins us in less than an hour.
Question.
What's up, NFL Network, generic NFL Network hat, Brian Broaddus? What you got?
Hi, Jack.
Was he listening to how you opened the segment?
I think he was getting his stuff ready.
I was. Why, did you just say a week from today we'll be in Oxnard?
Just word for word.
Yeah.
Word for word.
Sorry about that.
Back to you, Eric.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
How do you get your hair to go straight back like that, by the way?
Our football coverage leading up to training camp on 105.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Keep up with the show that way.
Thank you. We have Trey Lance story today from Todd Archer. Again, he joins us here in just a little bit. And apparently Trey Lance has gotten with one of these quarterback guru guys, and he hooked up with them just shortly before he got traded to the Cowboys. And this guy's a Dallas area dude, so it worked out that he got traded here, and now he's just with this dude, especially in the offseason, all the time. And apparently they've been working out at Colleyville Heritage in their indoor practice facility. So the story from Todd Archer, and this guy, this quarterback coach, is his name's Jeff Christensen, and he's worked with Baker Mayfield, Pat Mahomes, like a pretty long list of studs. And he raves about Trey Lance in terms of the work ethic. He's like, man, I got hard workers all over the place. I got tons of dudes that I've worked with for a long time. Trey Lance is top 3 I've ever met in my life for sure.
Nice.
In terms of work ethic.
Nice.
So I think that is I think that's encouraging as we're trying to figure out what this Trey Lance thing is going to be. Broaddus is just laughing. Are you laughing at the work ethic?
What is he going to say?
Are they all top 3, you think?
Yeah, what are they all going to say? But hey, I'm all for it.
We'll ask Todd Archer later when he joins us how serious some of these quotes are about Trey Lance fixing some of his mechanics and really getting dialed.
That part of it I believe. And Trey Lance is a hard worker. Don't get me wrong. I would just find it funny. The guy that you're kind of coaching up, what are you going to say about him, though? Are you going to say, well, this guy's really kind of a train wreck, and I don't know why Dallas gave up a 4th-round pick, and if they think he could, if he's going to play quarterback for him ever, it's probably wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I'm never going to say that, right?
No, for sure. I get it. I don't want to hype it up too much.
I would like to hear him say, listen, this is what we've approved on Trey Lance.
He says when Lance started working with him, he was just getting cleared from the ankle injury that he had sustained in San Francisco, and he didn't need to be rebuilt. He said just retooled.
Okay.
And Christensen said, he had some wrong information. We had to experiment on a lot of things I've never done before to get him to feel certain things.
Now we're cooking.
He says the major change was his footwork. Christensen wanted Lance to be more violent with his lower body, and a slight change in his grip took away pain that apparently Lance had felt in his arm.
Is that from the whole thing we were talking about with baseball pitchers that experience that because of gripping the ball too much without the spider tack?
Yeah, he says no longer is he required to ice his arm now after long throwing sessions. And Lance said, I didn't even know it could be like this, where just getting my front foot down, not striding, it's all about my feet and my feet hitting the ground the right way. Your arm is kind of a reaction to what your lower half does, and so his arm feels a heck of a lot better. I guess he was dealing with some arm pain because his mechanics were so off. And this is a guy that hasn't even thrown the football that much. We always talk about how little of just passing attempts Trey Lance has from high school to college to the NFL. It's very, very small in the sample size for him.
Surprising that he would have bad mechanics playing for Shanahan in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say. Absolutely.
Yeah. I just always wonder when guys come from different programs and they're really high-end quarterback guru guys, and they come with bad habits and, bad footwork and bad body position and things like that, you wonder, what was San Francisco doing with him?
I also think like every coach has like little different keys and stuff, and you work with a guy like Shanahan, and then you go work for yourself, and your natural habits are going to creep back in. It's kind of like a golf swing, and maybe a refresher or a, hey, look at it this way, look at it that way. I know in going into 2019, that was after 3 years of Dak Prescott. Remember the work John Kitna did?
John Kitna, yeah.
Yeah, and I would say he'd had good coaches there in Wade Wilson and Jason Garrett as far as guys that had played the position and could help him out a little bit. But I'm hopeful for this. This gives us an opportunity. I know, Brian makes some good points about what a coach is going to say, but we need Trey Lance to get it figured out. The reports that we're hearing at OTAs and minicamp just further confirmed that we need a development. We need something new to click for him to give him a chance to, be a value for the Cowboys.
I would be more interested right now with Trey Lance in how quickly he's processing things. I think when you guys get out to Oxnard and you watch him go through progressions, you're going to say that's not quick enough, or he needs to be a little bit better there.
And that's not really something a quarterback coach can. There's only so much you can do to be helped there.
He could help him get set up, and he could help him get that ball out of there. That's what he can help him do. But what Trey Lance sees will determine all that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Totally agreed. And apparently some of the stuff he does is when he's throwing like quick outs or crossing routes, this guy puts a broom handle at his feet to make sure he doesn't overstride. Different times tells him to be tall to make sure his posture is correct. And then he has him close his eyes as he's making throws. So,
okay.
For whatever that
Trust
is,
what you see.
That's certainly not helping him see the field, but all different sorts of techniques. And apparently this guy knows McCarthy very well, and he was kind of collaborating with Schottenheimer and quarterback coach Scott Tolzien and Mike McCarthy on exactly the mechanical changes to Lance and how it's supposed to marry well with what the Cowboys are asking. So it's not just Trey Lance going to do his own thing, and then McCarthy's like, crap, you're tweaking things that I didn't want you to tweak kind of deal. So interesting story from Todd Archer and ESPN today about Trey Lance. And again, we'll have Todd coming up here in just a little bit. The other quarterback story of the day I saw was, we have the Bears are one of the first teams getting going for training camp, and they had not signed Caleb Williams up until yesterday.
Their receiver and
Rome Odunze.
Both of them, yeah.
Well, apparently Florio was reporting on just some of the asks that Caleb Williams was trying to get into his contract. And it's actually pretty interesting stuff. So part of the negotiation included an attempt to keep the franchise tag off of Williams' contract after he finishes his 5th season with the team. So that's one of those things that's pretty unheard of. You see Dak now with his contract has a no franchise tag clause or whatever in there, but that's usually something, you've earned that after being a veteran for a while. Caleb Williams was trying to get that in his rookie deal. Salute to him. Didn't get it, but that was one of the things that, held up him getting his contract done. I
love that. I think every rookie, every agent should like come together and say, we're going to do this. Nobody sign it with the damn franchise tag. It's just such a weapon that the owners use if you're good.
For sure. They also had attempted to convince the Bears to pay Caleb Williams as an LLC, and in Illinois, LLCs have 0 income tax filing requirements, meaning Williams wouldn't have to pay taxes on his 4-year, $39
there you go. I'm a business.
Very
deal.
crafty.
That's pretty awesome. Again, didn't actually work for him. I don't know that he really got any of the things that he was asking for, at least as it pertains to the things that Floria's giving us here. But
I wonder if he did. I wonder if he incorporated himself.
Yeah, I'm sure he's done that, or maybe he's thinking about doing it, but trying to get the Bears to pay him that way was not something I guess they were able to do.
Maybe you can figure that out with Uncle Sam.
Yeah, another attempt was earning a forgivable loan, which would have resulted in Williams getting the money tax-free until the loan was forgiven as many as 10 years into the future. So the Bears actually went to the NFL with all of these different proposals from Williams' people, except for the franchise tag one. They just were like, no, we're not doing that. But they went to the NFL to see, like, is there anything here that would make it invalid according to the NFL CBA? And the answer was no. But still, the league nixed both of the proposals.
Hell of an accountant, though. Get that guy around
Yeah.
April 15th. Work for you.
Yeah, I mean, his team, whatever team of agents and stuff, business people around him, I mean, they're trying to go outside the box here. And again, a lot of it didn't land, but kudos to him trying to pioneer something. Like, he won't be the first to do this. Like, this will, over the next few years, the guys with the power, the first overall pick, or like Marvin Harrison Jr., he was a guy that was able to do a lot of things his own way throughout this entire draft process. Because it's like, dude, I'm going to get picked high. And so I will try and dictate things a little bit more here, and I'm sure players are going to continue that.
Yeah, the combines and things like that. I'm not going to work out for this team, that team, kind of get yourself positioned to get drafted where you want to go.
Do you feel like Trayvon Diggs should have been in the top 10 corners list that the anonymous executives and coaches are ranking each position in the NFL?
Not right now. I think he's got to come back healthy and prove that he can play like he did the first couple of games last year before the injury.
Do you have the 10 in front of you?
Yes. Yeah, I have the corners list right here. And Diggs did not make it. I don't think he was very happy about it either.
But
he was an honorable mention.
He was.
Yeah, give me 9. Give me 7, 8, and 9, please, and 10. Give me the bottom 4.
The bottom 4.
Bottom 4.
Okay, let me.
I could probably look that up myself.
No, you're fine.
I thought you had him in front of you.
No, I do. It's right here. So the bottom 4 is what you want out of the 10.
Yep.
You're gonna have Jair Alexander from the Packers at 7.
Would you rather have him or Alexander?
Alexander.
You got Jalen Johnson, Bears corner at 8.
He was a guy that talked about trading and stayed on. Good player.
Yeah, he's like
player.
Physical press corner.
Exactly. I would take Johnson.
Devin Witherspoon, Seattle Seahawks, after his rookie year, already in the top 10.
Yeah.
He's sitting there at number 9.
Now we're getting close.
And then Derek Stingley Jr., your LSU guy from the Texans at 10.
I would take him over Stingley.
You would take Diggs over Stingley?
Yeah.
I have a lot of the people that I have a ton of respect for that cover these things. Like the latter half of last season for Derek Stingley was pretty incredible.
Yeah, but
so he might be a guy that's turning the corner here. He hadn't necessarily met expectations early on, but as the season went on last year, apparently he became more and more locked down.
I tell you what, though, there's a problem with health with him. That's a big thing. So I know Diggs is dealing with the knee, but man, I think there was some Diggs as far as tackling stuff. I think got better, and carrying routes across the field got better.
Yeah.
So I would say I wanted to know who 9 and 10 were. But I would take him over Stingley myself.
We asked Diggs to become that player, after his first 2 years and all the picks, and he did. I felt like last year he was on his way to comfortably being top 10, maybe even top 5 the way that he started off.
Yeah.
Can you say quarterback guru, Broadus?
Quarterback guru. I always do the word guru.
The guru?
Yeah, that's what we say in the scouting world. He's a guru. Yeah. That's what, yeah. Yeah, I do that, Ed, if that's just...
No, it's all good. The tag, multiple people were like, wait, have Broadus say guru again. I didn't catch it the first time.
But yeah, we say he's a guru. That's what we always do. Yeah.
Terrell Owens is still trying to make his way back into the NFL, and he's reciting a story from when he was trying to get a hold of Tom Brady with the Buccaneers in 2021 after Antonio Brown, stripped down on the field and just quit. Mm-hmm. And Chris Godwin was dealing with some injuries. Terrell Owens was like, dude, I could be a receiver for you guys. He's like trying to get a hold of Tom. Like, dude, let me get in there on red zone opportunities. Let me get there on third down. He says, I reached out to Tom through Randy Moss, and a couple of other people just to come in and play third down and red zone situations. He says, this dude really ignored me. Just shows you the lack of respect. But when they get in front of you, they want to act like they respect you. He's like, I'm a Hall of Famer now. You've seen what I've done on the football field. It shows you what arrogance comes into play. Tom Brady could have made that happen.
Arrogance. I mean, you haven't been in the league for 10 years to think you could get it done. Like, I get it. You text a guy, you want to hear back from him, and if you don't, you can feel jammed up by it. I totally get that.
But I do feel like T.O. deserved the text back from Brady.
Hall of Famer.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
H-O-F-er.
Yeah.
Keep that gold jacket on. Don't put the pads on.
Owen's last gig was with, I believe, the Bengals. If I'm right about that, I think I am.
Yeah,
I think you are. Maybe 2012.
And
he was cut by the Seahawks after his stint with the Bengals, and that was it for him.
Yeah, okay. So it was the Bengals. I remember him at the Bengals, and I remember him being covered quite a bit at that time. So, if you're going to think you're going to come back and play after going through all that, you were not very good player at the very end there.
By the way, you did
that was 2010, bro. That was 14 years ago.
2010, yeah. So T.O. was 48 years old.
Yeah.
Reaching out to Brady like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
Hit me on third down. And I guess Brady just left him on red.
Wow.
I don't think a Hall of Famer should do that to another Hall of Famer. I do understand where T.O.'s coming from a little bit butthurt here, but also have some self-awareness.
You think he could have got a score?
Oh, I think Brady could have got him a score.
Yeah,
I think Brady could have got him a score.
No doubt. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, Frank Caliendo will be joking around with him about Cowboys, and he does a great Jerry Jones. His John Gruden's amazing. His John Madden's amazing. We'll get the very latest from Frank as he's in town for 4 shows this weekend at Addison Improv. We revisit 5 recent controversial offseason moves by the Cowboys. In retrospect, did they get it right or wrong? The C-Note's next in the nation.
You're always getting it right when you go see the #1 Ford dealership in all of North Texas for your Ford car needs. Of course, that's Gilchrist Automotive, Platinum Ford in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80. Just minutes from the Metroplex, and trust me, it's always worth that short drive to Terrell because you're going to be saving a lot more every time you go looking for that brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Trust me, I was in the car business for a couple of years. Don't go buying that Ford anywhere else. I guarantee you the best car buying experience you've ever had when you go see General Manager Adam Vinci and his team, especially right now. It's endless summer savings time, and you're going to get deals all over the place. And Adam, he's a big-time Tolo, so he just wants to roll out that Tolo VIP red carpet for you and get you in your dream Ford vehicle at your dream price. Right now, you can get a brand new F-150, 1.9% interest for 72 months, saving almost $7K off MSRP. Maybe it's a little family SUV you're looking for. Brand new Ford Edge, save $5K off MSRP, and get 0% interest for 60 months. They got the best deals on Explorers and Escapes as well. Adam and his team also have a massive selections of Super Duties in stock, on the ground, available for immediate delivery. So if you need that power stroke, Adam and his team got you covered there. Of course, you can customize at PlatinumFord.com or just call and ask for our friend General Manager Adam Vinci. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Then, your manual, error-prone, complex network weighed you down. But now, with Juniper's AI native network, everything's simpler. Because it's self-configuring, self-detecting, and self-healing. So now, instead of being stuck under a pile of trouble tickets, you can rise above them! And from way up here, you gain a better perspective on everything! Juniper Networks. That's the now way to network. All right, I'm coming down.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pardon me. That shrimp po' boy Brian brought in today. Got a little indigestion happening. Got a little extra air down there. Need to clear that out. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. The Cowboys training camp next week, and very much looking forward to that. We have an edition here of the Cowboys news of the day. Of course, we'll have all the Cowboys news, the videos, the interviews will be coming at you right and left. You won't know what to do with all the Cowboys content next week. And one of our favorite things that's different about this year is our man Brian Broaddus is going to stay home, stay on the tennis courts, his home away from home, and cover the entire Cowboys training camp for us. So
Looking forward to that.
You'll be at the beginning of our show every day. Pretty much practice is going to be going on. So you'll be reporting live from the field.
Yeah, live from the field, giving you guys what we're seeing there, and just answering your questions. Maybe the Tolos have questions they can chime in, ask what's going on. There'll be a lot of that. Hopefully, as we're broadcasting, have an opportunity to grab a player or two, or a coach or somebody, maybe sit down with us during our show. And then I'll be working on all the other shows too. Like, if you can hear me on Sean and RJ and the midday show and stuff like that. So just it's kind of just making sure that we got this thing covered from the time it starts to the time it's finished. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh, I know you already. That's your element. You should be talking Cowboys 24 hours a day.
I love that.
You'll be surrounded by a microphone always.
Yeah.
And then you'll go chill on the beach. It's your dream.
It's funny because like when you guys come back, then like on August 3rd, then I go to live in the complex with the players and stuff like that. So
the enemy from within.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're holding you back, is what you're saying?
No, it's kind of funny to be now, as much work as I do with radio stuff and walking around in the middle of all that. It reminds me of the times when I used to get on the airplane and everybody would look at me kind of weird because I'd pick, like they'd be playing the Seahawks and the Seahawks are going to win this week kind of a thing. And then everybody be looking at you kind of, but
it's when you need a good book.
Yeah, exactly. But me and David Hillman always had fun getting on those planes like that.
Now, do you acknowledge you're a workaholic?
I appreciate the opportunity to be
a
so
workaholic.
You're in denial.
I when you get to this age, you
appreciate the opportunity for the radio station to feed your addiction that is working and talking about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do.
Well, right on. We
got
appreciate
Cowboys.
having you.
We get to do Cowboys pre and post game shows too. This.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna be on. You're gonna be out at those preseason games.
Yeah, there you go.
This is Grady. Boots on the ground.
Yeah, how do you like that?
877-881-1053. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you here. And simple question. What do you think is the most regrettable move the Cowboys have made in recent history? We go to Blogging the Boys, where our guy Danny Phantom, it's Dan Rogers, put together the top 5 in recent years, and does kind of like a after further review type of premise on this. The idea of trading for Trey Lance, that was a 2024 4th-round pick. What we know about him now, Chief just gave you the details on what his offseason quarterback guru has had to say about him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a regrettable move? Is it worth the shot of getting the next guy, or do you think it's just an idiotic idea that it's regrettable?
I think at this point it's more regrettable than not. It can prove to be a different story once you get through this season and then whatever ends up happening here. The problem that I keep running into is you make this move for him without much consultation of the people around you. You're Jerry. You're like, sure, I'm going to throw a 4th-round pick at you, and we'll have a guy that can potentially be the Dak replacement. Okay, cool. Except his contract is up at the exact same time as Dak's. So it's not like you have him cheap and under control for an additional couple of years or even 1 year once you know Dak is potentially going to leave as a free agent, and boom, here we go, cheap upside guy. No, Trey Lance is going to be a free agent, and he's not going to break the bank by any means, assuming he's just a backup this year and you don't see much of him on the field. But you're still having to decide what you're going to pay him. Jordan Love got like $20 million last year from the Packers before having done anything. So is that what it's going to be? I mean, it's still much cheaper than $60 million for Dak or whatever, but still, you're paying $20 million for a complete unknown.
Yeah, it's crazy. Not only is he an unknown, but it's just not clear what the Cowboys want to do with him, as Dan points out in this article. You have Cooper Rush, who's a winning backup. If you had traded a fourth for the guy that you're going to say, hey, that's our backup long-term, cool. If you traded for him knowing we're done with Dak, then I think it's no doubt a great idea. Any chance you take of finding your next franchise quarterback with a fourth round, I'm in favor of. What says Broadus?
I kind of look at it this way. I see Josh Ball was a fourth-round pick. I see Golston was a third-round pick. Fehoko was a fourth-round pick. Nahshon Wright, third-round pick. I'm willing to gamble. I'm willing to gamble on I just named off 4 guys that probably are depth pieces for you. Maybe some of them even get cut. But to me, they had a grade of a 1.20, which is the top of the second round. They just started the process a year early. They got the guy in. They got to see him a whole year where there was really no pressure on him. They could see how he, practiced, how he took to the classroom setting and stuff. And now is where you really find out if he could play or not. So to me, I have no problem with what they did with this pick, just because I've seen them take third and fourth round picks and not work out. So there's,
I hear you.
That part of it is, you don't want to be giving up fourth round picks, but Josh Ball, Golston, Fehoko, come on. We're trying.
Dak.
Yeah.
I think for me, though, it would be a no-brainer deal 100% if, again, you had cheap control of Trey Lance for another year or two post-Dak. Now you're going to have to make some decision on him, and you say you're about to find out about him, but you're not really finding out much about him. You're watching him in training camp, you're watching him in preseason, and then you may not see him at all in the regular season. So what do you really know?
They've seen him for a year.
Sure.
That part of it, they're ahead of us in that regard. And I understand what you're saying there. I understand. But they've had practices with him. Has he played in competitive situations? No. Not at all. But now you'll get to see with practices every day, taking reps, having a plan for him. I don't have a problem with what they've done here. I really don't. Just because I know that they're going to have to take this journey. And, if he does work out, even if Dak's the starter and they want to make the move, then if he has a very productive summer, then you go ahead and start negotiating for next year.
Randy Gregory's number 2 on the list. The decision to draw a line in the sand and let him go to Denver. It was 5 years, $70 million. Did not work out at all for the Broncos.
No, it didn't. And
are they saying this is a bad move for the Cowboys?
No, just a controversial decision. And upon further review, what do you think of it now?
Well,
okay, gotcha.
And this
thank God they missed out on him.
Yeah, that was an agent that took his client, who is a local Denver guy, and shipped him to the Broncos to favor some curry with the Broncos. And so to me, I feel bad for Randy because he's now bounced around again. But I think the Cowboys were very interested in signing him to a deal here.
Yeah, I think they dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, but he goes to the Broncos.
But I love how they were like, nope, that we thought we had a deal and you're changing the deal now, and you know what? We're not going to get bullied like this.
Yeah.
I wish they would take that approach on other contracts, and then they wouldn't be, looked at as so soft in negotiations, because they have become the cavemen. Releasing Lyle Collins was a big one. How could you do that? And again, it seems like they, knew it was best before the rest of the league there as well.
Yeah.
So that's number 3. How about re-signing Ezekiel Elliott?
Yeah, that's the one seed for probably the worst decision they've made over the course of the last, whatever it is now, 6 years.
I think they've compounded it a little bit too, because to me, and I'll be interested to see how Leofau works out as a linebacker, but they had running backs on the board that I think could have been starters here.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And by
that's the
signing
biggest question
Zeke,
of the whole draft.
Yeah, by signing Zeke, and I just kind of feel like that. I hope that didn't limit them from, and they probably looked at the running back room and they said, "Oh no, we'll be fine here." And they did. They had a chance to draft Lloyd, and they had a chance to draft the kid from Tennessee, and they didn't do it. They took Leofau. Leofau might end up being a really nice player for them, but they did have the opportunity to address the running back room with a legitimate back that could have been a starter.
You're still paying for the original Zeke contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think, this decision doesn't make it. Maybe it's too far back, but the Jalen Smith thing was just insane.
Yeah.
That showed a failure on several levels.
Jalen Smith jumped in there when he saw Zeke was not getting close. He saw the sign on the door was open for business, and he jumped in there and got a deal done while, they were They were kind of itching to.
It was brilliant on his part. He's like, my leg doesn't work. If you guys are willing to give me anything, I'll take it because I know my leg doesn't work.
Fifth and final decision on this list is the Cowboys deciding to part ways with Amari Cooper. Maybe not a good trade at all. He has combined for 2,400 yards and 14 touchdowns in the 2 seasons, about 145 catches.
That was personal.
Was it?
Yeah, that was personal. Yeah, they lost a couple of games, and that was during the COVID situation. Remember, they lose a game at Kansas City where if they had any type of offense in the second half, they win. And then they lose the Thanksgiving Day game to the Raiders. And Amari Cooper missed both those games.
He was compromised, and it was crazy how it just did not. 12 and a half yards a catch for the Cowboys. And then in Cleveland, it was 15 and then 17 and a half last year.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't think they had an offense geared to maximize Amari Cooper. It was, really, really good when they first got him in 2019. That was 15 yards a catch, and, you had 8 touchdowns and really saved the Cowboys season there in 2019, but could not rekindle that magic. And ultimately, I think they're probably for the better because when he was here, it was too many games with like 3 catches for 28 yards.
His road splits and home splits were really bad.
Yeah.
That was a struggle for him.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, we're going to talk some hoop. What do we got, Chief?
Yeah, let's crank open a rim sesh here. We got Bronny at his best. We have Russ on the move, and you never want to go full Tony Snell next year in the Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
The greatness of Fan Bowl. Teaming up with some of the best barbecue in North Texas. Oh, what a delicious party this will be. $3,000 in prize money up for grabs thanks to Tolbert Garage Door Repair. It's Fan Bowl 2024, August 10th at Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. Your first chance to sign up begins Monday at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Todd Archer's coming up at 4 o'clock. Here's Eric.
Let's go ahead and cut those lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Russell Westbrook gets traded from the Clippers, including a second-round pick swap and cash to the Utah Jazz in a sign-and-trade for Chris Dunn. And Westbrook is expected to agree on a contract buyout with the Jazz, which will clear the way for him to join the Denver Nuggets.
Second time he's done this with the Jazz.
Yes,
Been
the
traded to him
Jazz.
twice. Never
Danny
played.
Ainge is,
hadn't played a game with him yet.
He's always down to get a little extra draft pick going and pay a little bit for a guy to not play for him. He's totally down for it. And now you have the Denver Nuggets. Apparently, Jokic has signed off on this, but I mean, at this point in the summer, it's like, well, what else are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, I don't think Jokic is signing off on this the day of free agency starting. Like, as soon as the offseason's underway and they're like, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to see Kentavious Caldwell-Pope leave you, and we're going to do nothing, and then we'll get Russell Westbrook when the dust settles.
I think Russ is a great option off the bench, you know? And maybe those are non-Jokic minutes. Maybe those are non-Jamal Murray minutes, but I've always thought he's got a sixth man's game. Obviously, when he was at the height of his powers and he was MVP caliber and averaging a triple-double, that was a motor that could drive a team to tremendous success. Now that, you know, he's a little bit older, the athleticism not what it was, I think he can be a winning part of a championship team. But as a coach, you know, it's always one of the biggest challenges to take guys that have been to the top of the mountain, been a top 5 player for a period of time, and now kind of try to, you know, coax them into a more supportive role. But, you know, I think there's a chance that it complements the team in a way that's helpful. You know, their offense was really the biggest issue against Minnesota. They just could not get buckets. And, you know, that's because of, you know, the kind of lack of firepower around the perimeter, lack of depth. So I think there's a shot this works out, but I just love to see it, you know, because Denver, I think, the real contender out there for the Mavs to worry about, the team that they were not able to prove, hey, we can get by you. And this does smack of a little bit of desperation, like, let's try Westbrook, maybe this works.
Yeah, and part of it with the Nuggets is having to deal with the new constraints that the NBA CBA has. And so that is fair to the Nuggets as they try and navigate all these different tax thresholds and the way they punish you for that. It's tough. So I don't know. Maybe the Nuggets can do a some type of deadline trade to bolster their roster a little bit. I still think they probably need a little bit of something. And if I was Jokic, I'd certainly be frustrated because he's still at the height of his powers. They have a really good core here. That starting 5 is super strong, but now their bench since the championship has just been absolutely depleted. And I don't know if they'll have enough to actually get another one. As currently constructed. So we'll see as Westbrook probably coming off the bench for them for sure.
Hell of a place to be. You got to get lucky with a Derrick Jones Jr. at league minimum, basically, or draft a guy that can be your next guy. It's very tough to stay on top right now in the NBA, and I think Denver's finding that out right now. You need really an owner that's like, I don't care. I will lose money to win. And unless you have that, you're not building another dynasty.
Hey, congratulations to Bronny James. He had his best game of Summer League action to date. He hit the first bucket of the game, 17-foot pull-up jumper, and crowd went crazy. Confidence started soaring, and then he finishes with 12 points. He had 9 in the first half. He was 5 of 11 from the field. He had 2 threes that were made, which are his first 2 threes of the Summer League. So, and one of those was actually a clutch 3 late in the game to tie it up.
Yeah.
So, and then Lakers get the victory. So, really, really nice outing from Bronny yesterday.
Baby steps. I think this is a multi-year process for him. I think being in the NBA is a much better chance to work on your game than college. So if there's a shot, I think he's going to get it. But from a perimeter perspective, especially a point guard, if you want to look at, hey, this guy could do something in the league, I need 30 plus, dang near averaging in the Summer League. This is G League quality at best.
Right. And I think the expectation for Bronny is just get to a point where you can be a rotational player. And here's JJ Redick talking about the plan for Bronny and the developmental stuff that they're trying to implement there in Los Angeles now with Redick and his new staff. And then he throws in a player comp for what he thinks Bronny could be. See what you think about this.
Bronny and I have had a number of conversations. I actually had a conversation with him yesterday after practice, and he's a development player. That's how we're looking at Bronny. He's certainly going to spend time with the Lakers. He will spend time as well in the G League. As we sort of build out our player development program, he's going to be an important part of that. And what I've communicated to him right now, what we're looking for is defensive ball pressure. Like, you have to be a guy that's a ball hawk at all times. We're going to develop his shot. We'll develop his ball skills. He's already got a great feel. He has a really good instinctive nature on the defensive end. I thought the third game in the Cali Classic, he made 8 or 9 really good defensive plays. We used the example yesterday. We were at the Canada-USA basketball exhibition game, and I turned to one of our assistant coaches during the game, and I said, I think Lou Dort just single-handedly broke up the 8th possession of the game. Like, his impact, you can't get into your offense sometimes. The shot clock winds down because of his ball pressure. He literally blows up entire plays because of that pressure, and I really believe this. Bronny eventually will be that guy.
Bronny, the next Lou Dort. That's what he wants there, at least defensively, and I think that's what you need to do, setting up the expectations. Like, if that's how you can hang around in this league here, Bronny, as you're trying to develop a couple of things offensively. If you can just be the ultimate agitator, and Dort is bigger and more physical for sure.
Yeah.
But the athleticism and Bronny will continue to get stronger and stronger. He's already pretty impressively built. We know the genetics there. Defensively, that's where he's going to make his hay. And so if you can be that type of dude that is agitating folks, even like Patrick Beverley style, like you can hang around in the league for a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Lou Dort's wingspan. I see
He's 6'3", 215 is how big he is.
Yeah, so his wingspan's 6'8.5". Yeah. Bronny 6'7.5". So, and about 10 pounds lighter. I think it's doable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about Bronny, but Alex Sarr is the dude who's the number 2 overall pick for the Wizards, and he went full Tony Snell. Everyone knows you never go full Tony Snell. And
What's that entail?
his summer league game, that's where you just go 0 for everything.
Okay.
And you play a substantial amount of minutes. He played 30 minutes. This is the number 2 overall pick. And you go 0 points. You're 0 of everything from the field. And you have a bunch of turnovers. You have 5 fouls. And then you start going viral in graphics next to Tony Snell, who's infamously known for being the guy in the NBA who played like 30 minutes in a game and had no recorded statistic.
Wow.
And that's a tough deal. That's a tough deal. But guys like that get to kind of fly under the radar a little bit thanks to Bronny.
Yes.
Some of these top guys, it's like, okay, I'm not the headline here. Bronny's the headline.
This might be the worst draft since, remember Anthony Bennett from UNLV?
Oh, yeah.
He went number 1 overall. Was that 2012, 2013, somewhere in there? It could be generationally bad.
Yeah, I mean, I remember leading into the draft, anonymous executives, one of them was quoted as saying, like, if you have the number 1 overall pick, your hope is that you can get somebody that is Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
Wow. Like that was like the ceiling for the best players in this draft. Can you be Tobias Harris? Which is the ultimate sort of just role player dude. You had Caitlin Clark here locally last night, and she has 19 assists, setting records. She's set the single season franchise record for the Indiana Fever, and she's done it in 26 games when it comes to assists. Wow. So I mean, she's really getting it done. But I saw that the WNBA All-Star 3-point shooting contest and stuff, it's actually going down this Friday. It's going down tomorrow. And Caitlin Clark is not in it.
No,
and neither is Sabrina Ionescu, who won it last year and then competed in the 3-point contest versus Steph Curry, Battle of the Sexes style, during the NBA All-Star 3-point shooting competition. That was awesome. And I don't know if this is Caitlin Clark and Sabrina Ionescu saying thanks but no thanks, or if this is an egregious mistake by the league. But not having Caitlin Clark, not having Sabrina Ionescu in your 3-point shooting contest makes zero sense.
Yeah, you want to get people to tune in.
Yeah.
Maybe we're looking for a bag. Maybe there was vacation plans involved, sponsors. That's just it's a weird one right there.
The big free agent news that is going to be hitting soon here. NBA insider Shams Charania.
Oh, we're back to trusting him here.
Well, he's still a big name. I don't trust him more than I trust Woj.
Okay.
But
just asking.
The Woj bomb, I'm more confident in than whatever Shams is spitting out.
What do you think Clark's shooting 3-point percentages?
34.
I was going to say like 33 or 34.
She's right at 32.7.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know that she's every night she's out there. She's carrying a bad team. Maybe this whole thing of not wanting to shoot and all that is just kind of like, just don't feel it right now. You know,
not want to do the 3-point contest.
Yeah, I don't want to go out there.
I just want to know if it was her choice.
Yeah, I wonder if she just said, nah, thanks, but no thanks. You know, got other things I can, but you know, maybe she's.
I mean, we see it in every other league.
Yeah.
I mean, all these dudes back out of the Pro Bowl. All these dudes back out of stuff with the NBA.
She doesn't feel real confident right now in her
MLB
shot.
home run derby.
Yeah.
Everybody's backing out. So maybe that's what it is. But if I'm the WNBA, I'm trying to do whatever I can to get Caitlin Clark and Sabrina Ionescu to go one-on-one here in the 3-point shooting contest. That's going to bring some serious eyeballs. And finally, it looks like Patrick Beverley got $2 million deal to play for the Israeli team. So that's what it was. And that's a record-setting number. They've never paid somebody that much money in that particular league or whatever. So he got what he wanted. $2 million. Congratulations to Patrick Beverley.
Thank you, sir. A little rim session here for your afternoon. Before you know it, we'll be heading to Mavs training camp. But up next is Cowboys training camp, and the great Todd Archer from ESPN joins us to give us his thoughts with just a few days to go till Oxnard. We'll see him out there, and we'll talk to him next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Frank Caliendo in 1 hour. Cowboys training camp next week. And joining us now, one of our favorite Cowboys reporters, Todd Archer, ESPN, joining us now on your home of the Cowboys. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Well, we're excited about this season and you know what we could see. I think
you are? Why?
Well, just to see what happens. I mean, I know a couple of years ago you boldly stood up there at the tennis courts and asked Dak about his contract, which got everybody's attention. But I loved it because it just showed how all over you were and you were anticipating where we sit now. Do you think there's any chance Dak is not the starting quarterback next year, and how high would you put that at?
Oh, wow. You went a different direction. I do think there's a chance Dak is not with the Cowboys next year. How high would I put that? I'm afraid to say, because then it's going to be ESPN reporter says Dak is gone.
Oh, they'll clip it.
You guys
now.
are just asking me an opinion deal. Look, if it's not done by the time they leave Oxnard, why would he do a deal? Why would Todd France want him to do a deal? Why not just play it out, see how the season goes, and then you're going to get more next March. So basically it comes down to, how much does Dak want to stay here, and how much do the Cowboys want Dak to stay here? Why it's taken this long to get to this point, it just has, and it just always will, I guess. Gone are the days where they would get these deals done with the Romos and Wares and Newmans and Wittens and those guys before they'd even have a chance to threaten the market. But here we are, and like I said, if this isn't done by the end of training camp, I don't know why Dak would do a deal. Why wouldn't he just wait? It's been in his best interest to wait. The last time he did a deal, why it would be in his best interest again to wait again. So yeah, I can see Dak not being this team's quarterback in 2025.
Todd, do you feel the same way about like with Lamb in his situation?
No, because they can throw the franchise tag on him, so
Sure.
he'd be here again at least through next
maybe
year.
getting a deal done, this year. I'm sorry.
I think. Look, I don't know how many more. There's no more leaves to fall here.
Yeah.
And I'm not a guy who bashes the Cowboys for quote waiting, because CeeDee Lamb was never going to do a deal before Justin Jefferson's deal got done.
Right.
Why would he?
Yeah.
Like, you see what's out, see what the max is, and then work off that, whichever way you want to work off that. So this one can get done sooner rather than later, I would say. This one to me should be like Trayvon Diggs last year. What was it, like the opening weekend of training camp? Trayvon might have signed his extension.
Mm-hmm.
If now CD doesn't show up when they fly out to California or meet the team out in California, then maybe I'll sing a different tune. But I think this one can get done, and it shouldn't take that long based on all the numbers that are out there that we all know that this thing is coming in anywhere from 32 to 34, 35 million a year, and work off that, figure out the guarantee. Again, not that difficult to do from both sides, provided they want to do the deal. And now with Jefferson done, look, that's the market right there. You work off that.
Yeah.
Now, Todd, you mentioned Trayvon Diggs. How much of Diggs do you anticipate seeing out on the field early on here in camp when we get out there next week?
Oh, we'll see him. He won't be doing much, but we'll see him. I think of the guys coming back from the ACL injuries, the Diggs, Durden, Overshown, and John Stevens. I think Diggs might be a pup candidate of all four of those guys. And not because he's not ready to go, in part because they don't need him to be ready to go July 20. When's the first practice? Next Thursday?
Yeah.
A week from today?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a week from today? Wow. Because they're not really practicing for about a week. So I can see that the Cowboys kind of putting tighter reins on Trayvon Diggs and his comeback from the knee deal. But I don't think it'll be anything because they're unsure of the knee or the health. It's just, let's work it back slowly and correctly. Where kind of with these other guys, you need to see if Overshown can play and if Stevens can help. And I guess Durden would be in that mix too. But certainly there are roles for the first two guys that I mentioned. But for Trayvon, I don't think there's a need to get him out there on the first day of training camp. I think the discretion is the better route for him.
It's Todd Archer with us. Todd, I think the division might have gotten worse. Jalen Hurts not mentioned as a top 10 quarterback often anymore. Obviously, they lost Kelsey. They lost defensive linemen. How do you handicap this division? Do you think it's still there for the taking for this Cowboys team?
I'm a big believer in history, and no one has repeated as division champs since 03-04, so I don't think the Cowboys will be repeating as division champs. I think it, but I do think there's a huge disparity between the Eagles and the Cowboys in Washington and New York. So to me, it's either one of those two teams. I would put Philadelphia first just because of that stat that I mentioned to you. And look, as bad as the Cowboys offseason has seemed to be, to me, it's still funny. Like, and I'm not an analytics dude who can tell you how they figure their stuff out or anything, but like the ESPN Football Power Index thing that we do, they have the Cowboys as the third best chance to get to a Super Bowl. So they still think the Cowboys are pretty good. So theoretically, yes, they'll be in the mix for that division. Even with all the losses, no Tyron Smith, Tony Pollard, Dorrance Armstrong. I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch of other guys that they lost to, and without the additions. But there's still a lot of talent on this team. The problem is they need all of that talent to have really good years, and they need to stay away from injuries.
Todd,
that's not the best scenario going into a season.
Yeah, sorry about that, Todd. More pressure on the Cowboys' rookie offensive players or their defensive players?
I would say the offensive players, because Guyton needs to be the left tackle,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, if he's not the left tackle, what are they doing? I guess
right.
You're putting Tyler Smith out there, and I don't think that's a move they really want to do. I do think Beebe will have to beat Hoffman for that spot.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of love for Hoffman in the building and what he can be and the type of leader he is and how smart he is. And we'll see the more he plays. The guy started 2 more games than any of us have.
Right.
So we'll see how he does. But I want to see. Look, that first practice, even if they're not in pads, Tyler Guyton needs to be with the starters.
Right.
We don't need to see Chuma Doga with them. He needs to be getting all the snaps with the ones as they go forward, and that's what they did when Travis Frederick came in. He started right away.
Right.
Zach Martin started right away. Tyron Smith was the right tackle. Like, there's no reason to delay what should be an inevitable, unless there are things behind the scenes that we just don't know about now. But I would say, gosh, now you got me thinking, Broadus, like, what rookie defensive guy, Nealand? I mean, they don't need him to start, need him to play a role, right?
Leofau, maybe something?
Yeah, they need him, but I don't know if they, quote, need him to start necessarily, but play a role. But Guyton needs to start and play well.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's more pressure on the Cowboys rookie offensive guys than the defensive guys.
Would you include Mozzie as a kind of a rookie guy?
Since I made the joke about Hoffman starting 2 more games than we did, I think Mozzie has played 4 more postseason snaps than any of us have played.
Sure.
So, yeah, like, to me, that is a huge part of what they want to do defensively. And I don't think they're done adding to that position.
Okay.
Even in the next week or so, right?
Okay.
Like, there are some veterans out there. There's some moves that they could possibly make to add more size to that position. To me, one of the disconcerting things about Mozzie this offseason wasn't that he needed shoulder surgery, wasn't that he didn't do anything in the offseason program or in the minicamp. It's that he spent his time rehabbing away from the team, that he was in Michigan. And I'm not saying he didn't do everything he was supposed to do. But that second-year jump comes from being around the guys. And if there's a dude who needs to make the second-year jump in the biggest of ways, it's him, because of how important that role is going to be and what Mike Zimmer wants to do on this defense. And Broadish, you're the one who gets carried away on looking at 3 techniques and nose tackles and while we're looking at the glamour stuff. But that's going to be a spot I think all of us will kind of look around and see, okay, how's this Mozzie Smith guy doing against the Cowboys interior?
Yeah, I'm going to stand there next to you, and we're going to study this, because I kind of wonder if we're going to get I personally feel like that the Cowboys inside the guards and the centers are better than the tackles. So I'm kind of, and I'm wonder if the inside guys are going to look good because the defensive tackles are not any good. Or what if the defensive tackles look good? Does that give you hope that maybe we might have misevaluated the defensive tackles wrong if they're working well against the guards and the centers?
Right. Yeah. I mean, or then you start thinking, oh my gosh, maybe Hoffman isn't the guy, or BB's not the guy, or Zach Martin's too old. And then you play the other side of that fence.
Sure.
Depends what position you coach or what side of the ball you lean on. But yeah, like, look, I mean, if it's not Mozzie Smith, what are you doing? Like, who's your guy that you're throwing in there as the nose? It's right now it's Carl Davis, right?
Right.
Talking Cowboys. Yeah, I'm sorry, Todd.
Oh, no, you're good.
How high on the priority list in terms of things you're most excited to see is Trey Lance for you?
Yeah, I wrote about him today over at ESPN.com. And look, we know Dak's the starter, right? But we just said we don't know if he's going to be around in 2025. So we're going to see Trey play. Would it surprise anybody if he played every snap of the first preseason game the way Romo did in 2006?
Not at all.
You should play all of them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we got to Cooper Rush some work, I guess, right? But Dak doesn't need to see any action. But I'm saying every snap of playing the whole game the way Romo did.
Yeah.
I went to one of his sessions with his private coach Jeff Christensen, same guy that works with Patrick Mahomes, Quinn Ewers. Has a lot of huge guys, Baker Mayfield, and is really respected across the league. And it was you could see a difference in how he, and look, we didn't see him practice last year, but just how athletically gifted the guy is at throwing the ball, where how it just seems kind of natural for him. It's not okay, I got to think about my elbow here, my hand here, and my follow through here. He was really kind of natural with everything. And I want to see what the guy can do, because again, we've not seen him play. We've not seen him practice. So the first time we get out there in Oxnard, let's see how he and Jalen Brooks and he and Flournoy and he and the young guys mesh, because those are the guys that he's going to be playing with. Sometimes it's an uphill battle when you got to play with so many young guys, but that might be a good thing for Trey Lance to raise their boat, and to use a Jerry phrase, and also raise his own boat, because if he plays well in the preseason, there's two things that happen. Maybe you'd be able to get a pick for him if someone needs a quarterback based on injury or they don't have a backup. Or maybe he's the guy that you sign and say, look, we've run our course with Dak. It's been 9 years. We've not gone to a Super Bowl. You just kind of have to move on, and you don't want to do it. But Trey Lance showing you something in this preseason that makes you say, let's see what this is all about. Again, not the best way you want to go about your business at that spot, but there has to be a question of, is paying a guy 57, 56, 55, 58, 59, 60 million a year, is that the best way to go about it when he's never won a Super Bowl either? So those are the questions the Cowboys have to ask themselves as they're not only evaluating Dak and his future, but the quarterback position in general.
Todd Archer with us. You mentioned Mike Zimmer a few minutes ago. How much does he change this defense?
I think it becomes more sound, and not to I'm not going to broadish you here with the details of gap schemes and control and blah blah blah. But I think we'll see linebackers
Can't
play
wait to
linebacker.
punch you when I see you.
I think we'll see linebackers play linebacker. So that's progress.
Yeah.
I think we'll see more movement up front. I think you can see Micah move around more this year than he has in what Zimmer can do with him. But I don't know if you'll see as many sacks or as many takeaways, because those numbers were extremely high under Dan Quinn. But I do think you'll see fewer big plays. I think the point total is the point total. I think the Cowboys are fine in giving up the points that they did. But I think maybe the biggest thing is if Zimmer rubs off on these guys, you'll see a toughness and a grit to the unit that maybe it was lacking. And when it comes to the biggest moments of a game, I'm thinking right now of San Francisco playoff game. Trayvon Diggs has a chance to intercept a pass that could have potentially changed the game right there in the second half, I think. Not the Green Bay game. They were out of that from the get-go. But, moments like that where you need the defense to make a stop. Buffalo last year, Miami last year. I think they'll be better in that situational work than they have been.
All right, Todd. So if the Cowboys would play out this year, no deal with Dak, how strong is the market elsewhere around the league coming in for Prescott? Would the Cowboys be priced out?
I don't know if they'd be priced out necessarily, but you're starting at $40 million against your cap if Dak is on the open. If you don't sign Dak before March, I think it's the 13th of next year. So that's pretty prohibitive. They could still get it. That's the real deadline, by the way, that the last day of the league year, before the 2025 league year starts. Again, I think it's March 13th. That's the deadline that matters the most in this whole thing, because then they can work with that $40 million in dead money and work off that. Once you get past that, you have to add into that to what his cap number would be in a first-year deal. They could still be alive, but if you're getting to that point, you better have a plan in place to find another quarterback, be it through the draft or Trey Lance or in free agency somehow, some way. And I used to be and I'm probably still of the Parcells belief you can't just 1-800 quarterback this thing.
Sure.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case anymore.
Yeah.
Because we've seen teams 1-800 quarterback and get by.
I like what you're doing here, Todd.
You want to do more than just get by. I got you.
Yeah.
But there are things that you can do now to make it work for you maybe better than you could have in the past.
Yeah, 20 years ago when I was in player personnel over there with the Cowboys, You didn't have an opportunity. You could have drafted Tom Brady in 2000. You could have been smart doing that. But teams weren't willing to give you a quarterback. And I think nowadays they're more willing to put quarterbacks on the street, or you can find the way to trade for them. So, yeah, I think there's avenues that are far better than there were 20 years ago when you started talking about Bill Parcells and stuff.
Well, right. Or trading up into the draft and getting a guy. Look, and there's a risk there. I got you. But we've seen teams trade up either a little bit or a lot of it to get guys. There are ways to make it happen. And there's no question if Dak hits that market, he's going to be the top free agent available. He's going to it comes down to what team would he want to go to and what team is ready to win, because Dak will be entering year 10. He's not going to go to a team that stinks, that even though they have a bunch of money, right? So, how many teams have legit chances to win that he would want to go to? 4? Maybe? The one that comes to my head immediately is Pittsburgh, right? Right. But they play in a tough division with 3 other really good teams. So that's New Orleans. He can go back home to Louisiana.
Yeah,
they got some issues on that roster as well. So, but there's no question. It's good to be Dak Prescott right now. Whatever decision he's going to have to make, he's going to be fine financially, whichever way he goes.
Todd, thank you so much. Appreciate your Cowboys insights. Before we let you go, who do you want to be the new Team USA soccer manager?
Ooh, can I still say Klopp?
Sure.
Is that?
We're all wishing that. Yeah.
Right. I'd love it to be Klopp. I don't think it'll be Klopp. I don't want it to be Southgate, the England manager. No, thank you. Now you got me thinking. I don't think Pochettino. Nope, don't want him either. Renard, the old the French women's coach right now, Hervé Renard.
Yeah, sounds like we got to hope for the best.
He might be a guy because he did a decent job with. Now I'm forgetting the team. Help me out. I forget which team he coached in either the recent World Cup or the one before Qatar. He might be a guy that's. I don't want Patrick Vieira, although it seems like it might be trending in that direction too. But
well, Hervé Renard will get the answer to that. I'll text it to you. Maybe Zambia, Ivory Coast. Appreciate your time, Todd. We'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
See you at the Rudder Room, guys.
There he goes. Yes, sir. The Rudder Room. Indeed. The glory awaits. The top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Chief, where are you taking it?
We have dueling lists, including the top 10 athletes of the 21st century next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Shoot ya, boy. Welcome back. G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Happy National Tropical Fruit Day. You're more than welcome to text in your favorite fruit, but that's not the list I have for you. The bully is out. He'll be back and better than ever on Monday. It's a taxing weekend with the wife and baby. That's not vacation. That's a taxing weekend. He'll come in here, and he'll probably be reinvigorated a little bit just to get back to easier work, I would presume. But we have the official top 10 of the greatest athletes of the 21st century list. I will run through some of that. I also have the top 10 most swamp-assiest cities in the United States for the year 2024.
A question for you gentlemen that have kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You guys looking forward to camp?
I've been telling my wife just how much I'm dreading it,
Yeah, it's miserable.
That's a
wink
wink,
from the family.
wink.
10 days?
It's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge situation. No, by the end of the 10 days, you are, you have fooled yourself into thinking that you have just nothing but missing your family feelings.
Yeah,
all
you
throughout
do
your body.
miss your family.
You do.
You do miss your family, but I was just...
But getting like a quiet night in a hotel room by yourself, you just sit there and you're just like, you really appreciate that moment, at the end of a day in Oxnard, and you're just chilling by yourself.
Do you guys
like,
appreciate quiet the most now?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, just general alone time, really.
Yeah, not being asked constantly to do the same task for hours, and you keep saying yes in about 5 minutes. Yes, when this is over. So yeah, I absolutely look forward to it. I don't think I get to play any video games or online poker other than road trips at this point. So
I remember, like I say, you were trying to win a major hand as we were flying over New Mexico.
Yes,
and you were losing the Wi-Fi.
Yes,
I thought you were going to lose your mind.
I couldn't believe it. You get involved in some big hands, and you're up in the air at the mercy of airplane Wi-Fi. It can be tricky.
All right, so we have the top 10 best athletes of the 21st century. And ESPN has been cranking this out like 10 players at a time over the course of the last week. They finally got their top 10 out. But this is like the most accomplished players. So that's kind of the line of demarcation to some extent here. It's not like the best per se, just like the most accomplished. But earlier in the week, as this was coming out, Pat McAfee, who does his show on ESPN, and this is an ESPN list.
He went after ESPN.
He goes, just 30 seconds of railing against ESPN in this list.
Dan Orlovsky, who's been on ESPN all morning having the same conversation for the past 3 shows, will join us in 6 minutes. And we'll probably just cook him and ESPN as a whole for a lot of the shit they've been putting out from ESPN's people. Now, there is a top 100 list that is coming out from ESPN people. And I'll tell you what, it is the epitome of everything that everybody hates about ESPN. Mm-hmm. What they chose to do in ranking the top 100 athletes of like 21st century, they only gave us like 50 to 100 yesterday. What a shit show. Mm-hmm. What an absolutely terrible list. And we'll blame Dan Orlovsky for that. So he'll be joining us in about 6 minutes. We can't wait for that.
That's just fantastic, dude. He has the ability there from where he sits. He has so much power, and he knows, I guess, he doesn't need ESPN as much. ESPN feels like they need him. He can just do whatever he wants, say whatever he wants.
Man, I've not seen friendly fire like that inside of a network since Troy Aikman went upside Skip Bayless's head when they were both at Fox.
Oh, that was great. That was fantastic. Well, here's the 10 most accomplished athletes from the 21st century. You have Kobe at number 10. And, of course, we know all of the 2-time finals MVP, league MVP, 18-time All-Star, my gosh, 15-time All-NBA selection, pretty amazing, 12-time All-Defense. That's pretty dang legit there. I don't even think I realized how many all-defensive teams he made.
He was insane, and to get that championship with Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom, that was, I think, to me, that back-to-back, wasn't it, or 2 out of 3? Being able to do that without Shaq, I think really, put a crowning achievement on top of his career.
Number 9 is the 8-time Olympic gold medalist, 100-meter world record holder, only sprinter to win Olympic 100-meter and 200-meter titles at 3 consecutive Olympics.
Bolt.
Usain Bolt at 9. Tiger at 8.
Wow.
Tiger at 8. 13 major wins, most of any player in that span. 11 major wins as world number 1 golfer. 9 more than any other player all time. That seems pretty egregious to have him down that low. You have Simone Biles at 7, 7-time Olympic medalist, tied for most by an American gymnast, 4 Olympic gold medals. You have Roger Federer, 20-time major champion. He comes in at number 6. Tom Brady is 5th. 7-time.
We got 4 better than Brady. Okay,
4 better than Brady. Go ahead. Tell me who the 4 is that's better than Brady. More accomplished.
Messi.
Messi's going to be 1.
Ronaldo.
Nope.
Wow. Okay, I guess I can't. LeBron?
Yep. LeBron's at 4.
Serena,
Messi was at 3.
One of the Williams sisters.
Serena's at 2.
There you go.
Okay.
The driver.
The swimmer.
Oh, the swimmer, Phelps.
Michael Phelps. 28-time Olympic medalist. 23-time Olympic gold medalist. Most gold medals at a single Olympics. 8 at Beijing in 2008. So that's the list. Most accomplished, whatever. I mean, all these athletes are incredible. They all deserve a place here. You could do some hair splitting, but having Tiger at 8, I think, is the one that is most ridiculous, at least when it comes to the top 10.
Can you give me 11 through 15 real quick?
11 through 15, you have...
Let's see if we can get him in the top 10.
Novak Djokovic is at 11.
He's pretty accomplished.
Rafael Nadal is at 12.
Another accomplished tennis player.
Cristiano Ronaldo is at 13.
There we go.
Stephen Curry is 14. And then Katie Ledecky is 15.
Swimmer lady, right?
Yes. She's got all the... She
got all the
breaks
gold.
her own record every time.
As this is going on, though, I'm surprised we haven't heard Shaq's name yet. I mean, to be that giant, that nimble... You know, he didn't win a championship till 2000, so it's not like he's getting credit for what he did in the 90s when he was a younger man. I think Shaq is the most impressive, athletic performer I've ever seen, to be well over 300 pounds and, be bouncing around there like a ballerina.
He's at 17.
Okay.
And Tim Duncan's actually ahead of him at 16.
Oh, that's horrible.
Wow. Where's Michael Jordan on this damn list, bro?
It was since 2000.
Oh.
Just since 2000.
Yeah. So you just get his Wizards tenure.
I see.
But they didn't put Lewis Hamilton in there, did they?
Oh, Louis.
Lewis?
He might be towards the bottom of the list. He's certainly not in the top 40 or whatever that I see right here.
Wow.
It's disrespectful.
It is to a sport that's known worldwide.
What about some of your NASCAR guys? I see Michael Schumacher here, auto racing dude at 29.
Okay, there you go. There's respect.
That's who I was thinking it was going to be.
Yeah, Schumacher was incredible. Career cut way too short, but I think Lewis Hamilton, for what he's done, I think it'd be better.
And I don't agree with putting Michael Phelps that high up. I have nothing but respect for him, the Olympic accomplishments, historic, but we're just going fast in a straight line.
Wow.
We're strong. We got big lungs. I got freakishly long torso and arms.
Yeah.
So I'm like, raw. I'm swimming. It's like, can I get some coordination here?
Yeah, it's fair.
Can I get some change of direction, some hand-eye coordination? Little.
We got a lot of Olympic athletes in that top 10.
Nifty footwork. A lot. They over Olympicked it.
I mean, you look at Bolt at 9, Biles at 7. Who else you got up there?
Yeah, I'm moving them all down.
I mean, you got in the top 10. See, that's where this was going to go.
You got guys that are running faster than anybody, changing the hand they're dribbling with, going behind their back, avoiding 2 shot blockers, tomahawk dunk, and they're like, yeah, let's give it to the guy that only goes fast. Got to be kidding me. Let's build out the skill set here on this list here.
Broadus, I'm sorry, Lewis Hamilton was at 19.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
So he did get some love there.
There you go.
And then Dirk was at 41.
Oh, fitting.
Yeah.
But Kevin Garnett was at 23.
Oh, that's horrible.
That feels pretty ridiculous.
Give me a break. How many threes did that guy make? Yeah. Okay, great job by Chief filling in for Wolchuk, who is out the next couple of days. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Frank Caliendo, the comedian's going to be in studio. We'll talk to him about the NFL and everything going on with that. What are we doing next, Chief?
We got a little hodgepodge. I will give you the Swamp Ass Cities top 10 here for 2024 in America. We also have some news from SEC Media Days and the greatest campfire strategy of all time. That's next here in the nation. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back, Nation. Frank Caliendo coming up live in studio in 14 minutes. We'll talk to the king of NFL impersonations. See what he's got cooking. 4 shows at the Addison Improv this weekend. Here's the Chief. Let's hodge it up.
Man, the evolution of the s'mores game has really gotten to probably the highest level. I don't know that it gets past this. I have a great video for the fan cam to show you here momentarily, but I did want to throw out the top 10 U.S. cities, the sweatiest cities in the United States right now. And
New Orleans, number 1?
New Orleans is actually number 7.
Okay.
Which was surprising.
Houston, stand up.
Houston,
stand all the way up.
Houston's at number 9.
Number
There's
9.
8 sweatier cities. San Antonio, one of them?
San Antonio was not. Actually, DFW comes in at number 4. Wow. I just feel like that, like the humidity factor in a place like Houston or like, you know, Miami, I would think would be high on this list. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, gosh, you road trip through New Orleans and you step out for 5 seconds for gas and you're like, holy smokes, this is a different situation. But
Atlanta, Georgia?
Atlanta, Georgia's number 2.
Mobile, Alabama.
Not on the list.
Ooh,
Jackson,
it feels
Mississippi.
murky as hell down there.
Jackson, Mississippi.
I thought one of those would be on there too, but it's not. It's a lot of you get some Texas and you get some Florida. Orlando's at 10.
Brownsboro, Brownville, what's our place that's all the way down in the water?
Oh yeah, Brownsville.
Brownsville.
Yeah. That is not on the list. It's Orlando at 10, Houston at 9, West Palm Beach, Florida at 8.
Wow.
Then it's New Orleans at 7, Baltimore at 6.
Baltimore.
Gets pretty sweaty over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sahaba.
I was ready for Lucius to talk about Orlando and where are the mosquitoes?
There's no mosquitoes on Disney's property in Orlando. How is that possible? When there's 8 in my bathroom every time I wake up in the morning.
Seriously, dude, we need to get to the bottom of this.
No, come on, man. Spray it.
These mosquitoes, we've tried every little mosquito hack in the book because there's a new one on like TikTok or whatever every day. You're like, all right, we'll put this concoction together and spray it around. Doesn't work.
It's not working.
Outside for 5 seconds and my ankles are just tore up.
Yeah.
You say Walt Disney had something going on? He knew?
He must. He's got the anecdote, man.
The stuff we spray is like protein powder to him.
Yeah, it just makes him hungry. You got Charlotte, North Carolina as the 5th sweatiest city in America. Then DFW at 4. Washington, D.C. at 3.
Yeah, Washington, D.C. There you
Atlanta, Georgia, 2.
Yeah.
And then Austin, Texas is number 1 for the sweatiest city in America.
Really?
Wasn't expecting that. But the temperatures are through the roof, man. I saw in Dubai, they hit like 144 this week. Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's 110 right now. What time is it? Almost 1 in the morning there.
It's 110 degrees at 1 a.m. My gosh.
Let me check for you right here.
The SEC, with the media days going down, they've revealed something that they're trying to put in place, which is a revenue sharing situation for the SEC programs.
There you go.
And so you're looking at basically $200 million or so per year for these schools, and this is going to not completely box out NIL. But I think it'll go a long way to sort of mitigating it a little bit, because you'll still have the NIL stuff where you got people that want to, the booster led stuff and the collectives throwing money around for players. But in the SEC, they're trying to get off the ground here, revenue sharing, to where the actual programs will be able to pay their players, and they'll be working off of somewhere in the neighborhood of like $15 million a year to start getting their rosters together. And then they'll have the NIL stuff as well, but I think it'll help try and mitigate the nightmares that the NIL stuff has had.
They're trying to help the schools that probably can't generate the money.
Definitely. They're trying to level the playing field a little bit.
They do not that Vanderbilt doesn't have wealthy alums there, but they're maybe trying to kind of figure out that Georgia, Texas A&M, Texas, these programs are way going to outspend everybody, and Kentucky's probably not, even though horse racing and bourbon and all that stuff's a big part of their program. Probably not enough to make up for what those other programs are going to have.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting, and that would be, that seems like a no-brainer situation to bust out here if you're the SEC or any one of these places, to where now you'll be able to actually just directly deal with the program, and it's sort of like your salary cap. You can decide to spend that money on the players that you want, however you see fit. And then they'll also up the rosters to like 105 dudes. So you'll get more and 20 more scholarships. So more players getting on rosters, more scholarships, and then a little bit more of a streamlined process from like paying the player, and it's through the school. So
love it.
I like this from the SEC.
I love it for the players. I think if you're an SEC fan, this is checkmate. Every other conference better get on it real quick.
Yeah, man. And they're usually the trendsetters, right? If the SEC does something, the other ones would maybe fall in line.
They'll find a way. Like I said, they're going to get they're way ahead now. I just believe this with all my heart. We're going to see 40 teams play major college football every year, and it's going to be the top programs, and it's going to be the top games. It's going to be Georgia's going to play at Michigan, and USC and LSU already play opening day this year, but you're going to see the top 40 football programs play each other weekly, and it's not going to be any more maybe some games against smaller programs. It's going to be, Titans on Titans.
I love that. Yeah. I love a Titan on Titan situation.
Yeah.
We have 469 saying ABC Pest Control can get it done with the mosquitoes. Okay.
All right.
Okay. And then 972 says just buy the mosquito dunks on Amazon,
one of those. I need them.
Or the Spartan things he
Just
says.
buy. That's what they. Oh, just buy.
Yeah. I don't even know what
as
that
soon
is.
as you buy, they just sitting on it.
I don't know what the mosquito dunk is.
Well, I need it because they're talking about West Nile. You know, mosquitoes are testing positive. We gotta fight back. Jeez, over there in the Vale. What was that called? A mosquito dunk?
They're calling it the mosquito dunk on Amazon.
Captain Rash is scared over there right now.
I tell you what, ants get me, mosquitoes get me, and they don't just get me. They tear me up way more than anybody else in the area.
Captain Rash.
All right.
That's right.
Captain Fan Cam, go ahead, Carter. Fire it up. Stumbled upon this video. This is I've never seen this done before. We are taking the s'mores game to the next level. I don't know how it gets better and more impressive than this. So what you have here on the fan cam now is somebody taking their, your whatever, like your clothes hanger, whatever you're using to roast the mallow, but they're putting a Reese's peanut butter cup on it first, okay? Then what they're going to do is they're going to take that marshmallow fluff, they're going to open that up, and they're going to dip the Reese's into it, and it's still on your hanger stick. So now you've just doused the Reese's peanut butter cup in the marshmallow fluff. Then you roast it that way. Then you put it on the graham cracker.
I don't know why I didn't think of this one sooner.
Me too, dude. I know. This is like when I saw it being done, I'm like, wait, are they going to just roast the Reese's? What are we doing here? But then they dip it in the marshmallow fluff.
The fluff is the binder. So it holds everything together there. It holds, because if you just did the chocolate,
it's just going to drip into the thing. It'd be useless.
Mess.
Yeah, I'm like, what are we doing here? And then I saw him dip it into the fluff, and now it's just the greatest thing you've ever seen.
Man.
Now you don't need the Hershey's thing slapped on, and you just wait for it to melt.
Figure this
you
out.
have the Reese's melting over the fire, but it's all encapsulated into the marshmallow fluff. And it's just like a beautiful explosion inside of the marshmallow fluff of Reese's peanut butter cup, already melted, ready to go.
Yeah, that's genius. I don't know if it looks good enough to get me to actually jump in there. It seems like a lot of work for a treat. There's a lot of good prepackaged treats at the store, but that sounds fun.
Yeah, no, this is definitely
little
like
twist on it.
Next time you are in a s'mores setting, you're not going out of your way to pull off the s'mores thing because it's much to do. But when you're there, you're like, dude, we might as well pull off and get some marshmallow fluff, and let's get some Reese's, and let's do it this way.
And if your kids are like mine, the peanut butter cup is at the absolute top of the food chain. They will think you're dad of the year if you go pull this off this weekend.
This is incredible, dude.
Is it you just don't like the combination, or you don't want to do the work?
I don't think graham crackers are a great treat, number one. So I don't think the payoff is worth it. But you nailed it, Brian. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah.
the s'more.
Yeah.
It is.
I was just thinking, Dawson.
I mean, you're talking about once a year, maybe in a s'mores setting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta start a fire unless you have a nice little propane setup like these guys have. The kids are invariably going to drop all the marshmallows into the fire pit. You're handling 3 or 4 of them at the same time.
Yeah, you are. It's a juggling act because everybody wants theirs done right now. So
the little one's getting too close to the fire.
Yeah. There's marshmallow now dripping stuck in a lot of different places.
Yeah,
but it looks delicious, man.
Hey, we got to run because I just saw Frank Caliendo go by with the office ace, Tim Collins. Frank's in the house. We'll talk with the king of NFL voices and the stand-up comedian in town for 4 shows at the Improv next here on your home of the Cowboys. I have to chat.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys training camp next week. Frank Caliendo in studio now, the funniest man in football, king of NFL impersonations. You've seen him on Fox NFL and Frank TV and Mad TV and everything, and he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. It's great to see and get a chance to meet you, buddy.
Yeah, and I almost Scheftered myself. According to my sources, at this particular time, it appears Frank Caliendo is having difficulty with the microphone. He thinks he's been in studio many times in many stations across the country, but right now he can't figure out how to work the microphone. And then we get going, and it becomes Adam Schefter on helium, and we're trying to figure out when this is. Schefter's one of those guys that he's so specific. I once asked him, where are you? I texted him, where are you? I'm at the doctor's office. 3 seats to the left, next to the Highlights magazine. No. What city? What city are you in? Oh, Long Island. I was like, can't you just say that? Why is that so difficult?
Now, how difficult is Schefter compared to Rappaport? Can you go back and forth?
Well, Rappaport's just him with a cold. Schefter, Rappaport. They're probably, and I think that's because they're both a little bit of New York kind of voice. But yeah, it's very, very. I was on an NFL network one time, and they were like, "Can you do Rappaport?" I'm like, "Yeah, just give me a cold." And now I'm Ian Rappaport. So it's a very very interesting thing how those two guys with a very similar jobs, almost the same type of job, pretty much. NFL insider, gambling helper, and they have the same almost cadence and voice. It just kind of cracks me up.
How did you get to doing all the football stuff? Are you a huge football fan?
Well, I grew up a sports fan overall, but Kimmel brought me on. Jimmy Kimmel was doing the NFL on Fox first. And then the story goes like this. Jimmy Bruska, who's his producer, had a guy who did a John Madden impression, and Jimmy Kimmel had a guy who did a John Madden impression. They were fighting over who was going to do the John Madden impression for the NFL on Fox. Turns out I was both the guys. So they were fighting over me. Neither of them knew my name and might still not know it. But I was the guy that they were fighting. They thought there were two different guys. And like, what's your guy's name? What's your guy's name? Frank Cadano? Frank Calamari? Yeah, that's him.
I swear he's the best.
So yeah, he's really, really good. And the funny thing is the Madden started out, I listened to old John Maddens that I do. Like, here's a guy. I was like, that was awful. And then I brought it down to this thing where you talk like this. And I mean, I used to do call-ins in Chicago as Madden. They called him Monday Night John, and people thought it was actually John Madden.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because there was, there's a way to do it cartoony, but then if you really talk like he talked and at the time he was talking, I mean, you do a little of that. But it just got to be where it was more fun to me to, he's just eating things constantly type of thing. So yeah, that was the evolution of that. So I was on NFL on Fox for 9 years, and there are people who still think I'm on there. I mean, that's how crazy that is. And they thought I only did John Madden. I mean, you guys might not even know. People are like, oh, you just did John Madden. No, I did John Madden like 3 times a year. We'd do other stuff, whether it was a Dr. Phil sketch or whatever. And then when I went over to ESPN, I found out like people that watch ESPN knew nothing about anything outside of ESPN. It was like The Simpsons. It was like their own world. So I'd have to do a Stephen A. Smith. I understand where we're coming from with some of these things. Somebody get me thesaurus right now. Thesaurus? No, thesaurus. I invented my own word. The Stephen A. Smithsaurus, which is going to end up in the Stephen A. Smithsonian. So that was where I started getting a bunch more of those ESPN type of impressions, because it only worked in its own world. If you tried to do something outside of that, people were like, don't get it. Because people who watch like sports TV watch the same stuff. Or Jay Moore would do that bit. That's he's like, I watch Sports Center. Then when Sports Center's over, I watch more Sports Center. Then I watch the same Sports Center. Yeah. It's not quite the same as it used to be. That's the way it was back in the day. But yeah, that's how that whole I answer the question. I never know if I answered the question.
Yeah, you did fine there. Yeah,
Can you look at any artist or celebrity or anything without trying to in your mind?
No, I break it down. It's like the Predator. It's whether I can tackle the subject or not. I tell people I'm a magician more than a wizard. It takes a lot of repetition. So for the longest time, I couldn't do anything close to Chris Berman. It would turn into Al Pacino. I was trying, but bumbling, stumbling, I could go. So I finally figured out was say what you will, but nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I try to find, I don't stay in character a lot. I grew up watching Robin Williams, that type of thing. I like to use them almost like a producer on a radio station presses the button to have a sound effect. And that's the thing. I guess it's a positive and a negative, but for me, that's the way I always looked at it with these impressions, is just going in and out of them and having fun with them. But then people are like, okay, let's call this. I don't really do that. I just try to talk around the person a little bit more and just get enough to have that flavor of it. So, for example, like Tony Romo is just like starting a car. It's like and driving the car around. Oh, Jim. Here we go, Jim. He's like he talks. You can tell he's smiling when he's talking. He's like smiling through my Skechers. This is going to be incredibly good. Yeah.
What if Tony shows up at one of your shows at the Addison Improv this week, and would you love that?
He would say that's a great segue into a plug. Nice job. That's better than. Jim and I couldn't even remember his name. I was going to say Tony. Oh, Tony! That's my Nance's. Hello, friends. Jim Nance, along with my pal Tony Romo. Oh, Jim. This is going to be good. Here we go, Jim. So yeah, the improv is this weekend. Thank you for you did a smooth plug, and then I turned it into me just talking about it more. But you can get the tickets at improvtx.com. Frankonstage.com brings you to that as well, but it's the same.
So is your stand-up act, is it just weaving in and out of a bunch of
it's like setting up. A lot of that is like the setting up of type of that. What I do is I kind of create a little bit of a world with all these different impressions, and there's other material and stuff like that too. But it weaves back and forth to the point where I can just call anything back, and because of the persona, the easiest way to explain it is like I'd explain jokes as John Madden. When I first started, I'm like, see, that was funny. It's supposed to be funny because you got a setup over here and a punchline over here, and then boom, you put it together. And then when Madden moved on and retired, and eventually he's passed away, but now I narrate things with Morgan Freeman, and that's when they realized that's where the punchline was supposed to be. So a lot of my act is comprised of spots where I put myself in a pickle, so to speak, that I have to explain the joke almost, and that's part of the fun of it is going back and being a little silly with it and using a character to say what's going on here. This doesn't make sense anymore.
So nobody's like you. I think you're super unique as a comic, right?
I think there's more people that it's when I started,
you were a trendsetter in this situation.
In some ways, there's a lot of people that watched a lot of me coming up. We did not, when I was at Mad TV, even before that, there were not a lot of ways, there weren't a lot of tools, no ways to watch impressions. You had to watch things on TV, maybe set up your VCR to record at a certain time. Now you can just go to YouTube and study people. So and when you're younger, I think it's easier. I don't work as hard, anywhere near as hard as I used to. I used to work on these things constantly, just focus on the next one. What am I going to do? Especially when you're on TV, you have to come up with new ones all the time. But the ability to research is way easier. We had a guy named Dylan, I don't even know if he had a last name, at Mad TV, who would be the person that was in charge of going to get the videotapes of the subject matter to work on the impression. You might not get it for 2 days.
Right.
Remember, Will Sasso, Alex Borstein, and everybody else that was at Mad TV, we all had to do that kind of process. If you didn't have it, and you might be a day, and then you'd have to do it on TV 2 days later. So now everything's so accessible that the impressions are about repetition. Is you just say the same things over and over and over. If you have enough time and you've got a knack for it, you can get a lot of them down. Maybe not all of them, but they're like magic tricks. I always tell people, when you work on magic, you work on it to get it to a point where, especially like table magic or something like that, sleight of hand, put something behind your thumb or whatever, that the people can't see it. And that's really what an impression is. It's just moving stuff around in your vocal cords, tightening your throat, or using different muscles to create those voices.
I was with John Gruden, and I were together.
You spent some time. Go see him in 2 weeks, man.
Yeah. I was
down
with
in
John.
Tampa.
I was with him in Green Bay.
I tell you what, man, it's a tremendous place.
Yeah, and I was with him in Philly.
Yeah, you had a good time there?
I had a great time.
You ever have one of those Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, man?
Yeah, I've had a couple with him. I actually, John, you took me to the Hooters.
Yeah,
in
I tell you what, it's a
Clearwater.
pretty good place, man.
Yeah, and
I used to work there. Wore the shorts for a while, man.
You got behind the counter and cooked some wings for me. They were excellent.
Man.
Yeah,
put on that T-shirt, that owl in the front, have little orange shorts, man. I tell you what. Those are revealing. Little Spider 2Y banana right there, man. And you can see the Spider 2Y banana if you know what I'm talking about.
Every time I hear you do him, I smile. Because I used to pick John up at of course he gets up at 3:30 in the morning, and he didn't have a car.
That's 3:30. That's lunch, man.
Yeah,
I've already been up for 4 hours. I asked him what time you go to bed? About 6 o'clock p.m. Really? Yeah, man, I go to bed early.
I go to bed early. But it was funny, but every time I'd pick him up, he'd always have a story, big old cup of coffee.
Oh, yeah.
I love when you do his voice.
You're not going to believe what happened to me on the way over here. What happened? Aliens came down. He texted me because I'm going to see him in a couple of weeks. He's like, "You ever hear this? Thing? What's it called? Where you record the messages for people? What's that called? What is that? I can't even think what it's
Voicemail?
called. No. The app where you make things for people.
Snapchat?
Oh no. What's the thing that?
No.
It's you pay for it, right? What's the thing you pay for?
I can't think of it.
I wish I knew.
Beats me. What kind of app are we looking at here?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, we're going to find out pretty soon.
Chat
here,
GPT?
Let's see. That's the wrong John right there. John G. It's like, I can't see. What's this guy? Here you doing? I'm just filling time right now.
I'm sure the people that text,
Cameo, man.
Cameo.
Let's do a cameo in a Camaro. That'd be a funny idea, right? It's just one letter off, man. Have you ever seen the Gruden cameos? Like he's doing cameos.
Oh,
like he's
really?
just bored, so he's doing cameos.
I got to see these.
Oh,
I
it's
did not
hilarious
know.
because like people are like, hey, how you doing, man? I heard you're a big fan. Your name's John. You're getting married in a couple days. I was just watching. And he really is. I just got done watching some Walter Payton. You guys remember Walter Payton? I was watching him shoot the A-gap right here.
Football 101.
We all just want to say happy birthday to you. You're getting married or whatever. There's a whole thing online of all the Gruden things. It's like, oh my gosh.
Like I say, when I hear you do him, I just get it brings a smile on my face.
And it's funny because he's
perfect.
Yeah,
It's
he's
perfect
right
to
there,
him.
and then Sean McVay is right in there. I got a memory, that kind of thing. There's those football voices. There's a lot of them that are pretty similar.
Well, there's the video of you going and talking about Mike Glennon's neck.
Glennon. Yeah, I did the
when you went in there
Hard Knocks.
and Hard Knocks, and that was hilarious.
Glennon, we need a guy with a long neck. Glennon, you're it.
That's Frank Caliendo with us. We have more local guys. I mean, Jerry Jones, incredible offseason for him. But, W is just about 5 miles down the road over here.
Well, that's a pretty good place to be, man. I just am trying to find my way, here, I guess. I'm trying to figure it out, just to get from place to place, a placification, right?
When you have a president that laughs like a Muppet, there's nothing better, right?
You do a potato.
You do Trump or Biden's?
Very, very good. A lot of people are saying tremendous people.
Oh.
Some of the best people are great people, and I do a thing about he says the words. If he wants to get people on board, he uses these words, and everybody knows it. Yeah. Like there's a colony of people on Mars, and 100% of them voted for me, and everybody knows it. Then he'd be walking down the street like, "You hear about that colony of people on Mars? Yeah. How do you know about it? Everybody knows it, and I'm not the only one saying this. Who else is singing? Other people. What other people? Other people couldn't be here, but they're tremendously tremendous people." And then Biden, I've got him with he's got the whisper follow-up. Oh. So it's a this or that premise. He'll be like talking about something like the vaccines or something like, "It's not politics, it's science. It's science. It's science.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's humidity. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. It's DiGiorno.
By the way, DiGiorno, the #1 home pizza, and everybody knows it." A lot of people are talking about it, quite frankly.
It seems like the eyebrows are married to the voice almost.
I call the pizza slice.
Okay.
So it's a line across the eyebrows and then a dot down at the chin for a triangle going downward.
And then the bush,
so even with these fat cheeks, the way that it works is you can see it in the eyes, nose, and mouth. And
sure.
if you watch a person, you can see the mouth is how they talk, the eyes are how they think. So, for example, Jeff Goldblum, watch how he pierces his lips just a little bit, but the eyes, he's thinking it's like a painting in a haunted house following you around. Ooh, very good. Yes, of course. So that creates the character, and then people start to see it because I can get it to the point where I feel like I'm that person talking.
Yeah.
Our guy is telling you our sister stations want some Frank Caliendo as well, so we'd love to have you for the rest of the show.
Encore,
really.
dude. Yeah.
We do got to go when you're done if you want to come back.
Yeah. I'll do it.
Addison Improv, 4 shows this week, right?
Tomorrow is 7 and 9:15. And then Saturday is 6 and 8:15, 7 and 9, 3 o'clock in the morning. There are 2 shows in the breakfast time.
Cameo involved.
Go to improvtx.com. There's 2 shows tomorrow and 2 shows Saturday. Saturday has maybe 20 tickets left between the 2 shows. And then the Friday early show, which is 7 o'clock, is almost sold out. The 9:15 is probably 3/4 of the way, so there's not a lot of tickets left.
I love it. You killed it again. Our text machine's on fire, just laughing their butts off, dude.
Incredible. How great is that? Let's go to the text. The text machine. Caliendo about to go to the sister station. You guys going to deal with the text. Great job.
Out. There he goes. One more for you, his Jim Rum. What did defenses do to have their best season in 2 decades? What are the smart offenses doing to punch back? Thanks to Frank, and we're back with the Expressway here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Dissecting NFL offensive struggles and what the Cowboys must be able to do to optimize their chances of success. We're going to dip into some Warren Sharp content here for the first time in our build-up to training camp. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Salute to the great Frank Caliendo, who just joined us. You can go back and listen with the Odyssey app to any segment that you might have missed and take a listen for yourself. But I was not only impressed with his skills, but how great of a dude he was.
Super friendly. I mean, like, even before we went on the air, I mean, just conversation, funny guy. I mean, gosh.
Yeah.
That was enjoyable. Sometimes you get nervous.
Yes.
Being around somebody like that. But, man, he makes you feel totally comfortable hanging out with him.
Yeah, he's a very gifted guy in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So I think what you're going to see here is the need to run the ball on offense is peaking again.
Oh.
And
I thought you think for the Cowboys?
Yeah, well, for any team.
Any team.
You know? I think you're handicapping a quarterback more than ever. And I wonder about, if this is like what I talk about as being like Dak's kryptonite when teams are able to play that clog and cover style. And that has really taken hold in a major way. It's probably why, to me, they are making a commitment to a young offensive line is because they looked at Tyron Smith pass pro numbers and were like, man, even for $9 million, we need to be able to at least threaten the defense and take advantage of the friendly boxes. I mean, the era of the stacked box is almost extinct. It doesn't matter how good the offensive line and running back is. NFL teams have figured out a way to play both the pass and the run with the nickel. And that's probably my biggest takeaway from this article from Warren Sharp. And it's why I think they made the play in the first round for Mozzie Smith last year, blew up in their face, and you need a big defensive tackle there in the middle to be able to play this style. Maybe the need for linebackers is getting bigger. But, I mean, putting an impetus on the running game to take advantage of the light box, I think is, something that most NFL teams should be doing, especially if those defenses are taking away your big plays.
What if I were to tell you that people are willing to let you run the ball on them and they're going to make you drive the ball 10, 12 plays to score?
I would say the data absolutely supports that.
Yeah, they're just going to trust the fact that you won't have the patience as a play caller
you won't
to do
have
it,
the patience,
or you will get some type of penalties. You'll get in a bad down and distance
holding,
or whatever.
Tank Lawrence will knife through. He'll jump the snap count, and it'll get you for a negative play. And instead of second and 6, it's second and 13 or second and 12, something like that. They teams are like, you know what? We're not going to give up big plays.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to sit there and try and run the ball 12 straight times on us and score, and we'll ratchet this thing down and we'll play tight red zone defense. And we'll make you kick a field goal. And then we'll get the ball. I think in the NFL now you're going to see maybe a lot less possessions in games for offenses.
Yeah, I think there's two ways of looking at that. Number one, it is an invitation to do what Green Bay does to you, but more than that, I think, you need to be able to build a defense to catch up with this trend. And the Dan Quinn style of being aggressive is trending out, and maybe a Mike Zimmer style. I think that's perhaps the silver lining of this thing, even though maybe the Cowboys have put themselves in a position where they're 2 years behind the current meta.
Yeah.
There is a lot of potential in there to start fixing that with Mike Zimmer.
if you choose not to be sound, these offenses will eat you up. They'll find ways to match up and then make you have to deal with bunch formations, movement of tight ends, just straight motion. They will find ways to get your bad players on their good players if you don't adjust. And you try and say, okay, well, we've got to try and choke the run here. So now we've got to commit a little bit more to the box here. And then now we'll move guys around. And then you don't have good enough personnel because you're trying to defend the run. You're now having to deal with, like, maybe you don't have your nickel on. Maybe your nickel is one of your best players.
So I think defenses had a great year last year. They got rid of the big plays and handled the run. I think it now is going to shift back to offense. Like, how do we make them pay? Can we run them out of these looks? And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a recommitment to running game.
Yeah, but that's like what Chief's talking about. Are you patient enough to do what Buffalo did to you in that game? Buffalo said, we don't have to throw the ball.
Yeah.
We really don't. We're going to run it here. But now you have to, on the other end, you have to make them pay on defense.
It might come down to play caller selection. Can you find offensive guys who not only love the passing game and understand how that route tree supports itself, but also can we teach the fundamentals of blocking and running and actually spend a significant amount of time there?
That's the problem.
You need to find the right mentality in an OC and maybe trend away from.
See, this is where I looked at Luke Schoonmaker at Michigan and go, wow, Blake Corum, look at him run the football. Look at Michigan be physical. Look at Luke Schoonmaker. So all of a sudden you think, okay, we're going to add him to help us run the football.
Yeah.
And he's no help. See, that's the problem.
At least they tried. I think
that's what I'm saying. There could be ways of, hey, we're going to be more committed to running the football.
Yeah, we got to get tight ends that can still block.
Yeah, we're going to get tight ends that can block. And we've got to be able to get offensive linemen that can block.
Okay, I don't want to go too far along without getting in some of these numbers just to prove the case. This from Warren Sharp. Defensive success rate in 2023, the highest it's been since the 2013 season.
Mm-hmm.
On just passing plays alone, 57.6% defensive success rate, matched the highest rate since they started paying attention. In the 2000s. To slow down offenses, teams have reverted to dedicating more personnel to coverage, playing less aggressively. I do believe if teams are committed to do that, Dak Prescott in this passing game, that is, it's pretty much curtains, and I feel like we've seen that happen probably consistently for the last 3 or 4 years. Nickel has been trending toward the base defense for the NFL for a while, as you know. Defense had 5 defensive backs on the field for a record 67.2% of snaps last season. It's nuked the big play, okay? Forcing opposing offenses to sustain drives in hopes of creating a mistake along the way, as you guys just talked about.
Yeah.
Just 9.1 passing plays per game that gain 10 or more yards. Which is also a historic low. Chief, I see you thinking over there. What do you got on this for us?
Well, I'm just wondering how much of that is the way that, of course, offenses are trying to attack you now. I think there's been a step down in quarterback play as we pass the baton from a generation of great quarterbacks on to some newer dudes who have promise, but you're still trying to get figured out there. There's a lot of quarterbacks that like to run the ball now as well. And there's been more of a focus on that where quarterbacks are wanting to run at every turn, but defenses have done a nice job. And now you have the evolution of like the versatility of these players. Like you're talking about offenses being able to do both, having wide receivers that want to block as much as they want to run their routes. And you have guys defensively now that are able to stop the run and still play the pass, because playing the pass is still going to be the most important thing. But you have these nickel corners now.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that you have to have. You got to have a monster on your defense because you're going to be playing a ton of nickel. That's just the way it is. But you got to have a physical guy in there who is good enough to cover out of the slot, but then also be in the midst of the run game. And you see like Kyle Hamilton, who's kind of that tweener player. Mm-hmm. Is he a safety? Is he a nickel? But they bring him down and play him that way. And that's huge for the Ravens defense. In Detroit, they drafted Brian Branch. And as a rookie out of Alabama, he was a huge difference maker for them as a guy who is playing in the box, awesome at coverage, but also can come in, knife in the run game, blitz a little bit, and affect the quarterback from that standpoint.
Right.
So, like, I think when you're building a defense right now, and that's why I feel like Deron Bland, like, that is your nickel corner, dude. You've got to find somebody on the Cowboys defense that can play on the boundary, because Deron Bland, obviously serviceable on the boundary and at times amazing, but his home is somebody texts again, McDuffie in the 214 from Kansas City. Another great name, another team who utilized that to a great extent. And there's a lot more of these guys now that defenses are able to put in there, and you're not sacrificing much in the run game because this dude is just such a dog. And I think you have that in Deron Bland. You just got to find somebody on the boundary so that you can kick Bland inside.
Okay, and I know passing game is important, chunk plays are important. It's just how do you get to those, right? And that's why I think, the next wave of good offensive minds is going to be, more diversity. You're asking your players to have a very diverse skill set, very well-rounded. We can cover, we can stop the run. I think you need to look for offensive schemes that are more balanced. And as evidence on that, last season, the first time in the 21st century, passing plays had negative expected points per drop back. You're dropping back to pass. This has been, hey, what we do in football to create big plays down the field, and my EPA and all the modern numbers support that. How do you think that plays? What's the reaction to that league-wide to first time in the 21st century? The closest number 2 was in 2022. So this has been building now for a couple of years.
I just feel like, though, to me, when I enjoy, like we were talking about the running game and stuff like that, I enjoy that aspect of it. When I look at offensive football, I just feel like, though, to me, these offensive linemen, the receivers, these receivers in college, when I do the draft, these receivers are so good.
Mm-hmm.
There's, and I'm looking at these guys, and you got your top guys, but you go down through the list of these, you go down and you keep going and you go, and these guys show up.
They're NFL ready.
They're NFL ready from the jump, and I just can't believe the league was going to go into a mode of just saying, you know what, we're going to commit to running the football.
Okay.
Not especially with, and you talked about the quarterbacks. We'll see how this class of quarterbacks play, because we've had the Mitch Trubisky's and others that have failed at this.
Wouldn't you say, though, that it sort of looks like a lot of these guys are just treating the run game as this is what we have to do to keep the defense honest? I felt that way about Kellen Moore. I felt that way about last year's Cowboys team. There's not enough emphasis designing plays and teaching it.
Yeah.
And to that point, I just told you it's set a record for most nickel defenses base.
Yeah.
The run game had the lowest success rate in any season since 2016 at the same time. They're begging you to run, and you're like, well, how do we do that?
Yeah, Dallas played more dime than anything. They played 6 defensive backs, and that's because the 6th defensive back was a linebacker. So they played more dime than they played nickel last year. But to me, I think that the running of the football has become because these coordinators are not trusting these quarterbacks. But you get a guy like Houston has. Until we see more quarterbacks like Stroud come in, these young quarterbacks, we're going to keep these coordinators are going to try and protect these young quarterbacks from making mistakes. So that's why you see them trying to run the ball. But teams are like, this quarterback can't beat us right now. We could play nickel or dime and still be good against the run, because these offensive linemen aren't good run blockers to begin with.
Yeah, I think that's a huge problem. Like, the development of offensive linemen over the years has gone way, way down.
They can pass block. Offensive linemen can pass block for the most part, because that's what they do. All of them play a 2-point stance. But now you get, like I say, a team like Michigan runs the football. Where are all the Michigan offensive linemen if you're looking to run the ball? They're down. They're not in the league. They're not. But the athletes are all getting drafted now.
It's been building probably for 3 decades, this emphasis on the pass game. I think defenses finally figured out how to make them pay for it.
Agree, 100%. And I do think you still have your best offensive coordinators, your best play designers still have incredible rushing attacks. Yeah. And so I just think there's a huge drop-off.
You can scheme the running game.
You can, but not many. Like Dawson was saying, like Kellen Moore. Basically,
Not Kellen Moore.
Don't have time for it. It's all about the pass.
Watch San Francisco scheme running game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're the
they
poster
have
boys.
one of the best backs in the league, but watch them use check. Watch them use Kittle.
Right.
Watch them use Ayuk in blocking. Teams will scheme. Like, they'll motion guys to get 3 to one side and then hand the ball to somebody. You scheme. Some of these coordinators aren't good enough to have a successful running game because they don't know how to scheme it.
Agreed. Yes, and the ones that do are the ones that are the best in the league, and there has to be more people falling.
The guy
in
at the
line.
Rams.
The guy at the Rams. McVay is incredible at it.
The guy
Ben
at
Johnson
the Ravens
with the Lions.
mocking it at the
Todd Monken
at the
Yep.
Ravens. They know how to scheme run.
Mike McDaniel in Miami with the Dolphins.
Yes,
you
exactly.
see there are got Matt LaFleur with Green Bay. Like there are a handful of coaches, and they're the best ones in the sport, and they figured out how to do both of them.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's a short list of like 5 guys, and then after that, it's a bunch of Kellen Moores. And you're like, what are we doing here?
I agree.
There's no nuance to our rushing attack here.
None.
There's no surprises. Like you're a one type of run game offense, whereas in Detroit, week to week, based on the defense, they're like, okay, do we want to be more gap? Do we want to be more zone? What do we want to do? We have that ability,
and they got offensive linemen to do it. Yeah,
and they have the offensive linemen to do it for sure.
Right.
So there's a lot that goes into it. But I think there's only probably 5 coordinators that have it dialed on both sides, and those are the offenses that are always the best.
Maybe Bobby Slowick in Houston was one of them.
Slowick might be in that conversation as well.
You get a historic rookie year from your quarterback.
Exactly.
Okay, final thing before we get to LA Live. Even with depressed passing numbers as a league, the NFL has averaged 8.2 pass per pass attempt with the use of play action compared to 6.6 without. The rate spikes to 8.5 when teams have used play action against zone coverages. And the shotgun stuff is sort of trending out, and it's the play action. And I think Dak's pretty good at that. That's another thing to emphasize.
He's gotten better at turning his back to the defense and finding where everybody is.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander and LA Live.
That's weed. What's up, brothers? I see you, bro.
And I can't. I'm seeing a reflection in the glasses out there. What? No, seriously. What happened? What happened? Why are we wearing glasses today? Contact lenses.
I'm just feeling fly.
Problem.
I'm just feeling fly like that, man.
Okay,
the gold rims on these joints. I just feel fly.
Are they prescription?
No, brothers.
They're not.
No. I gotta go.
All right, you square.
I do need readers, though, that's for sure.
I figured you did.
Fire up this funk and let's have a
I can't drive at night either, too. Promise you.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Hold up.
I actually saw a young woman look like she might have been pushing 30, and she was saying that if you're 40 and older, you've basically wasted your life and you're just trying to compete with these women. I'm about to be 60 next month. You see this gray hair? That's LAW. That's life and wisdom. Underneath this wisdom is 3 degrees, 1 undergraduate and 2 advanced degrees. I've got more education and learning than you've got life. I am a military veteran, nuclear weapons, special weapons, handguns, you name it. I've had hand-to-hand from a Vietnam veteran. I can put you down and out before you have figured it out. So, ladies, let's not play. I can cook. I can cook the food of several different countries by memory with no recipe and no measurements and break it down to parade rest.
Let's go.
So, there is no competition. I'm already a mother. I've been married. I've done that. I've traveled the world, all across the country. You just waking up, baby. I got street sense. You got to look that up on Google or social media. So when you step on the track, we've already run the race, got the medal, and went home, and we relaxing. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's ladies' night, bro.
Well said, man.
It's ladies' night. LA Live for Thursday, July 18th, 2024. Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Before I get into any of this, Eric. Have you seen the meme going around that explains the colors of Gatorade and what they mean?
I have seen that, yes.
I don't know if there's any logic behind it, but he says the yellow Gatorades are for when you're thirsty.
Yep.
Yes.
Orange is for the hangovers.
Ooh, yes.
Let's see.
Or blue.
Blue is for sports hydration. Dark blue.
Oh.
The dark blue is for sports hydration. Light blue is for when you just want a cold drink.
Okay.
It's a nice cold drink. And red is best for lunch.
Hey,
I don't know how he came to that conclusion, but hey,
purple's
I'm not
good
mad
for
at
mixing.
it.
Purple's a good mixer.
Purple's good for mixing?
Yeah.
What are you mixing with it, Bronis?
Tito's.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah.
Gotta get it, man.
Trying to stay hydrated.
I usually go yellow when I'm just got a hankering for just some general thirst.
Give me the old school green Gatorade. That's the one.
I wish I could have had the Gatorade out of the jar.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Glass jar. Oh, yeah. That was way good.
For me, my favorite Gatorade bottle, though, is the one with the grip on it, long and like squeezable.
Yeah.
You know?
Man, we used to go crazy for Gatorade at football practice because they used to have them in them big old gallon packs.
Yeah.
It was just powder.
Oh, yeah.
And you put it in the thing, you just scoot. Boy. Yeah. People be lining up, putting your mouth all on the thing. Like, man, don't put your mouth on there, bro. We got to share this. I hate y'all. G-Back in the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. All right, our winner right here is a lady. She caught a couple in the community pool at the apartment complex, knocking boots. So she jumped out on her patio, started recording, and called them out in front of everybody. It was loud, too.
Hey, I definitely just called security on the both of y'all nasty asses while you out here done took your dirty ass panties off in that nasty ass water. That's so disgusting. Kids get in that damn pool. You need to put your nasty ass panties back on, jump your ass back over that balcony and get the out that pool, because that's so disgusting. All the places you can have sex, you gonna choose to have sex out here in the damn pool? That's so nasty and dirty as in a chlorine pool. It's okay, I took your video and security is on the way.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Can you send that to me?
Yeah, please. Poor guy.
Yeah.
You think they were you think they were sitting in their apartment, they peeked out the window like, honey, nobody's at the pool.
Yeah, let's go down there.
It's
real
our
quick.
time.
But the middle of the day?
It was broad daylight. It was broad daylight. I forgot to tell y'all that it was broad daylight.
And everybody knows that's just not the place for it.
That's just not the. Yes, it's overrated. Like a beach or something. It's overrated. LA Live 105.3 The Fan Ladies Night.
Real quick, do y'all believe in women's intuition?
Hell yeah.
If you can feel that your man is cheating, why can't you tell when he's unhappy?
Have y'all seen Kanye West's new wife?
Oh my gosh. Dude.
Wait a minute, is this the one that wears very few clothes?
There you go, brother. That's good job. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go ahead and Google it up.
Yeah.
That's all over.
She does a nice job.
Algorithm.
Yeah, Google up some images of her while I'm talking about her. 29-year-old Australian architect. Hey, and a model. She's an architect, huh?
Yeah.
Bianca Sensori, something like that. I'm probably saying it wrong. A couple of days ago, she wore a silver bikini at a barbecue spot in L.A.
Yeah.
It went viral, caused a whole lot of commotion out there on the social webs. Now,
pretty top-heavy gal here.
I mean,
she's got a type.
Hella top-heavy. Beautiful in the face.
Yeah.
If I'm being, picky, she's like 20-something, 29 years old, but her legs look like they're 49.
When you said she was 29, Lucius, that jarred me a little bit.
Right?
I would have guessed at least mid-30s.
Thank
Needs to
you.
get on a Peloton.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying,
And a
man.
squat rack.
That's all I'm saying. Beautiful girl, though. If I'm just that's just me nitpicking.
Right.
But yeah, she went viral for that. Now, LA restaurant owners are considering banning her and Kanye West because of the X-rated appearances at all the restaurants there in LA. All the LA restaurant people are coming together like, we just can't have them in our restaurants.
LA is doing this?
That's what I said, of all places. Yeah, she's naked in these restaurants.
Hope we run into them at Nobu when we're there.
Nobu. I just had a private party in L.A.
Yeah.
And the authorities are looking for her as well.
Oh, really? No.
She could face 6 months in jail and be registered as a sex offender.
Yeah, for walking around like that?
For walking around like that.
Are those like see-through undergarments that she's going on with the bottom side? And then maybe an extra
sometimes she
small
doesn't even
bikini?
wear any bottoms.
She'll just wear like a full bodysuit of pantyhose.
Yep. She won't even wear bottoms. He
may have really found his match this time.
Body pantyhose suit is crazy.
I'm serious. That's what it looks like.
A full body pantyhose suit is wild. Yeah, she had on a flesh-colored see-through netted top, and she was going to a Melrose tanning shop, and them jokers was just out there, boy. As my cousin calls them. She had the McGuffies out. The McGuffies.
The McGuffey twins.
It was out. So yeah, she got to calm that down. They looking for and all that other good stuff. Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night here in LA Live. Hey.
You got to be like, am I willing to die for this?
I'm not. I'm not willing to die for it.
Dying for your wife and your family, I can understand. Because it's dangerous. It's not fearful. It's a dangerous
Kids,
situation.
yeah.
Wife too.
Wife, no.
Look, you bought her though.
I'm not.
I mean, like once you.
I'm not dying for my wife. My doing in a dangerous situation. If me and my wife are running because two shooting at us and she trip, I'm gonna keep running.
You and your wife.
Me and my wife.
Who hurt you?
Nobody. I'm just saying I'll keep running.
Good follow-up.
That is why women want all podcast mics destroyed. Yeah. That is why. Brad Pitt. Get into this Brad Pitt situation because it's ladies' night. Brad Pitt, he has cured his hygiene problem.
No.
Apparently, Brad Pitt was a funky guy.
What do you do? Start showering?
He started showering. Brad Pitt's hygiene has been reformed by his new girlfriend. Google that girl up.
Yeah. So at the Formula One race together.
He's probably sweating like a fool.
He's doing a movie. He's making a Formula One movie.
He sure is.
Yeah.
I was doing yard work last weekend, kind of pulling a Brad Pitt. I hadn't taken a shower that morning because it was so hot. I just jumped out there, started working. I come back inside and I'm helping the little one with something. She goes, "Daddy, you stink."
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, whoopsie.
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth.
So I don't know how you pull off that Brad Pitt. You know, I get it. You don't have
Smell
any
like a
responsibilities. You're hanging out of the house. You're like, whatever, bro. And I'm
Yeah.
just cruising through life. But it gets disgusting, I would think, within 36 hours max from my experience.
Brad Pitt was teased for years about his poor hygiene, including his BO problem, his lackadaisical attitude about taking showers and washing his hair, only wanting to use soap and water when he finally did take showers. Let's see, he often go a day or two without bathing. I remember him saying that when he broke up with Jennifer Aniston, he said it was such a great life. All they did was just sit on the couch and smoke weed, and she made all the money and everything like that.
Yeah.
But he said, I felt bored.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Not bored enough to take a shower.
At the top of the world.
Yeah, bro, what are you talking about?
I guess this is just the benefits of being like a celebrity man dime. You know, like girls are willing to sacrifice certain things. So
Until they get close to him.
You're still Brad.
Till they get close to him.
Yeah.
I think Lenny Kravitz stinks too. He always got them damn leather pants
Oh
on.
my gosh,
My man is in the gym with leather pants. Get the hell out of there with them damn boots and leather pants on in the gym, bro. You are funky.
He's wearing the same clothes he would wear during a concert in the middle of a gym.
I'll tell you this, though. That son of a gun, he's always around somebody good looking, though.
He's allegedly been celibate for like over a decade.
Really?
Lenny Kravitz.
That's because he stinks. Yeah.
Wow.
He used to live in
I
his
would not
backyard.
believe that.
He used to live in his backyard too, in a tent.
Yeah.
In his own backyard, just sitting out there in the tent. What a
Dawson, I hate that. That's no
weirdo.
air conditioning. Yes, right, Dawson?
Oh, yeah, it's the worst.
Yeah, no air conditioning. We got to have that.
let's see.
I'm willing to swim in the Pooh River.
Yep.
I heard that segment, Chief.
You're a wild savage animal.
Yeah.
A month without AC.
I guess. You swimming in hotel pools, getting rashes, still not enough for you to
hepatitis C over there.
Swim in the E. coli waters.
I can fight off a lot of things.
With an epidermis like yours,
I can't sit in heat for a month, bro. Give me like 2 nights maybe, and you have an even proposition.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Brad Pitt, the Brad Pitt Fight Club workout is amazing. If you do that for 60 days, you will be on fire. I'm telling you right now.
Can you really do it to 60 days, though?
Yeah, I think so.
Can you?
Yeah, I think
All right.
so.
Yeah.
Not at the weight that they're saying do it at, but if you just do it at a nice weight that's tough for you, I think you'd be okay. But don't do it at the weight that they were talking about. There's like 80-pound curls in this joint. Preacher curls.
No, that's crazy because he was only like $150 in that movie.
Really?
Yes.
He was ripped in that joint.
Super ripped, dude. I'm like, there's so many of these athletes that do, or these actors that do these amazing roles where they're physically incredible, and most of them are tiny. Like you would think, oh my gosh, this guy's got to be well over 200 pounds, just super jacked. It's like, no, they're all basically $175 or smaller.
Yeah, it's like those boxers coming in at 112 pounds.
Like, my gosh, dude.
Like what? Little ass fool.
Tom Cruise is a tiny dude. Saw him in real life.
Really?
Yeah, Indy 500. He's tiny, tiny, tiny.
Confuse him for Danica Patrick that day?
No, but he's a small man. He really is.
Well, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies' night.
Actor dudes.
This fool right here, actors are real small.
Yeah.
Real small. This fool right here went through his girl's phone while they were on vacation. Oh. Boy, I hate arguing or something like that on vacation. Yeah. So he took her out on a jet ski. Out there in the middle of the ocean and started asking her the hard questions.
Bro, who is Dave? Right now. Who is Dave? Why does it matter who Dave is? Why does it matter? Does it matter who Dave is? I don't know who Dave is. Get off, bro. Get off. Why
Get
would I
off.
get off out here? I'm in the middle of the ocean. Get off the jet ski. Get off. Get off, bro. Yep. Down, bro.
Whoa.
Wow. Tell Dave come pick you up out of here.
Yeah, get Dave.
God. Oh.
Wow. He took her out in the ocean and dumped her?
Yeah, he should have known better.
Can't do that, can you?
Well, I mean, just left her out there. Tell me who Dave is.
So how long before you let her back on the jet ski?
You got to come back real fast. You
like
act like you're pulling off, and you come on, make that loop.
I'd see how long she could tread water asking her who Dave is now.
I like that.
You want to start telling the truth here?
Making circles around her. She's out there. Who's Dave? Who's Dave?
You're just tearing it up, having a good time on the way.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, this might be your people here, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah.
Looks like the Princess of Dubai divorced her husband via Instagram.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's the daughter of the country's prime minister, too, by the way.
Okay.
Her husband, some sheik of a name that I cannot pronounce. So I found the clip so they can tell you about it, because I cannot pronounce these names, so you'll hear it, too.
Our top story is one of courage and leading by example. It is the story of the Princess of Dubai, Sheikha Mahara bint Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
What?
She has made a dramatic and unexpected move by publicly calling out infidelity and using triple talaq to end her marriage. Here's what happened. Earlier this week, Sheikha Mahara shocked the world with an Instagram post in which she accused her husband, Sheikh Mana bin Mohammed bin Rashid bin Mana Al Maktoum, of infidelity. She stated he was, and I'm quoting, busy with his other companions, quote unquote.
Busy.
What were their names?
Busy with his other companions.
Busy, yeah.
Yeah, that's a long-ass name. That's like Matumbo's real name.
They got a few of them, yeah.
Bobbity, 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 bobbity. Yeah, so
a lot
apparently...
a lot of BINs.
She broke up with him via the Instagram.
Yeah.
And ladies over there see that's a power move.
Flex on them.
City girls up.
City girls up. Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night. I'm going to leave y'all with this right here.
I overheard a couple having an argument. You know when you hear that sweet nectar of life? You know when you like pause your own music? And they're going at it. And then I look who the couple is. It's two gay guys going at it. It was crazy. They both made sense. Everybody stayed on one topic. Nobody was bringing up old just two logical, superior brains trying to find a solution.
That's wild right there, bro. That's wild. All right, Lord willing and the creek don't rise. I'm talking about the body of water. My name is Lucius Alexander, and that's my time.
Thank you, Lucius. We're about 24 and a half hours from the resumption of the Rangers season. Pre-game tomorrow night, 6:30, as they take on the O's. Will and CA are going to be live at the Globe before the second game on Saturday from 9 to 1.
Yeah, you'd come see Lucius tomorrow at the ballpark if you want to.
That's right.
We're all out there, me, Chief, and Lucius. Come on, say hello.
Looks like it's going to be a big
we're going to be chiefing at the ballpark, fam? What'd you say?
Chiefing.
What else would we be doing?
That's what I'm talking
Got real progressive out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hot dogs.
Speaking of chiefing, what are we doing next, Eric?
We got ourselves a little Around the Bases brought to you by Uber Eats. Unreal ballpark items making waves across the sport right now. Plus, we have a little chicken soup for your Rangers soul next year in the nation.
It's camp time. We're packing up a suitcase of Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey and clean undies and heading out to...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Frank Caliendo joined us 1 hour ago. If you want to go back with the Odyssey app and take a listen to that, you can do it quite easily. You can also watch us 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. C-Note's coming up at 6 o'clock. Do the Cowboys still have one of the best rosters in the league? We'll talk about that. It's time now for a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Thank you very much. We have some new ballpark items that we need to address here that are pretty special, bordering on legendary across the sport. We'll get to that. A little chicken soup for the Rangers soul, though. And we have the 2025 schedule for the Rangers. That got pumped out today as well. So I'll give you some news on that. Yeah, I'll have to go through.
How many trips to Boston, Cincinnati, Tampa?
I got good news on the Boston front. But first,
open the season against them, don't you?
You do, yeah. At home. Four-game series start the year next year versus the Sox. It's going to be a good time. But I saw from Fangraphs, MLB remaining strength of schedule.
Yeah.
And I was pretty excited to see that the Rangers here for the rest of the season would have the 23rd most difficult, 7th easiest schedule remaining in the sport.
I'll take it.
And it certainly helps the division that they're playing in that final month of September. And like the NFL has done this now the last few years. You're playing like divisional games that last week or last couple of weeks of the season. So everybody's still staying alive for a much longer time because those divisional games matter so much. In the month of September, it's filled with just Rangers versus AL West opponents. So you feel good about staying alive. And then hopefully in September, you can really capitalize by taking advantage of your division. But right now, Rangers with the 7th easiest schedule remaining in baseball. And you have Houston has a pretty easy schedule as well.
Yeah, Houston. Yeah, I was going to ask.
They would be like the 10th easiest schedule or the 11th easiest schedule. Excuse me. So they have it pretty favorable the rest of the way. But Seattle has like the 14th most difficult schedule remaining. So as you look to chase them down, but seeing the Rangers with an easier, now it doesn't start easy because you're about to have Baltimore coming to town, and that's going to be a big series here, but then you get the White Sox, and you're going to get a lot more easier games moving forward. But I thought that was something that should be encouraging as we're trying to find, we're grasping at hope right now that we can turn this thing around for half number 2.
Well, I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. I'm just going to put that added quiver. That added arrow in my quiver. As far as ammunition, I'm leaning optimistic about this baseball team. I was at the depths of pessimism, but the way that they played the last 4 series before the break, Young coming back, Mahle coming in, Scherzer being vintage Scherzer. I just think there's so many good things going on with this baseball team, and your underperforming offense is not going to do that as we started to see them emerge from it. So I'm excited about that, scheduling, gift from the baseball gods we've received, Brian. This is great.
Yeah, but got to make sure you take advantage of that. You can't do what you get against Colorado when they had won like 9 games and you go get swept. You got to make sure these series against the White Sox and others that that the bottom dwellers right now, the teams that have pretty much packed it in, you've got to take advantage of that. You can't sit there and lose 2 or 3 of those teams
for sure.
And they haven't played particularly well against bad baseball teams this year. So, but we'll see.
Yeah, you got to take care of business, but there's certainly reason for optimism. And I mean, at the beginning of the season, it was all about just getting to the All-Star break still intact, so to speak. And then they
gave you
hope that your reinforcements can come in, and like Josh Young is going to be huge. But you mentioned earlier too, Dawson, like the ascent of Wyatt Langford right now and the heights that he can still be reaching over the course of this season. It seems like he's really starting to get going here.
Yeah,
over
took
the
him
last
2 months to figure out big league pitching.
Yeah, absolutely. Get on the IL for a little bit. You reset things, and hopefully that's the same type of outcome for Evan Carter. Whenever it is that you get him back, can he rekindle some of the stuff that he had last year, and maybe being away from actually playing and recovering here? Could it help him the same way it just helped Langford? I don't know, but I'm hopeful.
He could do no wrong last year. I don't know if we'll ever see a run like Evan Carter had. You talk about gifts from the baseball gods. The guy that arrived, and he was everything that you needed him to be, and the Astros didn't have any lefty relievers, so it was almost too good to be true what you got from Evan Carter. I'm hoping step one is that he comes back totally healthy, clean bill of health.
Yes.
That having back trouble that early in a career could be an ominous sign.
My hope is Josh Young. That's my hope. It's just to get the soreness out of the wrist and to be able to play pain-free. He could be such a big factor for you in the second half. If the numbers and his defensive ability, he has that. He can carry you a little bit with his bat. I just want to see him get back, get comfortable, and get in one of those kinds of streaks where 2 for 4, 3 for 4, that kind of
bring some life to that 3-hole spot, man.
Yeah,
That'd be
all
incredible.
of a sudden he's bringing line, and then everybody else is kind of feeding off that a little bit. That's my big hope. Evan Carter, to me, with the back, I'm not.
You're kind of out on that.
I'm not expecting the best there. That seems like to me more long term than it really does what you could get with Josh.
If you could pick one guy in the lineup to get back to being himself or whatever he was last year, is there who is that one guy for you? Because I mean, Garcia is obviously a huge one. I would say Jonah Heim, man.
Yeah.
Could Jonah Heim get back to being and he's still a beast defensively as a catcher for sure. But could he get back to being the bat that he was last year? That would be incredible.
My guy's Seager. And I'll tell you why. Because I think that if you find a way to get Josh Smith and others in the lineup at the bottom of the lineup, and all of a sudden they're getting on base, and then you get Simeon going, now you're getting Seager driving in runs. Now there's the 3-run homer. Now there's the 2-run double that if you could get him to where bottom of the lineup is he coming back, they get on base, and now it's Simeon Seager, and he's hitting home runs for you. He's hitting doubles in the alley, scoring runs. That's the one I would love to have get going.
I hear you on that. I'd love to see vintage Seager hit like 340 in the second half with 20 homers, something like that. But I think Adolis Garcia's first 3 months this year has just been pathetic. Hitting 211. And to me, that's the explosive bat that has been struggling the most. And if you can get it hot, that you're looking at totally setting off the lineup.
And they've had times over the last month or so where they've rekindled that thing where, like, last year was so fun because you were just always on edge waiting for the explosion. Like, at some point you'll get an inning where it's 4 runs, or a ridiculous 5 runs in an inning. And they've had moments of that coming up to the All-Star break. And that's one of the things that you forget about how fun it was last year. Just the confidence in the lineup and just knowing no matter what, at some point in this game, things are going to get popping here. And it'll be a 3-run inning or whatever, and everybody gets going. And that's the type of baseball you want this team to get back going to. So certainly looking forward to half number 2, and we will be broadcasting live from the Comerica backyard inside of Globe Life Field with Lucius Alexander on site tomorrow. So very much so looking forward to that. We have I have a throwback Thursday baseball stat of the day for you, which is David Dahl, who is on the Phillies, and he actually played against Bryce Harper whenever they were coming up in like the 12 and under leagues or whatever.
Las Vegas?
It was a particular tournament in Alabama.
No, I thought that Bryce Harper was a Las Vegas guy.
No, he is, along with, I think, Jock Peterson and Joey Gallo. They were like buddies back in the day.
Yes. Yeah, they had that school over there. That's pretty impressive. But there was a tournament in Alabama that Bryce Harper was playing in at 12, and David Dahl, who's now a teammate of his with the Phillies, was also in this tournament, and he was telling the story about how in one tournament, Bryce, at 12 years old, went 12 for 12 with 11 dongs.
Wow. Dude, you talk about some of the legendary things people can do in basketball and football in youth. I don't think I've ever heard something as crazy as that.
Insane, dude. And then I also have this for you, Throwback Thursday baseball. Have you guys ever heard of George Fatty Hackett?
No.
This is, I love the Baseball History Nut Twitter account because they give you some good stuff. George Fatty Hackett was the world's heaviest baseball player.
Okay.
And that still stands today. This was in 1908. He played for Citizens baseball team in Pennsylvania. Let
me guess.
Dude's huge.
I mean, we've had some monsters, right? Prince and Cecil Fielder. You know, there's some big old sons of guns, first baseman.
Big Poppy.
I'm going to say 360 will get this thing done.
What do you got over there, Broadus? What's your bet? The heaviest baseball player. He was nicknamed. Well, his name was George Hackett, but he was known as George Fatty Hackett.
I'm gonna say,
Yo, Fat.
You're
on deck.
I'm going to say George was 318.
George Fatty Hackett, the world's heaviest all-time baseball player, weighed in 450 pounds.
Oh, my goodness.
Gosh.
Do we have a height on him?
No, that's a good question. I need to get the height. I don't know what the height is, but seeing his sausage fingers wrapped around this baseball bat is unbelievable in this photo. And this poor guy, this is when they were wearing like the heavy wool uniforms. Like this guy must have just been just a sweaty disaster. His
That's walk-up music right there.
As he waddles up to the
this is
plate.
walk-up music.
I actually believe they turned him on his side and they rolled him out there to the box. His calves are probably the same size as an average adult male torso.
Okay, I got Speedball Hackett was a player.
Oh.
Speedball Hackett was a player in 1927 to 1928. I don't have any George. How are we spelling Hackett? Hackett?
Yeah.
I heard Speedball Hackett could really kill it.
Yeah, I was looking for the joke. I'm so glad you got it, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
My brain is failing me today.
This photo, though, you saw some of the old Babe Ruth photos where they'd pull the pants up like old school style. My grandfather used to wear his pants above the belly button.
Yeah, that's this guy for sure.
Just bursting.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I'm not finding a height on this dude, but it's a great
I was
question.
looking at Baseball Reference, and there's no player.
A team photo has him not that much taller than the other dudes.
Yeah.
So, I'd say 6 foot, 450 pounds, something like that. Boy, you must have been a hell of a hitter because there's no way you're beating out any throw to first base.
Yeah, no joke, dude. You're not bunting when you're up here. Okay, so now we got to address the new ballpark items. These are pretty incredible. Do you guys want the dessert or do you guys want the entree first?
I saw a dessert that looked like a spaghetti and meatballs.
Let's do that then.
Okay.
We go to Colorado, home of the Rockies. New ballpark food item.
Yeah.
Spaghetti and meatballs.
Okay.
Except it's actually ice cream and donuts.
Yeah.
It's called the Polar Pasta. This is a vanilla ice cream, and they've made it in a way to where they have like noodled it. So it like I don't know what they put it through.
Strands of ice cream.
Yes, like it's ice cream, but it's all noodled. When you just naked eye look at the picture, it looks like a pasta plate because then you got a bunch of chocolate donut. It almost looks like cake balls or something, but evidently they're donuts and they're chocolate and they're on there acting as meatballs. And then there looks like there's some maybe like a strawberry sort of syrup that's on top of it to look like the marinara sauce. But again, naked eye, this looks like just a spaghetti and meatballs deal. And they have somehow found a way to keep the integrity of the ice cream while noodling it and making it into a pasta.
That's surprising. I thought the donuts were going to be the noodles when you first said it. Maybe they tapped into that Dippin' Dot technology.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's a nice theory right there because I don't know how just a generic ice cream can hold noodly like this.
Well, definitely not at the old ballpark. But is this one we can get at the new one?
This is going to be in Colorado with the Rockies.
Okay.
I kind of feel like you could get...
Hopefully the Rangers return serve on this.
You could get a custard machine with as it, like soft serve, but put a meat die on it, like like
with the Play-Doh
with the circle, with the holes
like
in
if you're gonna grind up your own beef or whatever
So
into
you have
ground
the
beef.
soft serve with the connection with the die, the circular die, and then run the soft serve through the die to get your strands of ice cream.
I wonder if you can do the fork spin around trick with these noodles. Will ice cream allow for that?
But you have to be careful because when you grind your own meat, you have to keep all the equipment.
Go blind.
Super, super cold. I knew I was getting in trouble. But you had to keep everything like frozen. So, because when it gets warm, then the fats melt. And that's why
it just gets all mushy and stuff.
You get a bad grind that way.
Yeah. So this is unique. I've never seen anything like it. But shout out to the Rockies for giving it a go. We'll see when you actually get some customers in there. We'll see the real photos of it because the staged photo they have looks pretty cool. Looks enticing. I'd be down for this one. And then you have the $25 Taste of the K taco available at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City with the Royals. Now this one looks pretty dang awesome, boys. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is $25. It's a hot dog wrapped in a cheeseburger quesadilla.
Okay, I'm in.
Topped with Kansas City barbecue brisket.
Okay.
Also French fries, lettuce, onion, and a sriracha Cracker Jacks something or other, and 816 sauce.
So the quesadilla is around the dog, and then you have a separate bun, or is that the bun?
Yeah, no, that is the bun. So the cheeseburger quesadilla is acting as the bun, and then you put the dog in there, and then you top it with the brisket and the fries, these Cracker Jack things, and then they have a special 816 barbecue sauce. So it kind
of got it bent like a taco shell.
Yeah, it's basically like a taco, because you have to bun that thing in some way. But my gosh, what a beautiful concoction here.
Just don't put a crappy hot dog in there, you know what I'm saying? I need a premium dog.
Yeah, don't go dollar dog into this thing. This thing needs to be, gosh dang it, could you get a Hurtado Oaxaca dog slapped in there? Like, that's how you really level this thing up.
I'll take two.
But the cheeseburger quesadilla acting as the bun to the hot dog with brisket on top, my gosh, for $25, I'm hitting that thing. I might hit 2 or 3 of them.
By the way, Hurtado, our host for Fan Bowl this year, it's coming up August 10th. Stay tuned for details on how to register. It's brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door Repair. Anything else in the tripper?
We're
there
good.
He goes, Eric Chiafalo. It's brought to you by Uber Eats. I bet you're hungry after that last 5 minutes. Cowboys.
Shout out to dialysis.
Yeah, right? And Ozempic.
Shout out to George Fatty Hackett.
Cowboys lost depth, no doubt, but they are still well stocked with some of the best players at their position in the league, right? That's coming up next in the nation.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Through September 1st. Join in the foodie festivities with top restaurants across the Metroplex, with a portion of the proceeds donated to our charities. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
Shoot ya, welcome back, Nation. We're 35 minutes from the Get Right, tonight's configuration. Fred and Blake. Nice job by Reggie Atatula with the KMC Masterpiece all week long, hosting there in the quarterback chair. It is time now for the C-Note. Cowboys News of the Evening is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for your free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art weight loss. Mike Leslie had a good tweet earlier, or a good post that has... it's gone viral for Cowboys fans, and Shereen Williams reposted it. And what he said there from WFAA Mike Leslie, I've never seen Cowboys fans as apathetic as I've seen them this offseason. But 1 week from today, they hold their first practice of training camp. How excited are you to see this get underway? I asked Todd Archer, about this earlier. I said, I'm excited to see how all these stories develop. But, I think what it made me realize is thinking about it, it's not a lot with the actual football team other than the rookies. We got a Hail Mary with the rookies praying hands together that they can give this team the boost, along with Mozzie Smith. But at 877-881-1053, the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line open for you right now. How are you compared to previous seasons when it comes to excitement level on this football team, Brian?
I'm always excited to go to training camp. I'm always excited to see how they built the team. I'm always excited to evaluate the players. I completely understand the fan base, and I'm not here to blow smoke up their ass. I'm going to do my best to try and paint what I see, the pictures, who's working well, who's not working well, and I'm going to leave it up to the fan base. But I do believe, I agree with Mike, and I think we've talked about this on our show a couple of different times. I remember we texted, we asked, please, yes or no, you in or out, kind of a thing.
Oh, yes, I remember that. That was a good question.
And it was predominantly, we got a lot of no, not interested. But, for the guys and gals that, hey, if you want to follow along, here we are. We're going to go and do this. But I can understand the fan base not wanting to be involved and not, and I guarantee I'm going to have Twitter posts where people are going to go, yeah, Brian, nobody cares. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. It's going to get to the playoffs. It's going to fall apart.
The last time I feel like it being this low was probably 2016. 2014 was pretty low as well. They're coming off 3 8-8 years, and we didn't know how great that offensive line was going to come together that year, and boy, did it ever. But I think 2016 as well, as Romo's battling through those injuries, then the preseason injury, and everybody was just like, oh, my goodness. But I still do think this team has a decent chance of going 10-7. 11-6, especially with this division being down like it is. And I think, making the playoffs for the last 15 years that I've been covering this football team and working at the Fan, that is a good year. Making the playoffs, giving yourself a chance, getting in there. I think there's fatigue around the idea of just making the playoffs and belief that they won't advance.
I think fans, I totally love what you're saying. I just think fans are like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if we have a 10-7, get in the playoffs, it's going to end badly. And that's how this fan base is built to, that's how it's built right now. Because they've picked them to beat San Francisco. They said they're going to beat Green Bay. Hell, Philadelphia fell apart the second half of the season. You got the second overall seed.
Yeah, they're done.
And you peed down your leg against the Green Bay Packers. People are like, I know, I'm not investing in this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not. I totally get it. I mean, we're going to cover the team and with great content. Trust me. But I'm not even going to answer you folks that are like, Broadus, it doesn't matter. Fine. If that's how you feel, just don't tweet at me.
I'll tell you why it matters no matter what. And if you feel like that, maybe you should be tuned in to hope they lose. Or, for me, I want to see if this quote-unquote apathy from the fan base is going to show up in the TV ratings. Because when that happens, I believe that would get the Jones boys' attention. You want a real front office? Stop watching.
Yeah, that would be the biggest kick in the junk for them for sure. My excitement hasn't waned at all. I'm fired up for training camp and I'm fired up for the season. There's still so much there's a lot of young guys that you're excited to see grow. And then you have you have the lame duck situation of it, Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott. Like there's a lot of those questions, and like how this season plays out is determining a ton how much change you're going to get at the end of this season. So my hope is as low as it's ever been in terms of, can they really go do some damage here and go on a nice run? I don't think that is there, but my excitement for the season and just the general soap opera that is the Cowboys, I am absolutely just as excited
should be
as
excited.
always.
But I think where fan base is right now is that everything you talked about, the potential of the quarterback leaving, the potential of the head coach not being here anymore, all these changes, it's not going to matter because the front office is not going to change. That's not going to change. And so all of a sudden the fan base can, and we'll have the best draft coverage in the league. Trust me. We'll have the best draft coverage. We'll talk about it. We'll get you excited if they have a high pick. We'll start to talk about all the players, and we'll tell you how great they draft. And then somebody will go, it's still the same front office brought us. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they hire, because they can't get that right. I mean, I'd have to say this: McCarthy has had some success. If you look overall, if you look around the league of hires, guys had some success. He just hadn't had playoff success.
That's why I feel like Jerry Jones will struggle to move on from him if they do have a winning season and even make the playoffs. And as a fan, I can't decide if I like that or not because I don't think they would find a better head coach. Like, he's been their best hire other than Parcells since Jimmy left.
Well, that's what you're exactly right. And so, when they can move on from everything, but it's still Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will McClay. That's still the group that will be leading the charge, and folks will say it's not going to change.
I just need somebody in that building to say, hey, the way that you manage the salary caps our ceiling. We can't get to 9 or 10 out of 10. The best we can possibly get like this, unless you have miracle drafts. We draft well, but, and I don't know. Maybe it's Jerry and Steven. I know Steven is savvy around the cap. He understands it, and that might be an edict coming from ownership, but I think they're willing to listen, so hopefully they can manage to thread that needle, and the next time they have a good core that could go contend, they throw the appropriate amount of resources behind it. Speaking of the roster right now, ESPN put together their top 10 players at each position. Okay, and the tease was the Cowboys lost depth, but do they still have, a star-studded roster compared to the rest of the league? Teams with the most top 10 players. This is according to NFL executives, coaches, and scouts. The Niners have 9 of them. The Lions and Chiefs and Ravens have 7 of them. The Eagles, Texans, Browns, and Packers have 6 of them. That is your top 10 most talented rosters, at least by gauging it like that. You got to go to the next tier down. The Cowboys get 4. Micah, Zach, Lamb, Dak at 10. I'd say that's definitely fair. But what does this way of ranking rosters do for you, Chief? What are your takeaways here?
I mean, it definitely matters. You want to have at least a handful of super studs, but then what's the drop off from those guys to the rest of your roster? And I think the rest of the roster is a huge question right now when it comes to the Cowboys. So you want to have those top dudes, but you also want to have your top dudes kind of on the ascent. Like Zach Martin is leveling out. He's still a dominant player, but it's not like he's getting better. I guess with Micah and CeeDee Lamb, you can hope for that. With Dak, it probably just sort of is where he is right now. But when you have other teams that you're talking about 7, 8, 9 dudes that are in the top 10 of their positions, I mean, my gosh, that's a huge difference. If you have 9 guys that are in the top like that, then you're like, okay, our roster across the board isn't quite as good, but we got basically one guy at half the positions on our team that are top 10 players at their position. You got 4, and then the drop-off is huge after that in my mind.
I wonder how they would do in like rankings 10 to 20, and should Tyler Smith be in there?
That was where I was thinking. Like, I was going to ask you guys the questions of the starters, what guys potentially could be in that top 10 list. And you talked about Ferguson's in that.
Ferguson and Tyler Smith
and Diggs.
Well, how about Bland as a nickel? I mean, do you count that as a possibility?
If he's going to be able to play that position, yeah, I think he's a star nickel, and I think he's a solid boundary.
Yeah. So to me, I kind of feel the same way. I look at this team, and I would say, if the guys you wanted to add, Tyler Smith, Ferguson, by all means, let's go.
Kendrick's probably too old to, be in consideration for this at linebacker. Did you see enough from Overshone last year in camp to think that he might be an emerging star?
I'll tell you what, my man was in for 6 plays and he had 3 tackles, and I was sitting there thinking, holy geez, they got him one here. You know? And this guy has improved. He's improved his physical size. He's bigger. He's added good weight. How good is his confidence? I know that him and Britt Brown have worked extremely hard to get back. I don't expect him to be standing over by us when camp opens. I think the only pup guy you're going to see, and Todd Archer, I totally agree with him. The only guy that's going to be on pup likely is Diggs, and everybody else is going to be practicing, and then away you go. But he's got that ability, if they play him as a will linebacker where they let him be free and run to the ball, he could have tremendous numbers.
Yeah, I need to see, like, by the end of the year, a compelling case that Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton could make it on that list in the not too distant future. Mm-hmm. And to me, that is the next thing that could get you excited. How about we go to CBSSports.com, under the radar players that could shape the Cowboys season? They do go with Kendricks. Much like the Cowboys' other name on this list, Kendricks hopes to be a salve to Dallas' rush defense woes. Since 2020, Kendricks' 286 run tackles are 6th in the NFL. And while he may not be an all-pro that he once was, Kendricks should help a unit that ranked dead last in success rate against the run in 2023. Yeah. Can our guy still do that?
Yeah, and Mike Zimmer will tell you that Kendricks is not the same guy he was with the Minnesota Vikings, but he's still instinctive, he's still smart, he's physical when he has to be, and he tackles well. So, Mike says, hey, I really like him as a player. I need to do my best to kind of put him in position to make plays. But they have that their linebacker room improved with the additions, and then with Overshone now being a part of that, this group will be pretty good on this defense.
Overshone's one of the most exciting dudes on the team for me, of like what he could be. You mentioned the way he flashed last year. It's just hard to put anything in terms of expectations, because coming off the ACL, as you mentioned, the confidence and all that stuff, like how long does it take for him to really get his feet under him? But I'm hoping by the end of the season, Overshone looks like the guy we thought he was going to be after the preseason, where it's like, oh my gosh, this dude is lights out.
Let's
nasty.
See Damone Clark too. Let's see. I don't think he's as instinctual as the other linebackers, but still there's a big body that could be physical, and when he knows what he's doing, he can make some plays.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing with Kendricks, having the sort of the quarterback on the field defensively. Right. At least he's going to get everybody lined up right. Clark, you don't have to think about too much. I'm telling you where to be. Just go be athletic and play.
Right. Mozzie Smith, the other name, minimal impact, obviously touted as a stout run defender. Dallas wasn't just better. They were much better against the run without him on the field last year. Brian, is this a lost cause with Mozzie Smith? Should I give up on it?
Not now. Don't give up now. But, if you get to camp and all of a sudden you see him laid off the ball, being hooked, being reached, being one-on-one block, turn, he's not playing square, I would have my concerns. I have my concerns going in right now, but he's done everything he can to get back on the field. But he's got to take to coaching. He's got to get himself mentally right, and he got to go back to being that strong player he was at Michigan at the point of attack. But if his hand's on the ground when everybody else is moving, there are going to be problems with this defensive tackle position.
We take shots at the front office, but I mean, they draft well, but it seems like every 8 years you just can't avoid a Bobby Carpenter or a Taco Charlton.
This is Will McClay. He stood up in a draft room and told, when they were making the determination whether it was Bergeron, the guard, or Mozzie Smith, Will McClay put them both up on the line and said, hey, this is our guy. So he is very, very hopeful that Mozzie Smith turns out to what he thinks he can be.
The guys at the Cowboys.com answered what's Mike McCarthy's biggest challenge for 2024. Mickey going with a complacency and assuming a 12-win season. Do you feel like there's roster complacency? I hope not.
No.
You talk about being in an absolute bubble.
Yeah.
If you did not hear the absolute frustration from the fan base and your legends, that was the big difference this year is, guys like Mike Irvin and Emmitt Smith stepping in there and sounding off on how frustrated they are. If the Cowboys are complacent, then I don't think there's anything that we can do about this broken culture.
Right.
Patrick Walker establishing a run game. I love to see that as well. We were talking about that last hour. If you want to go back, we had Frank Caliendo on at 5. We talked a lot about what the Cowboys need to do to have success at 5:20. But the Get Right is coming up next with Blake and Fred, and we're back to talk with those guys here next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Hey, you're heading.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Who did that? I saw you eat eggs, and that smells like eggs.
I did not.
Seriously,
I did not.
He probably did.
I did not know because I have right now. I think I have to poop, and if I farted,
well, there you go.
Hang on.
It's seeping out of you.
No one brings it better than DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to chat with the Get Right, see what they have cooking as Blake and Fred have stepped into the studio. Gentlemen, good evening.
We're here.
I think this is the first time we've cross-talked with you two since you laid out on me, and I had no idea who Fred was.
That is true.
He was hired on my vacation.
That is true.
That, and it's funny you mentioned that, too, because so obviously you guys were on remote when we did our first crosstalk. And so there was like this awkward silence or this, when we first...
I don't think it was awkward. Thought it was great.
Well, it was... So people are like, oh, Gavin must not like Fred because that was really awkward, that crosstalk just now. And so,
I mean, if they were looking at the webcam, I was like, what's going on? But I thought that layout was some of Blake's best broadcasting ever.
We asked about if you should have been hired,
Saying
and
nothing.
that's why we laid out. to be honest
Okay.
with you. And we just,
Wow.
Wow.
He came back from the crunch
chewing
with
through
that.
his rice cake right now.
That's the
Back
first
to
thing
you,
he comes
Fred.
back with.
Okay, so let's talk about what's coming up on the show here this evening, gentlemen. Something to tease, something to timestamp for us.
What do we just got a clip of?
Look, we got a lot to get into. Did you guys got into a little bit of that T.O. hating on Tom Brady stuff? All right, so we're going to get into a little bit of that. I mean, come on, man. I mean, he's delusional at this stage of his career, stage of his life, right? I mean, did we really did T.O. really think 48-year-old T.O. was going to?
Well,
I believe he did.
Routes?
I believe he did.
No, we know he believed it, right?
Yeah. Should he have?
But that's the better question.
Yes.
And do we really think Tom Brady was that big of an a-hole because he didn't, in the middle of a season, get back to T.O.? Like, of all the I mean, wasn't that the same time, too, when him and Giselle were going through their thing?
There's a lot going on.
Right?
Yeah.
So, look, you just got bamboozled by AB. Oh, here, let's go to T.O. and let's
Solve
have
all our
him
problems.
usher him into the program, So,
Yeah.
I did see, though, that I was reminded 44-year-old T.O. ran a 4.340. Now, that might have been hand-timed. And maybe they,
is that 34 yards?
cooked the number a little bit, but he can still fly.
That's when you do it at your college instead of the combine, so you can get a little better time. That was a little T.O.
Oh, if I told you if I love a player and he runs slow, I'll get him at 38 yards just to make sure I get that good time.
I don't think you're allowed to do that, Brian.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are if you want to build one of the worst Cowboys eras and known to man.
Bro, I had
Sent him 38 times all year.
Yeah. When I ran a draft, go back and look at that. You know?
No, that's true. That's
I'm
true.
just
You did
kidding.
dominate
That's the
that.
only thing I can hang my hat on.
That's a good thing to hang your hat on.
Your NFL Network hat.
Yeah.
The best thing you ever did as an NFL executive was helping the hated Eagles. It sounds like an L to me, Brian.
Helped him get Andy Reid. They didn't know who Andy Reid was.
Andy Reid?
Yeah, helped him
4
get
straight
that.
NFC title games?
Yeah.
Thanks,
Andy,
Brian.
yeah.
So we should direct. It's all displaced anger this whole time I've been a Cowboys fan. I should have been looking at the guy to my left.
That's right.
Yeah.
Did he
Send
try
your
to
hate
convince
mail.
the Cowboys to steal Andy?
No, Andy. Matter of fact, we tried to. The thing about it was we were trying to hire Andy as an offensive coordinator because John Gruden left, and Jeff Lurie, Joe Banner, those guys are like, "Hey, let's get Andy." And the Green Bay Packers blocked him, and we had such a conversation about him.
They coach blocked him.
They coach blocked him, and the following year, Lurie and Banner they're like, "Hey, we need to hire this guy. We think enough of him now. Let's just make him the head coach." And he was there 14 years.
14.
Yeah, it was a great run.
Yeah. So it worked out all right there.
Well, Clark wouldn't let him leave the Philly airport.
Yeah.
So turned out okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, speaking of Clark, let me ask you, Kate and Clark, you watch her last night? Of
course.
We did just because she was on. It was on while CA and I were doing the show.
Let's back that up. You said because she was on, so if she wasn't on, you wouldn't have found a way to change the channel?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably
Where are we at on the stock?
Who the f*** is that guy?
I had to reevaluate it. Opening segment, I talked about the assists. I think she settled into a nice groove. I'm playing around with the idea, could she win MVP?
Oh, okay.
At some point. Not this year. Not this year. At some
Wilson's
point.
the favorite, right? Our girl from
Asia
Wilson.
So,
AJ
so do you already have her stamped in, Gavin, as Rookie of the Year, Miss Clark?
Oh,
I don't think I have her stamped in. I would have to do a full review of things, but I think there's a compelling case for it with the history that she's made. Field goal percentage, I think you could look at and be like, well, I don't know, maybe she's just a volume shooter. But if you watch her play, the variety of skills, the entertainment factor.
She's the only thing on that offense.
I was just going to say, I don't
the
understand.
other gal got hurt.
Yeah, I don't even know how she set the assist record because her teammates usually do not catch the ball
I
or
know.
make it. So I'm like, she could have had 30.
A lot of bloopers. A lot of missed opportunities on assists
with
for her.
that team is
Yeah.
crazy. That
Yeah.
means you were really...
They missed an opportunity last night to win, to get a win because the Wings are...
They're not good.
They're in the bottom of the table, right?
Yeah, but we win the ones that matter.
Yeah.
At least one of the Dallas teams.
Well, here's the thing
big
about
marquee matchups.
Here's my thing about Caitlin Clark. What has she not done? Like, I mean, we talk about expectations, and one of the things we love about LeBron is that he's exceeded all the lofty expectations. What has she not met expectation-wise?
Every media person's opinion.
You know?
Probably just the field goal percentage.
The turnovers were
The
high.
turnovers, yeah.
Turnovers have been high, but at the same time, too, though, I mean, everything else this woman's done basketball-wise, I mean, let's call it
I will
what it
say
is.
this. I'm not going to
slow
act
down
like,
over there, Peas.
I don't know if I haven't seen every single
Mike Peasley
game
reference.
But her college 3-point shooting was much better than what she percentage-wise is what it's been. And I think that's why she bagged out of the 3-point shooting for the All-Star
I heard you
game.
mention that earlier.
I think she said, no thanks, I don't want to go out there and brick a bunch of them.
What better way to get your stroke back,
I
though?
think she's holding it in for the NBA one. You know what Sabrina did last year with Steph? I think maybe she's marketing move, PR move. Oh, she's not doing it, and then she does the NBA All-Star.
That's the only thing that I think that you could look at her percentage, because when I watched her play LSU those times, I mean, she's knocking down shot after shot after shot, and it just doesn't look the same. Maybe they're just, she gets wore out having to carry that team.
I think those are a lot of shooting off the dribble, and I'm not trying to excuse her for that, but I think just standing in a spot and shooting. I don't know. Maybe she wants a
She'll
break.
put him up from distance now. She ain't afraid to do that.
Can we get a good team around her? We've had to watch back-to-back years of her carry a team. Just like, she's the only offensive engine.
I think that's a good point. All righty. Well, here they come to get right. You have Blake and Fred tonight. Enjoy. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control over there, 75 and Fitzhugh. Go say hi to him and the crew tomorrow at the Globe.
An incredible moment for the Black family.
Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to Chia Follow. Woolchuck out tomorrow. Send him some love on social. He's on super dad duty. And thanks to Broadus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2. Rangers return to action at 6:30. You're going home with the nation at ease.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I'm here. Finally. Would you take a little time off? A little R&R?
No R&R, just didn't get scheduled.
Man.
Got to handle some friends' birthdays, though. Like I said, all three of my best friends' birthdays were like all stacked on top of each other. So I've been doing that, going to dinners and whatnot. But yeah, just a little bit of time away. But now we're back.
Back, better than ever. And then, of course, we got our boy Kevin Walker on the 1s, 2s, and 3s on this lovely Thursday evening. And we got a lot to get to, Blake. It's have you been chomping at the bit to get back behind the mic? And,
I've been having to hear some of this commentary throughout the week, and I just been like, man, I wish they would have. I would have.
What's been the most absurd thing you've heard since you've been gone, and what's been the most congruent thing you've heard since that aligns with what Blake Elliott has to say?
I don't know if there's anything absurd. I've heard it. It's just, sometimes, people think differently. And I think,
absolutely. That's what makes this such a great country.
I think when I'm listening sometimes, I'm like, man, why didn't you think how I did? But it also stirs like, okay, let me hear this side of the story.
I can look at it from
Maybe I
that
can look. I never looked at it from that view. I disagree, but let me look at it from that view. And then things have been congruent. I mean, I've heard pretty much all week. It feels like pretty congruently through the shows that feels like a guy like Micah Parsons, just his stock keeps dropping.
Yeah.
Not necessarily his football talent,
right,
but just how media, fans,
people feel about him.
How people feel about him just feels like every time I listen, it feels like it just takes a 2% hit in the wrong direction.
Interesting. All right. Well, look, we're a week away, less than a week away from training camp kicking off, and some NFL teams have already started NFL training camp. I mean, we're at that time. I mean, it's not like necessarily like pitchers and catchers reporting, but it's rookies and quarterbacks and what have you. And so, of course, obviously, as you guys know, 105 Through the Fan will be there, lock, stock, and barrel. So make sure you get right for that. But we got a lot to get to. And, of course, real quick, we got to get your thoughts on much was made about the uniforms. And, of course, we had the horrific national anthem.
She was just a little drunk.
Allegedly.
But, that's a terrible excuse.
I don't buy that.
Because how many artists have we heard come out publicly and say they were drunk as all get up and they killed the performance? They were amazing.
How many karaoke's have you been to?
Yeah, that's what you do.
I mean, come on.
And it's not as if she was. I know it's a high stress song, but it's not like she's performing her own song. It's like everybody knows this one in their sleep. It's not like you have to practice to perform, but you don't have to practice to really learn the lyrics. Like, it's like this. Come on, we should have this in our sleep.
That you should ideally. Now, people have forgotten the lyrics, right? People have forgotten, and so again, she's going off to rehab. She canceled all her shows too.
Honestly, that might have been the wrong decision. I feel like more people know about her. I personally didn't know that much about her.
I'd never heard of her before in my life.
But more people were probably aware of her name now. That even if you're bad, sometimes all publicity is good publicity. People might come just to see, is she going to be bad again? Is she going to be good? I feel like I feel like that was the wrong thing to cancel.
Setback for the comeback. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what Ingrid's got planned for us.
Wasn't she wearing a Colorado Rockies jersey, if I remember correctly?
Was it a Colorado? I know she had a jersey on. I didn't
say it was Colorado
I thought
Rockies.
it was just a regular All-Star jersey, but you might be right.
I think it was of a Colorado Rockies player.
Maybe that's what it was.
And it makes sense because I just double checked. They are 34-63.
Well, I would have expected her to be high if that was the case. I mean, if she's representing Colorado like that,
I was just saying more. That would have made more
performance. Sense. Just not good. So curious to get your thoughts on that. Uniforms as a whole, though, where are you at on that, real quick?
Bad.
Not good.
I was more mad at the little MLB theme of Texas that makes us seem like
much has been discussed.
Like we ride horses to Whataburger and then straight to our stockyard, and then we go home and lay on our armadillo with like 7 cowboy hats. It's like, I get it. They overdid it.
It's Texas, baby. That's Texas.
Now, I mean, you kind of want to have your image. I don't think it hurts. Like, people have an image of every different kind of state or country. But, like, come on, man. Like, the mechanical bull and overdoing, like, in the saloon. It could, the haystacks.
If they would have conferred or consulted with one Mr. Blake Elliott prior to, if Major League Baseball would have said, Blake, we need a feel for how the DF Dub's doing things in 2024, what would you have laid out?
Like, as far as that intro video?
Like, just the whole thing. Like, what kind of theme would you have been pushing for?
I think definitely would have had them coming out of, like, Citizen, Green Light Social, somewhere out of there. Because that's what these guys are doing after the All-Star game. They're not going to the saloon. Maybe you can have 1 or 2 guys coming out of the stockyards in an F-150. That happens, but that's Fort Worth, and that's one subsection of DFW and not even Arlington. Arlington, I feel like the only thing I think of at Arlington is Six Flags and then public schools. I feel like that's like because I went to public school down there, which is probably the bias towards that.
it.
And I worked at Hurricane Harbor and Six Flags. So those are the maybe have them
So you're
riding
just
down a water
drawing
park.
from personal
I'm just drawing from personal
experience.
experience. But apparently, all we have in common with Texas is cowboy hats and saloons.
That's it. J.R. Ewing. That's what I think of, right? I mean, that's it. So, well, I mean,
Maybe
again,
a reunion tower. I don't know. The ball.
That's it. That's it. I mean, I would say JFK, but that wouldn't go over very well. So, no, theme, outdated, archaic theme aside, and again, I think it is a very Texas-y-like feel. I talked about this with CA last night. It is a definite, DF Dub definitely does have a different feeling than Houston does. That said, the entire weekend from Friday with the HBCU Swing Classic up until Tuesday, and again, the game, for all what it was worth, solid game, right?
Solid
you
game.
saw what you wanted to.
Hey,
You saw the headliners do what they do.
I showed you before the show started. That Shohei Ohtani home run, I could not stop watching.
It was a bomb.
The crack of the bat and the way that exit velocity and the angle it was at, I was like, whew. He has maybe one of the best swings. Obviously, Ken Griffey's up there.
Yeah.
There's some guys that you can all throw in there, but like his swing is so pure. Like when he hits it and he hits it well, it's you. None of the outfielders even moved. They were just like, yeah, that's in like the third deck.
You knew as soon as you heard it. Hell, the outfield heard that. But, we saw our boy Mason Miller throw heat. Paul Skeens was throwing smoke. Yeah. So, I mean, and hey, our boy Marcus Semien went 1 for 2.
Yep.
Seager was
almost
4 feet away from MVP, a potential MVP. I mean, he
smoked
took
one
it
to
for
right.
a ride. Yeah, he did.
Foul.
Just
and then the
missed
next
it.
pitch, he almost went dead center.
He absolutely did. And then Kirby Yates did what he does, 1, 2, 3 innings. So your Rangers represented on Tuesday night, and here we are about less than 24 hours away from things kicking off once again for your Texas Rangers. By the way, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Text in. Enjoy the show. Engage with us. Let us know what you're doing tonight. And, of course, obviously, your thoughts and interaction with the show is always welcome.
Shout out to Bobby Witt Jr. here, Colleyville Cowboys. Colleyville Panthers. Thinking of my young high school team. Almost won the Derby.
Yeah, he did.
I really wanted him to win.
Talk about a guy that missed by about 5 feet, at least sent it to overtime.
I mean, Teoscar's cool. I didn't really care for him to win. I was like, I think everyone there wanted Bobby Witt Jr., the Texas kid, to win. And
absolutely.
How electric it was, him fighting back in the bonus round.
I was going to say, look, he was down and out there for a second.
I was like, oh, man. So we get this is one that I think only real baseball heads will remember who won this. You ask 10 years from now. Who won the 2024 home run derby?
I think you'd be hard-pressed to know who won it last year, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Unless it's like, I think Josh Hamilton, what was that, 2013, when he hit like 28 home runs.
And he didn't even win it that year,
He didn't even win. That was in the first round.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, he went ham in that first round, and then
all the big names bowed out early this year. The Pete Alonsos, I think Gunnar Henderson, like the top 4 seeds all went out in like the first round.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, again, and you know what? I will say this, though, from a home run perspective, and I said this last night, and we'll put a bow on the All-Star talk. Baseball, which can't, when it comes to the other sports where it's ranking in the popularity of, baseball, basketball, and football, baseball is firmly number 3 of those 3. But there's no question baseball has the best all-star game of the 3. And
I agree.
so,
I texted my friend about that. I said NBA should be taking some notes.
They
play it for
should.
real. They do for real.
Because you can, exactly, right? I mean, Paul Skeens throwing 101 miles per hour, like, that's not a joke.
There was no joke. The joking around was after, like when they're in the dugout, but when they're on the field.
Oh, it's all business. I mean, Mason Miller throwing 103 miles an hour, like, that's not, there's no.
Taking it easy.
No, I mean, and like I said, like, that's real. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like he's just out there just lobbing them. I mean, he's out there. Because, again, there's something to be said for, and I get it, people have complained about how interleague play kind of took away some of the mystique and some of the nostalgia of these teams playing each other. But at the same time, too, they are the best in the world, right? Like, there's no question. I mean, you can bring the Japanese league or whatever, but these are the best hitters and throwers in the world. So that being said, your Texas Rangers kick things off Globe Life Field tomorrow. They welcome the Baltimore Orioles to Globe Life Field, and on the surface, you say to yourself, all right, well, Baltimore, they've been one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. They're first place in the AL East right now. However, if I were to tell you, Blake Elliott, that over the last 30 games, that these two teams are actually damn near neck and neck. In fact, I would tell you that the Texas Rangers are 15-15 in their last 30 games.
7-3 in their last 10, whereas your Baltimore Orioles are 14-16 in their last 30 games and 3-7 in their last 10 games.
The Orioles have been the better team all year, but as of late, the Rangers have looked a lot more hot and a lot more cohesive. The Orioles have a lot to throw at you. They have depth upon depth. I mean, they're having to send guys up and down just to get everybody in the lineup. What was it? Krusty is still hitting well, which I think one of his first weeks was against the Rangers when he hit that. I think it was the grand slam, I believe. It was definitely a home run. I think he hit a grand slam later in the series, and he's still been on fire. You obviously got Gunnar Henderson. You're going to see the best of the best coming out of the All-Star game because tomorrow you get Corbin Burns and Nathan Eovaldi. Like, come on. It doesn't get better than that.
No, it doesn't get any better than that. And these next, and look, I feel like we're kind of a, dare I say, broken record, but when you have played the kind of baseball that the Rangers have played over the first, 90 games of the season so far, 90-95, as we now get ready for, we're less than 2 weeks away from the trade deadline. So now all the talk of, wait till we get to the All-Star game, wait till we get to the trade deadline, like we're almost there. So essentially, and this is a team that I feel like, especially certainly since I've been here, and I know you guys have been talking about it all first half of the season long, is that, okay, well, if they can just get this done, if they can just win this series, if they can just put this together, and again, hey, you win 3 series going into the All-Star break. Now you've got 3 with Baltimore, 4 with a dreadful, and I mean dreadful, Chicago White Sox team, and then you go on the road to a middling Toronto Blue Jay team that was just 2 weeks ago the talk of, were they going to do a fire sale? They've strung together I think 5 out of their last 10. Now suddenly there's scuttlebutt that, okay, they may go ahead and hold at the deadline unless somebody just makes an offer they can't refuse. That being said, these next 10 games, and I can say, and I think it's playoffs or bust at this point. These next 10 games are going to dictate the rest of your year.
Yeah.
And I think I can say that I feel that unequivocally.
And the good thing for the Rangers, it's the next 10 games. So 3 against Baltimore, 3 against Toronto. The only one that you're going to have 4 against is the worst team. In Chicago. So
at home,
we're saying all 4 of those should be Rangers wins. That should be a sweep.
Should be. I mean, I know it's tough to do, but still.
In Baltimore, we'll say you drop 1. So you're 2-1, or what is that, 6-1 in that scenario. And then you got 3 against Toronto, and let's say you drop 1 in that. And you go, what is that, 9-3?
That would be.
That's terrible math. That
would be 8-2.
8-2. So if you go 8-2, you're feeling that's obviously at the peak.
You go 8-2 to start if you're 8-2 out of the gate in your first 10 games, and that takes you to July 28th, right? 2 days prior to the trade deadline, because you're not waiting until those first 2 games at St. Louis to determine whether or not you're going to be buyers or sellers. Now, that being said, I don't think it's a question of, is this team going to be buyers? I think it's really a matter of, will this team be sellers?
I mean, we've heard multiple times, and this is kind of going back to your first question of what have I heard throughout the radio that I've been congruent on. I feel like people have to understand they're not going to make any major trades.
No.
I don't think so. I don't
not
believe
as
that.
Buyers, no.
Not as buyers, because all the position players are either young and developing. You've seen stuff from Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, Josh Young. Like, you're not trading those guys.
Josh Young is supposed to be coming back here sooner rather than later.
Like, you're not just going to be, all right, well, we started off slow, so we're trading our young farmish talent, like our young guys. We're not doing that. And then the guys that you paid all this big money, you just paid Adolis. You're not just going to trade him, I don't think, after he was your best player in the postseason not even 12 months ago. You're obviously not trading Seager and Simeon. Nathaniel Lowe was the only guy I think that was kind of up for consideration. Then he was your best hitter for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Jonah Heim, one of the best defensive catchers. So there's not really, in my opinion, so I'm like, oh, well, this guy's old and he's terrible and on a terrible country, you're going to trade him. It's like either they're young and prospering or they're a little bit older and they're all-stars and have helped your team before. So maybe you can do some farm players, like some Justin Foscue, Ezekiel Duran, who they keep moving up and down, those guys, but you're not moving any major pieces, which means you're not going to get a major piece in return, in my opinion. It's going to be this team that makes the postseason run.
That's exactly it. And it's actually a good place to be in a lot of ways, right? Where you don't need to mortgage your farm system to make a move, all right? I mean, this has been, and again, this is the refrain from the first 95 games of the year has been pretty much, you've gotten incredible pitching, which nobody saw coming. That was going to be the linchpin of your team for these, through the first 95 games. And your offense, can't hit its way out of a wet paper sack.
And so you've got to think with what you saw. And I'm a big believer in momentum. I'm a big believer in certain games that matter and being able to, winning in Houston to close out the year, to close out the first part of the season going into the All-Star break, and to win the way they did. They grinded those last 2 wins out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a dogfight to win those last 2 games. So I think taking that, getting a much-needed break with, like you said, the guys you got coming back healthy, and the fact that baseball is the epitome of, slumps and guys getting hot, ebbs, flows, the whole nine.
It's very few we see a guy just all year just be crushed. Shohei and Judge both started slow, and then they got going. It would take Shohei
How's Judge doing, by the way?
Yeah, Judge is about to win the Triple Crown now.
Seriously, he's first in every major batting category.
Shohei, what it was, like 8 or 9 games where he even hit a home run, and they overpaid. They didn't, and now he's like top 2 in slugging. Just him and Judge going back and forth for all the slugging things.
That's it. While his buddy's rotting in jail. What a friend. All right, I got to thinking about this, and we've got a lot to get to today. We're going to do Blake on Mavs, of course. We're going to get into a little bit, as we had mentioned, with the TO nonsense. I'm also going to get into, we're going to do a segment later on the show. What player have you developed an emotional attachment to that you're sad when he finally, or she, finally decides to hang it up? We'll get into that. And then last but certainly not least, Gen Zers are finally starting to show a little bit of remorse towards some of the decisions they've made, and I'm working with 2 Gen Zers, if I'm not mistaken, between Blake and Kevin.
I think so.
When it comes to tattoo regret, and we're going to talk about that later on in the program. But it got me to thinking, gentlemen. When I first started at an Odyssey station down in Houston, the Astros were a really bad baseball team, and so one of the guys on the station had made a guarantee. It was during March Madness. The guarantee didn't go through, and as a result, he lost, but he didn't put anything behind it. There was nothing on the line. And so I decided later on that in another show, I said, you know what? The Astros were 8-20 at the time. I said, you know what? If the Astros, I think they're going to be better, but if they lose 100 games, I'll get an Astro logo tattooed on my body.
Ooh.
Okay? Well, the Astros lost well over 100 games that year, and so as a result, I had to get an Astro logo tattooed on said body. Got me to thinking on this tattoo thing, what if we put that same thing to the test with your Texas Rangers? If the Texas Rangers make the playoffs, should your boy get a tattoo, yes or no? We're going to discuss that later in the program as well. I think it might be time to do it, and we're going to get your thoughts on it as well. But coming up next, Todd Archer joined the G-Bag Boys talking about all things Dallas Cowboys and what to do with Trey Lance. A lot to get to. He's Blake. I'm Fred. That's Kevin Walker behind the glass. This is The Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by Comerica.
We've already made one Lucky Rewards Club member a millionaire, and there's still plenty of summer left, which means you still have 2 more chances to win $1 million in cash. At Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant, our biggest giveaway ever is back. And all you have to do to earn entries for a shot at $1 million Saturdays, July 27th and August 24th is play with your Rewards Club card. Don't miss the $5.8 million Choctaw Summer Game.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel injury attorney text line. And so Todd Archer joined the G-Bag guys today talking all things Dallas Cowboys. And we'll get like I said, we're catching our boy Blake up on some of the things over the last week and a half when it pertains to the Dallas Cowboys. And, of course, one of the things that was brought up was the fact that the lists that are coming out from coaches, execs. So it gives a little bit of credence to it, I guess, as opposed to it being media where obviously it can be very subjective. Whereas with coaches and execs, you think, all right, these guys know the game, so they should have some, qualified insight as to where these rankings are at. Did you have any issue with CD being number 4 on the wide receiver list?
I'm kind of torn because me personally, I have him number 3.
I kind of do too.
But the guy that they have at 3, it's kind of interchangeable. Like, it's not the end of the world for me. I do think he's 3, but it's not. I'm just glad he's in the top 5.
Sure.
I'm glad he's getting that respect. I'm not going to lose sleep over him being 4 instead of 3, because when I'm having conversations with my friends who I think know sports, one of my friends want to be telling me that a receiver in Chicago is better than CeeDee Lamb. And I'm like, come on, man.
When you
gotta take the Cowboys bias out.
I was gonna say, but is he a Cowboy fan?
Hates the Cowboys more than life itself.
Well, I mean,
that explains everything.
That's gonna say you got to take that with a grain of salt.
It's just so annoying having those conversations. DJ Moore is better.
And
I think DJ Moore is great.
I mean, I like DJ Moore too, but
I think there's levels.
Talk.
There's this. CeeDee Lamb was just first team All Pro and was arguably Offensive Player of the Year.
CeeDee Lamb could take another step this season. Now, of course, $1 million question is going to be, what are with the pieces around him? Our defense is going to start playing him a little bit differently because Brandon Cooks can be that guy. Although you could argue maybe a Jake Ferguson has a little bit better year, so it'll be interesting to see. And then from I think offensive line standpoint, your boy Nick Martin, number 1 still.
Zach Martin, yeah.
I would say Nick, it was his brother. Zach still holding it down, number 1. You got to feel good about that.
I think Tyler should have been in the top 10. Tyler Smith. What did he make? Second team All Pro, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I thought he was 7 or 8 though.
Oh, he made it as well.
No, he did.
Okay,
no, he was top 10. He was absolutely top 10.
Yeah,
so
I think he was better than Zach Martin. Zach Martin's a better football player long term, but who just had a better season last year? I think it was Tyler Smith. There was very few flaws in his game, and I feel like the people who, I know it's not the most sexy thing to not study the offensive line, but kind of research or really look into it. Tyler Smith was one of the best guards by a good margin last year. Like he very well cemented to probably have the best guard room, I think, in the NFL with Zach and him as that tandem now. So.
That's a bold statement considering your boy Joe Tooney and Trey Smith might have something to say about that
they're good as well.
In Kansas City.
I like the good. You got youth and Tyler, and then you got veteranness, and both of them are playing at a top 10 level.
What'd you say?
Veteranness.
Veteranness.
Like
okay.
That?
All right.
Veteranness.
Right. I don't know if that's a word, but we'll go ahead and
bring in the SAT words, or he's just making them up.
That's it.
I do one or the other. Either throw out the wildest vernacular you've heard. Or,
I'm okay with it.
Or I just make up a word, but as long as you say it confidently, it rides.
I'm with it. Look, I've heard crazier, so I'm going to ride with it. And I've heard some. I know your geography is hit or miss, but I'm okay with that too.
I still need to get a shirt that says geography major. I think that'd be a great to wear to one of a fan fest show.
I mean, look, Jordan said what the roof is the ceiling. Yeah. So I mean, anything's possible.
And to be honest, it does not look like that is a word. And we can continue after that. But when it comes to those comments, everything is just perspective. The only thing, there's very many few things in this world that's just objectively it's this or that.
Right.
Because you can make an argument.
Veteranness being one of them.
Because I could sit here and say water's bad for you, and I could type that into Google, and I bet you there's 45 articles about how water is bad for you. Now, do I believe that? No.
I think that's totally
Do I believe that? No, but
untrue.
But there's always a contrarian.
Too much too much water could be bad for you. But water as itself, like us drinking a glass of water right now, we're going to be okay.
But see how that's different. You say that because we're here. We're in Detroit, Michigan. We're in Flint, Michigan.
Or Flint?
Is water bad for you? Type that in Google over there. See the search results you get. So everything is perspective.
I mean, I suppose that's true. That's a good rebuttal there, Blake.
I guess you would say H2O, the compound, is good for you. H2O in Flint is not good for you.
Can't H2O be put into something to make it like a hydrogen bomb or atomic bomb or one of those two?
Well, I want to say, and again, we'll reach out to our smart Tolos, 877-881-1053. I want to say that water is the byproduct of hydrogen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think the hydrogen. So then H2O is not good for you.
Hydro being the key.
Well, I mean, if you got an H bomb getting dropped on you,
everything is perspective. You can't. I could say working out is good for you, but if you're working out and you hurt yourself and the squat rack falls on you, I guess it wasn't that good for you.
Working out wasn't good for you that day. No,
so
it wasn't.
It's perspective. There's very few things in life that are objectively correct.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes, #1 quarterback, objectively correct. No argument against that.
Except for that one executive who had him number 2.
Yep.
Apparently, there's one executive out there that doesn't agree. I'll tell you what we do all agree on is that Dak will be the starting quarterback for your Dallas Cowboys Week 1, provided that he stays healthy and doesn't drink too much water.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will he be signed and have a new contract by Week 1? Probably not. Here's
TBD.
Todd Archer with the G-Bag Nation discussing just that.
I do think there's a chance Dak is not with the Cowboys next year. How high would I put that? I'm afraid to say because then it's going to be ESPN reporter says Dak is gone.
Oh, they'll clip
you guys
it now.
are just asking me an opinion deal. Look, if it's not done by the time they leave Oxnard, why would he do a deal? Why would Todd France want him to do a deal? Why not just play it out, see how the season goes, and then you're going to get more next March?
I don't disagree.
It makes perfect sense, and
I think you've already missed your window, to be honest. I
don't think he wants to sign.
That's what I'm saying. Even in Oxnard, what is the rush for Todd France and Dak to go? Let's sign. They're not really respecting me. I'm gonna get more money. I just saw what Kirk just got, who's had less playoff success and more injury history.
I'm with you on that.
Why wouldn't I go get paid?
But it's also like, why would I take a hometown discount when I know I could hit the market, not deal with the media bull crap and get paid more?
And I think the only rebuttal people have, well, what if he gets hurt and then his stock goes down? You can't. Kirk Cousins
tore his Achilles, all
and
right?
did not have a better season than Dak had he just had. So he could get injured week 1. He will still get paid.
He's absolutely still going to get paid. I wonder if this thing, like, this is the beginning of the end. Like, I
for
almost,
the Cowboys or for Dak?
Both. I almost feel like, and we've all been in relationships where you just kind of know when it's over, and you just kind of ride it out before let's make that, maybe you got, like, you know what?
I just thought of my 8th grade girlfriend, Ruby.
You guys knew? Yeah. You ever seen the movie The Breakup?
That's a pretty generic title. I feel like that's not a very standalone title.
You'd know.
The Breakup.
The Breakup. Vince Vaughn and prime Jennifer Aniston.
Okay,
all right?
Jennifer Aniston. That intrigues my interest.
That's one of the good ones.
Vince Vaughn in who
literally anything.
He's kind of the same guy in every movie. But that being said, he's not a bad actor. But it's him and Jennifer Aniston over the course of a breakup.
Okay,
and that's kind of what this feels like between the Cowboys and Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Like, nothing's going. The only thing that's going to keep Dak a Cowboy is if he goes on a playoff run.
Correct.
That's it.
Correct.
That's it. Because, Jerry, you're not paying Dak $60 million for another playoff failure.
I don't think you're paying a lot of guys $60 million for another playoff.
Unless you're the Falcons.
And see, and people, I listen to sports talk all the time, and I hear people go back and forth about this. It's not that bad just to be in the middle. Everybody overrates me at the top or the bottom. I don't think it's overrated. I think that's just how sports in general, for the most part, is. You either want to be competing for a championship, or you want to be bad enough for a pick. Unless you're right on that edge of kind of like, we were kind of close, like we make the divisional round, like the Bills. They're like, they make the division round, then the AFC, then maybe first round. But if you're the Dolphins, that's a terrible spot to be. Like, I don't think anyone thinks
like right now.
Right now, I don't feel. If I'm a Dolphins fan, I wouldn't feel good. You're not going to win a championship. You're not.
I would say the Bills probably feel the same, though.
No,
I think the Bills have a chance.
Bills fans feel good.
Like they've made it to
Because you got
AFC
Josh Allen.
championships. You have a top 5 quarterback. You have a fighter's chance. I don't think even conditions right. I don't think the Dolphins could. That's just one example.
Are you saying like if they just keep doing the same thing, they'll be
When they have
okay
that
with
guy at quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you're the Bills, you feel good just
Yeah.
because you've got Josh Allen, right? I mean, when you've got a great quarterback, and
You're always in contention.
We talked about this pre-show. This was and it goes back to what Larry Brown said over the weekend. Is that, like I said, when you've got that great quarterback that can overcome the deficiencies on your roster, you alluded to earlier. Dak hasn't shown the ability to do that.
He can't right now. If you pay Dak to be the highest paid player at the position and probably in the NFL,
And the market dictates that.
the market,
right?
it's not like I don't want people to go at this. It's not Dak's fault. I was talking about this with my friend. If I'm Dak. And if you can't get mad at Dak, why would he not take that money? But obviously, in turn, it's going to make the fans turn on him, feel some type of way, whatever. But when you do that, I can't have the highest paid corner as well, and the highest paid D lineman, and the highest paid guard, or a top 5 tight
wide
end.
receiver.
Like you have to. There's a salary cap for a reason to not allow these quote unquote super teams, and that's why you need your homegrown talent when they're on rookie contracts, whether that's a quarterback, receiver, DN, linebacker, whatever it is, to outperform their contract.
You've got to play well.
And that's what you've seen with the Chiefs that have guys that are, in our eyes, no-name guys.
But you've seen with the 49ers.
The 49ers. I mean,
case in point.
The Rams. I mean, Kyron
Rams
Wallace,
last year,
Puka Nacua.
yes.
They're getting 6th and 4th round guys too that are playing like top 10 at their position that they're paying them like 5th and 6th round players.
Paying them
so they can go
contracts.
have the highest paid corner or one of them in Jalen Ramsey and can have an Aaron Donald before he retired on their team. But you can't have the highest paid all these premium positions but not giving you highest paid output. Giving you medium of the road output.
Cowboys and Dak, that breakup feels like the kind of breakup where you might still be friends afterwards.
I mean, you saw him dancing. I don't know. Did you see that video of him dancing at that wedding? He was hitting I'll show you after the break. He was feeling good, man. This was like a week ago. He was dancing. It looked like he was at a wedding. Oh, it was Tyron Smith's wedding. It was Tyron Smith's wedding.
And maybe that.
I mean, he was jigging. I mean, he looked like he had a contract in the video. It looked like he just got paid $500 million guaranteed.
Do you think that maybe for the first time he knows I got nothing to lose? Like that maybe in some way they've came that behind the scenes, Jerry and Dak's team have come to an agreement. Hey, we're not doing any negotiations. You go play. We're going to do what we need to do, and we'll reconvene at the end of the season.
I just think the expectations are low now. I think everyone, us at the station, people that are fans, last year really clinged on to this team.
Yeah.
Like, we've heard the jokes that Cowboys fans always say their year, and some do, some don't. But I would say last year, I was on social media a good amount. I saw a lot of Cowboys fans felt good about this team, and they should have. After that 49ers loss, it looked like a totally different team, took off to the races, embarrassing playoff loss. But now it seems like most Cowboys fans and people at the station, media in general, are like, hey, this team isn't going anywhere. Like, no one's expecting them to win the division, win a playoff game. If they do, it would be a miracle. Like, no one's expecting. And I think Dak also is aware of the roster around him now. Is he going to go into training camp hoping to lose? No. He's going to try to win a Super Bowl. That's what all competitors do. But I think in the back of his mind, he knows, hey, the expectations may not be as high, and I'm going to get paid next summer. I'm not in some long-term deal in this bad relationship.
Well, and the other thing of it might be, too, is he might play the best football he's ever played.
Yeah, stress-free.
Because he is stress-free, and when he saw, to your point, when he saw Kirk Cousins tear his Achilles and still get paid $150 million, Dak said, hey, whether and in some ways, Dak's probably thinking whether and if things work out in Dallas, great. If they don't, he's good either way. But there might be part of him that says, you know what, it is time for a clean break.
To be honest,
it is time to go somewhere else.
And this is my last point for me. Is it kind of a win-win on both sides, Dak's side and the Cowboys?
Yes.
Win for the Cowboys if they go on a long playoff run. That means Dak has shown something, and they pay him, and they don't feel bad. Whatever you've shown us, you could go make it to the AFC Championship, Super Bowl, whatever. If he doesn't, we're off the contract, and we can go back into the market, whether it's Trey Lance to trade. Like, we're gonna figure something out. We have clarity. And then for Dak, either I prove to everyone I can win in the playoffs and I get all this money, or I don't and I get paid by another team and get another chance. Like,
that's it. Fresh start. Everybody loves a new quarterback, right? I mean,
I don't really see, other than the people like I heard Broada saying earlier, I don't want to be bad. Like, if Dak were to leave, you don't pay him, and now we're bad. Me personally, I think differently. I don't mind us going through a dry spell to figure something out, because I've seen teams do it. Now, some teams do it quicker than others, like the Houston Texans. Go get C.J. Stroud.
They lucked out.
New team overnight.
It's insane
It
how
takes
lucky
some
they've
teams
been.
longer, but I think if you're a true fan, you'd rather have some direction rather than be stuck in the middle.
Think about it this way. For every Houston, which let's call it what it is, has drafted 2 franchise quarterbacks in a decade, which is insane. For every Houston and Green Bay, which looks like it's drafted 3 consecutive franchise quarterbacks.
I want to hear what comparison you're going to make.
You got the New York Jets.
I was going to say Cleveland Browns.
Right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what, or the well, and I would say the Lions, but you did have Stafford, but then you've had a tram sham mockery prior to.
That's why people underestimate the front offices, man. I mean, we talk about it and we understand, I think, how important it is, and some of you Tolos do as well, but I think a vast majority of people don't appreciate front offices.
No.
That's what's constructing all this when things aren't always, you're not always going to have 10 All-Pros on your team. How do you go get that third-round guy to turn into the All-Pro? Not every All-Pro is a top 5 pick. Front offices, understanding gyms, trade pieces, undrafted guys, whatever it is to construct a good roster.
On those pieces too. And hitting on those pieces too. Real quick, speaking of hitting on those pieces, it would be great if you could hit on this guy, your backup quarterback.
Look, we know Dak's the starter, right? But we just said we don't know if he's going to be around in 2025. So we're going to see Trey play. Would it surprise anybody if he played every snap of the first preseason game the way Romo did in 2006?
Not at all.
You should play all of them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you got to Cooper Rush some work, I guess, right? But Dak doesn't need to see any action. But I'm saying every snap of playing the whole game the way Romo did.
Yeah.
I went to one of his sessions with his private coach Jeff Christensen, same guy that works with Patrick Mahomes, Quinn Ewers. Has a lot of huge guys, Baker Mayfield, and is really respected across the league. And you could see a difference in how and look, we didn't see him practice last year, but just how athletically gifted the guy is at throwing the ball, how it just seems kind of natural for him. It's not okay, I got to think about my elbow here, my hand here, and my follow through here. He was really kind of natural with everything, and I want to see what the guy can do, because again, we've not seen him play, we've not seen him practice. So the first time we get out there in Oxnard, let's see how he and Jalen Brooks and he and Flournoy and he and the young guys mesh.
Yep, I think he should get every preseason snap. I still need to see some development from him, but at the same time, the Cowboys should be in a developmental period, and you should see what Trey Lance has so you can figure out if it's a long-term play, a one-year play, or you trade him.
That's it. Because I do feel like if he shows you enough, and Broada said something during G-Bag that I thought was great. Like, they already have a good beat on what Trey Lance is. And so we're going to find out. And I'll tell you what, if he doesn't play much in the preseason, then we're going to know how they feel about Trey Lance. But if he does play a lot in the preseason, then you're going to kind of know the temperature of where Trey Lance is, because, again, you gave a 4th-round pick for him. This guy was at one time the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft. So, I mean, enough NFL decision-makers have felt highly about this kid. It'll be interesting to see what he does in the 2024 preseason. That's the one, the only Blake Elliott. That's our boy Kevin Walker behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Coming up next, Blake, it's your time, my friend. Where are we going?
We're going to figure out where are some deficiencies in the Mavs roster and talk about that next on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the second half of the Rangers season. We have our final Tolo ticket giveaway during the Expressway.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
But he has you covered in Oxnard beginning next week, like 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Get Right. The upcoming segment is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back in. The Get Right rolls along on a Thursday night. Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, Kevin Walker behind the glass. And it's this next segment, it has the internet going nuts. We know there's a lot of basketball to be talked out there, but only one guy talks basketball the way Blake Elliott does. It's time for a little Blake on Mavs.
Yeah. It is time for some Blake on Mavs. Look at that. The ringer is on. It's on point, Fred. It's ready. It's letting us know it's Blake on Mavs time right there. Right. The alarm. You had the alarm set. You knew exactly when you were going to pitch it.
We knew the drill.
Yes. It's been a while since I've talked to you, Tolos, man. Since I've given y'all my thoughts on the Mavs and where they fall. And some stuff has happened since I've been gone as well. I was, I want to get the exact date. What was it? I believe 3 days ago, I'm scrolling Twitter and I get 5 people in a row to text me. Did you see what happened with Kyrie? See what happened with Kyrie?
Yeah.
How did you know? My mom was mad at me. You know why?
Why?
Why didn't you tell me, Blake? You're with the Mavs all the time.
About Kyrie news?
I was like, Mom, none of the reporters, none of us knew. No, I think this.
What do you think it was?
So in the report, it said that he hurt his left hand in a training about a month ago. It said in the past month. That was what the email I got from the Mavs when everyone started tweeting out the Tim McMahons, the Brad Townsends, Mike Curtis, all of them, when they let us all know the news. I think it happened at like some private training, like where you see these guys, you know, they're on Instagram and they're at.
So you do think it actually was legit training?
I do. I think it was like legit training, and maybe somebody fell on it. Somebody, because it didn't say he like, you know, broke his hand in 9 different spots and gonna be out for, I don't know.
Of course, they wouldn't tell us even if it was.
But I think it's probably just something that was probably a little bit of a fracture at some point. Now I don't know. I'm just speculating. This is not information from the Mavs. Just that email obviously scared everyone, myself included. And I was like, well, what does this mean for the Mavs? Is he going to heal right?
Yeah.
And then Tim McMahon said he reached out to someone from the Mavs and said that he'll be ready in time for training camp.
That's big.
To start. So I think that kind of lines up the timeline about 8 to 10 weeks. You know, by the time we get around there, he'll be fine. For me, though, I don't put too much stock into that. I'm like, oh my God, Kyrie's going to have a down season now. I think he'll be fine. My concern level is like at 18%. Like, it's not very high. Like, he's been injured a bunch before in his career, so it's not.
His veteranness is really what stands out to you, I know.
Yeah,
so I know you're not
veteranness, of
concerned
course.
about it.
I don't have much concern in that. And if anything, and you'll hear this the more you hear me on the radio, Fred, I've been a big proponent of, I don't think injuries are the worst thing that can happen to a team. It might be the worst thing that can happen to a player. I'm not on the field, but I really came around this when we saw Mark Andrews from Baltimore get hurt last year. And Isaiah Likely
went off.
Steps up in his place and goes off. And now they're like, wow, we have 2 tight ends and we can run a 2 tight end set. And they stayed above water and we're still even pretty good even without Mark Andrews. Now, you don't want Kyrie to get hurt 2 weeks going into the playoffs. But when one of your star players that takes up a bulk of your minutes in any major sport gets hurt early on, Josh Young, and then you're like, wow, Josh Smith can really play. We're getting him all this playing time. And now when Josh Young comes back, we can figure out where to fit everyone else. When you're in these pro major sports, I've said this to you before, everybody playing has talent. They all have got talent. They wouldn't be there. A lot of it is just opportunity. And then, you know, there's a little nuance. Some players are better at this and that. But for the most part, all these guys are very skilled basketball players. They could all go to any LA Fitness and give anyone 50. Last guy on the bench, LeBron.
That's so true.
Like every single one of them could get anybody that's listening to this radio station 50, easy, in their sleep with joggers and regular shoes on.
Yeah.
Because they're just that good. But when you only shoot the ball 3 times versus the guy who shoots at 27, they're going to have more points. They're going to be the one that we're talking about on the radio, on ESPN and whatnot. But I do think the reason I bring it up, a guy like Jaden Hardy, who I've been a big proponent of, maybe he gets a little bit more
This
clock.
is it. Well, don't you need, and think of it this way, and I love where you're going with this. Now, of course, the alternative argument to that is, look, it's all about next man up, right? I mean, and that's essentially what it is, right? Next man up. It's great when you do have that revelation like an Isaiah Likely.
Yeah.
Of course, it sucks when, like what the Rangers saw, outside of Josh Smith, it's been kind of rough.
You don't want
to
a compound and just have 4, 5, 6.
Well, that's just it, right?
You get 1 or 2. Is that the worst thing?
But wouldn't you argue too that it would help if the Mavericks identified who the true backup point guard is?
Yeah,
especially going into the postseason next year.
That would be nice. And it's funny that you say that, and take this for how you will, but I'm a big fan of rebuilding teams on 2K, the video game, and you're kind of going through. It's just a good way, even when I'm not at work, to kind of, even when I'm relaxing,
quote unquote, really just dive in. And
I'm still like going in, looking. I keep the salary cap on. I have the trades hard. Like I'm playing it like I'm really a GM.
You're like Daryl Morey. You're kind of a nerd like that.
I'm trying my best, and when it comes to the backup point guard, I'm like, I have to put it as Dante Exum because Hardy is not the playmaker. I love Hardy, and I've said this many times. Hardy is probably my favorite player on the bench. I've been wanting him to break out. He breaks out in 2K every year. He ends up dropping 20. But my thing is, he is Kyrie's backup. He does the same thing Kyrie does on a lesser scale. You need someone who can set the offense up that's not – Jaden Hardy can bring the ball up. He has good enough ball handling skills, but to run the offense, that's what you need your point guard to do, especially a backup point guard. You need him because a lot of those guys are going to be switching out. Who's the 3 this game and who's in? You need a guy that's always in control. That's why Chris Paul, I think, is it's a great backup because he just knows his role.
Right.
Tyus Jones, Trey Jones, both those guys, both the Jones brothers. Jaden Hardy and Dante, can that coexist? Then where does Grimes play? Is Grimes playing the 3 now, and you have kind of 3 guards out there?
Yeah.
Because you want, in reality, you'd love Jaden Hardy to be your backup point guard.
Sure.
For him to have the ball handling. That would be the best case scenario. And then Grimes at the 2, and Dante Exum is just a break in case of emergency glass third backup. But you kind of have 2 backups to Kyrie, in my opinion. I'll say the 2 guard, the shooting guard is the traditional way to say it. And Jaden Hardy and Quentin Grimes. It kind of is an overlap. Nobody really talks about it because it's not the end of the world. It's not like you have to stick. I got to put a 1 in and a 2 and a 3. You're going to mix and match. Just the NBA, it's kind of positionless. But just when you're looking at the depth chart, it feels like you don't really have a true backup point guard unless you want to call it Dante Exum, who I think most Mavs fans are okay with him being 3rd in the pecking order. That's why we've been trying to get Dennis Smith Jr. and Spencer Dinwiddie and some of these other guys. So it's like you can tell Mavs fans alike and media don't exactly trust Exum because he didn't give you a reason to trust him in that playoff run.
No, he didn't. And he had, the one big half?
Yeah.
Against the Celtics.
Yeah, I think it was
game 3, game 4.
One of those two,
where he went off. And Dante Exum's been one of those dudes that we've been kind of waiting for him he was supposed to be that Australian sensei. He's going to break through, and
he had one of his best years this last year. And I don't mind. I don't mind keeping him on the team because I think there'll be matchups, there'll be games where it's like Exum's out there and you feel great.
And he's a good locker room guy, right? I mean, you know what you're going to get out of him.
And it keeps one Aussie. We traded one Aussie to Charlotte.
Let's go.
So it keeps one Aussie. I like him. Don't love him. I don't know if I want one as my backup point or Exum as my backup point guard.
But he's good in a pinch.
He's good in a pinch. That's why he's a good break glass if
break
emergency.
Glass if necessary.
Like
type
he's
of guy.
good to have on the roster. I would love him to be the 13th guy. I don't want him to be in the 9th guy.
You want him to be your Markieff Morris, is what you're saying.
I would say a little above that, like not my AJ Lawson. That's tough. I think I want him and Maxey in the same role. They're 11th and 12th.
Okay.
There's backups in front of them, but if we need
they're the backup to the backup.
They're the backup
is what you're telling me.
But they're right there though.
Okay, they're there.
They're 11 and 12. They're not 13.
That's it.
They're not on a 2-way, and I just think that's a spot that most Mavs fans aren't talking about.
Are they the Kamala to the Joe Biden? Is what you're telling me? God forbid something like that goes down.
I'm sick.
They could be.
Is that what you're telling me?
I just want to give that for some Mavs fans to chew on. Of where kind of it's almost a question of what do you think of Jaden Hardy? Because if you believe in his production and what he could give you, then you're going to prioritize him and have him either at the 1 or the 2, have one of the first guys off your bench.
Where are you at? You mentioned LA Fitness runs earlier. I'm sure you saw the pseudo LA Fitness run. That's what it looked like on the Twitter sphere when our boy Klay Thompson was he get. I mean, and of course the rumor is that video was spliced up.
It was. I digged into it. Apparently he dropped 40.
That's what I saw. I saw somebody mention that.
People just hating on you.
But people, that's why you cannot go to Twitter. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying you cannot go to Twitter for your information because people love it's entertainment. It's entertainment.
It is.
So you go there and they'll post the 7 shots he missed and the 2 times he got scored on in the 3 hours he was there and dropped 40.
He's washed.
And he's washed. And people will scroll and take that information.
Retweet it and
that's
it's a headline.
That's law. I mean, I'm just saying like even people consuming. That's the only thing I hate about it is people will take that. That's their thought. That's their thought of Klay Thompson. They'll get off Twitter and then they'll watch these and be like, "No, he's not even good." Did you see that clip of him this summer? And it's like you didn't
getting beat up in a Taiwanese gym.
You didn't do the 10 seckends to do the extensive research and realize that wasn't. But that's for nerds like us to really.
Thank you, Blake, for doing the journalism.
I'm trying to do it because they just care about the headline.
Right there.
They just care about the headline. They care about the Hater Central. That might be the most followed account on Twitter right now.
How exactly did you go about digging into this? I
just read the comments. Isn't that how you dig nowadays?
I mean, that's still social media.
You say that because I read the comments too, but then I go back. But then you can go down that rabbit hole of, well, how accurate are the comments?
Well, then you got to click the profile and see.
I was hoping that he was like, no, I talked to X, Y, and Z Mavs beat reporters, and they told me this, that, and the other. Talked to someone at LA Fitness. Talked to the front desk.
My thought of Klay is highly, so I'm not going to see that and assume it's going to be bad because everyone says the 0-10 thing, and it's so corny. It's so like overused. It's like you don't watch basketball.
No.
You're just on social media. And I'll be honest, I get a little heated. I get a little mad when it comes to that stuff because I appreciate the game of basketball.
Yes.
So when people are just like, "Oh, he's 0-10, he's not going to be good," I'm like, I get it. It was funny that one day. Can we drop the joke?
It is tired.
It's like, come on, man. Let's come up with a new joke. It's tired.
It's not as though this guy. Wow. Well, and again, I'm of the belief that he's a professional athlete who, much like our boy Dak, and I haven't seen him dancing anything yet on the socials yet. He's got something to prove. And that's my rallying cry going into the 2024-25 season for your Dallas Mavericks is number 31. By the way, are you good with 31?
Yeah, it's solid. Little Jet Terry.
Are you at all bummed out that he went with honoring Reggie Miller as opposed to his own dad?
Oh, I think it's just a little bit of tough love. You know, Reggie Miller, Michael Thompson was not the player that Reggie Miller was.
Well, no,
and he obviously is sculpting his game after Reggie Miller. I think that's the harder part. If you're a dad and you're hearing, yeah, I sculpted my game against someone else, not you, Pops.
Yeah, no, not you, Dad. Not you. That's tough. That's tough. What's not tough is this first hour of the program that just flew by, if I do say so myself. That's Blake on Mavs right there. We need to come up with some sort of We need to come up with a music and not Fred's phone going off right when the segment's about to start. But hey, that just lets you know that it was time for hard-hitting basketball insight from the one, the only, Mr. Blake Elliott. All right, coming up next, let's talk a little NFL football. Could a movie be preventing one former All-Pro from getting into the Hall of Fame? It's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard, but might he have a point? Lots to get into. Don't go anywhere. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Fan is on YouTube, Twitch.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the Get Right rolls along on a Thursday night. Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, Kevin Walker in the house.
You know what I just realized?
What did you just realize?
That our initials would be a great T-shirt. Think about it. Do your initials and do mine.
FDBE?
Yeah.
FDBE. And then K-Dub.
Yeah.
FDBE.
E stands for every day.
Yeah.
And B is a cat. Put it that way. Maybe even a dog. Maybe a female dog.
Okay.
I don't know where that went.
Are you putting together the FD? I'm trying to be PG right now, but I just thought of that, and that's a great T-shirt.
Too many letters for me.
How is that too many letters? FD? What is?
Well, you're using PG, FD, B, E, K.
What order are we putting them in?
Yours is first. FD has got to be the most obvious of BE after.
Fire department? I don't know.
On, fire department. Fred. Think of the most common word that we use every day that starts with an F, and then D.
Family.
Family. There we go. That's not where I was going.
I was gonna say that's not the. I love the word Fred, but that's not what I usually think of when I think of the letter F.
Tell me that's not a great T-shirt.
FDBE. Tell me,
Tolo's texting.
I don't have my text up, so I don't have texting access just yet.
877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel, injury attorney texting. See, tell me if you got that, or if I'm alone on where you think that could be a great T-shirt, guys. I hope we're on the same wave path of not thinking very intelligently, and you understood where I was going with that.
I'm down for being on a wave path.
If not, then tell me I was wrong. More than welcome to.
Are you more of a wave? Do you prefer wave pass as opposed to wave links?
I'm a length guy.
You know what? I thoroughly enjoy. Look, I've been at the station now for 3 weeks, so I've done a show with all the part timers, the whole gang. We're all just we're just happy to be here. I learned something new from Blake every time I do a show with you. I'll tell you what,
always an experience.
I have a lot of fun doing radio with Blake Elliott. And look, we may have a T-shirt that may not make any sense to anybody.
Come
but
on,
him,
someone texted it in. Thank you.
All right, I'll check it out. Because
put a T 903. Put a T on the second word at the end, and then it's better. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to see it during the break. So if you like it, then say less, as the kids say.
Say less.
I'm trying. I don't like that phrase. I'm more of a say no more guy. But
if you did that, oh my gosh, Fred, I would pay money to go out to a bar and you talk to someone and I would say less. Say no more. they're gonna think you're an undercover cop.
I have been told that, by the way. That's not the first time I've been accused of being law enforcement.
But when you use the lingo, it helps if you don't say, as the kids say. If you just say it and you just leave it alone,
say no more, young fella. I was just seeing if y'all had any nefarious products over here that you sell.
It's the second nefarious
because that wouldn't tip anybody off talking like that. Speaking of talking like that, Derek Carr is somebody that I could imagine that talks just like that. And he revealed that he almost signed with the Jets in 2023. He said it just wasn't the right time. He went on to say, I could have signed with New York, he said in an appearance on the Pardon My Take podcast. It just wasn't the right time for me. There was still like 4 or 5 teams I had to hear from. I remember sitting there with Jets coach Robert Saleh, and he's like, look, man, we'd love to have you. It's up to you.
Okay.
And this is after, he bounced on the Raiders. Now, the Raiders, in fairness, Josh McDaniels kicked him to the curb, and that was pretty much the end of that. I say that to say this. You've been watching the receiver special on Netflix. I know my boy Kevin Walker has been watching it. I'm about 4 or 5 episodes deep, and then I just kind of lost interest in it. It just, to me, hasn't had the same pizzazz.
Okay, I will say,
quarterback.
I'm only 1 episode in. So, I mean, you can quote-unquote spoil it, but I won't have much to add on
Fred
the second and third.
Hate it.
I will say the quarterback one, I understand where you're going because the quarterback one from the first episode had me wanting to watch the whole series in one night.
I binged the entire thing.
This one, I watched the first episode and very comfortably turned it off after a while. Like I was like, all right, that's a great stopping point.
I told Fred that I was like, it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's not as good as the quarterback series.
It's not. And I didn't love having to watch the 49ers pump hard the whole first episode.
Yeah.
I didn't need that. Two of them, two 49ers.
I don't need. Look, George Kittle's a nerd.
George Kittle, to me, he's the guy who's trying too hard.
He is
every 5 seconds of like, hey, I'm the funny guy. Hey, I'm the funny. I'm like,
if you got to tell me you're a funny guy, you're not a funny guy.
Like over and over.
And I get the whole I don't hate him for doing the whole I manifest and he says all the stuff before the games and I get all that, but there's just
you gotta let it come to you sometimes. It feels like he's always, where's the camera? Come on, let's go. Let's do this. All the rest of the teammates are like, we're playing a football game. The cameras are just there. Like, you can still be a personality, but it felt like football was secondary. It felt like he wanted this show to be recorded.
There's a reason why, and I'll just say this much. I don't. When we talk about who the best tight end in the NFL is, I don't entertain. I mean, George Kittle's a good tight end, no question about it. Yeah. But don't give me this nonsense about, well, he blocks, and that's why he's the best tight end. Tell me what you do in the postseason. Like, that's where we're at. You know what I mean? I'm saying, like, that's where we're at. Guess what? He had 2 catches for 4 yards in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
2 catches for 4 yards in the Super Bowl. So I don't want to hear, don't ever anybody tell me that George Kittle's better than Travis Kelce. It's just not.
David Njoku over him?
I'm not taking David Njoku over him. I will give you that. I would take Mark Andrews over him.
Hawkinson?
I'll take Laporta. Hawkinson.
I like Hawkinson.
Hawkinson fantasy GOAT. I mean, every year you draft him in the 4th round and finishes top 5.
Again, if we're gonna get real quick, fantasy nerd stuff. Dalton Kincaid's gonna go off this year.
He might be the number 1 option. He might get drafted pretty high.
Dalton Kincaid, I don't see how he slips out of the 2nd, 3rd round lowest. There's no way you're letting him go past the 3rd round.
Remember when people were drafting, everyone knew Kelce was good throughout his whole career, but no one ever drafted him in the 1st round. It was just a thing. You draft tight ends 3rd, 4th, and then last year, for some reason, was the year that everyone was on board with like, hey, he's going top 5.
Well, I was going to say 2 years ago, I took him at I had like the 11th or 12th pick.
Yeah.
And I took him at like number 11.
Him and Devontae Adams were always a good 1-2 at the back rounds of just like, hey, I'm going to get the best, maybe the best players at their position.
I'll tell you who killed me one year, and I don't think I've recovered since, to be honest with you. This old boy from the New Orleans Saints.
Michael Thomas? At least you weren't like me who drafted Austin Eckler last year.
I did. No,
you drafted Eckler too.
I did. He auto drafted, but because somebody didn't tell me when the draft was supposed to be. Anyway,
I drafted Bijan Robinson and Tony Pollard in back-to-back.
Bijan was good though.
I was gonna say Bijan did all right for you last year.
Good.
No, Bijan
and Tony Pollard wasn't the worst.
He didn't give you what you thought you were going to get out of Tony Pollard.
I did them back-to-back in my first 2 picks.
Little snake draft action. A little 12 and 13, huh?
9-4-0. Don't sleep on Curtis Samuel playing in Buffalo. Give me a sleep number. I am fast asleep on Curtis
Samuel in Buffalo.
Curtis Samuel. Come on. What are we doing?
Well, I'll say this. Curtis Samuel, he's, what was that? Is that the
From
Bears
the
or Reds?
From the Commanders.
The Commanders.
Yeah. That's like me saying, don't sleep on Jalen Tolbert, man. He's going to be top 10. Like, what?
Where are you at, real quick, since we're talking all things Washington Commanders? I mean, I know that folks are feeling some type of way about Jaden Daniels. I don't know that I'm ready to make him this year's C.J. Stroud, because I feel like that's kind of the scuttlebutt that people are leaning towards. Like, he's going to have some monster year this year.
Well, I think the Texans had a better team around them. Texans had a pretty good defense even the year
before.
I don't know
if the Commanders have a bad team.
They don't have a bad team. I just think they got a lot of names that we know, mainly from the Cowboys. And I think they'll be better than they were last year. But I expect them to finish right above the Giants in the division, just be a better team. I just think they got a lot of older guys, man, on that roster, and
they've got a decent offense, but that offensive line's garbage.
Offensive line's still garbage.
I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they trade their best pass rusher last year to Chicago?
Hell, they traded both their pass rushers.
So
last year.
I think they'll be better, and Jaden Daniels will be fun to watch on Twitter. But am I going to be like, it's
lit up?
Are the Commanders going to make any kind of jump this year? I do not.
I don't think so. I don't think so. In fact, in the NFC East, I think the team that I'm expecting to make a bounce back is going to be the Eagles. Mm-hmm. I really do.
They fixed their two biggest problem, linebacker and corner.
They did, and well,
people forget they got Devin White.
Although you could argue did they really fix their biggest problem, which is the coordinators? Because they can have all the talent in the world. I mean, I don't think we truly understood, we do now, just how good Steichen and Gannon really were. Yeah. Because nobody thought the Cardinals were going to be as good as they were last year.
Is there a sport where coordinators are more beloved than football? Like, they're almost as important or more important than the head coach.
Than the head coach?
In basketball, you can't name one assistant unless it's your team. I could tell the Utah Jazz, who's their assistant. Like, you don't know who the assistants are. And they play a role, but not like in football. It's like, this is, if you do not have a good OC who is calling plays for you every single time, you're not going to play well. If you don't have a good DC like the Ravens just had with McDonald, that was literally like winning them games or just calling, and Spags in Kansas City. Like, it felt like their defensive coordinator was quite literally winning them the game. He was calling the perfect play call.
Yeah, he did.
Get up people, and people were just like, oh, well, we'll have anybody. We got Micah Parsons or Nick Bosa. It's like, hey, those guys can only be in the right spot so many times.
Well, and think about, I mean, to your point, think about how much Quinn got lambasted after they played so poorly, right? And then, of course, he gets hired, and people are thinking, okay, well, how did this defense and how did this scheme that was so good for 17 games suddenly spit the bit to a guy starting in his first game, playoff game, or excuse me, was it the second playoff game on the road? No less, right? So, no, you're right about that. No, there's no, and college is the same way, right? I mean, you better have a good staff.
Yeah,
it does, and that's
so important.
That's one thing I've always said about Nick Saban. It's that I think totally gets overlooked about him. That dude had, I mean, and it didn't matter who it was, right? I mean, he had a standard, and he got, I would argue, he probably did more for Lane Kiffin's career from a organizational standpoint, because I promise you, Lane Kiffin, even though being the swashbuckling head coach that he is, I guarantee you he picked up on things from Nick Saban that he'd never done prior to.
I think if I was a GM/owner, I think you got to prioritize your staff. I think it's great to have all these great players, and you can have look at the Chargers, who have had one of the most talented rosters in the NFL for the last, like you said, last decade. I mean, you go on Madden, you're feeling very good about picking Chargers because you're kind of the coach and you're the front office in that position. Right. But like in real life, when we're playing football and it's not a video game, it's not on paper, and they don't know how to put people in the right positions to win, they don't look like a good football team.
Speaking of, didn't your boy Staley go back to the Rams?
He went to the Rams, I believe so. Rams,
I think he went back to the Rams,
went to the Eagles.
Okay.
Kellen Moore is now the OC.
Kellen Moore is with the Eagles,
which I don't think anybody on the Cowboys is scared of. I don't think.
Well, that's the thing.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to be, because again,
very low stock.
I don't know that the Chargers now. You could argue too. A lot went wrong for the Chargers last year.
Correct.
So did Kellen Moore really get did we really see just how good or bad Kellen Moore was when you figure they lost their left tackle last year? I think they lost their right tackle.
Lose your receiver.
Austin Eckler was terrible last year. Austin Eckler was hot garbage.
I think he was kind of like a lame duck. He was like, hey, we'll sign you because we need to fill a coordinating position, but we're not doing anything.
At some point of a coordinator, you gotta play above the X's and O's in a sense. Like, you gotta be
better. You got to.
If you want to really step out. Now, there's plenty of coordinators that are just guys that just fill roles that we don't talk about on the radio and no one talks about because they don't do anything above.
But their teams don't win, though.
Their teams don't win. The guys, the only reason you know Spagnola's name and what's the dude from Miami that kills the Cowboys every year, the defensive coordinator?
Fangio.
There's a
of course,
reason
he's with Philadelphia now.
Yeah, there's a reason we know these names and we talk about them because they are difference makers at the coaching position where they're not on the field, but they are still making a difference in the football game. Some coordinators are just there calling plays and it's just run of the mill or below average, and it's just like, hey, if you want to be a difference-making team, almost in all of them, we know who the coordinators were of that Super Bowl winning team or that AFC title team. Like, they're important. They play a big factor, the same factor as the players, if not more.
Well, to that point, wrap it up with this. Bills make that offensive coordinator change last year. They get rid of Ken Dorsey. They bring in Joe Brady, who had been a hot name for a while. That's the thing about coordinators, right? Is you can be hot for a minute, and then all of a sudden you have a bad year, and you're back to being hot garbage again. I mean, think about the Lions and Ben Johnson, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this dude's over here. I mean, this guy's been turning down
contracts.
This guy's turning down jobs 3 years in a row just so he can go win a chip with the Lions, allegedly.
I do have a question before we get out of here. If you're Ben Johnson, if you're one of these hot coordinators, do you leave for a mediocre head coaching job knowing you're getting a pay raise, but maybe your stock goes down as a coach, or do you stay in your comfortable position with your pay?
I mean, he's already shown 2 years in a row that he's staying for pay because ultimately he knows what he wants.
What would Fred do, though? You're him.
Depends on who the quarterback is.
Let's say you're the Lions. You're the Lions. You're Ben Johnson.
Situations
Well,
are
who's trying to hire
situational.
me? Who's trying to hire me?
The Arizona Cardinals. Come be our head coach.
Man.
Or you can say the Lions and be competing for an NFC title.
That's a good argument that Blake's bringing up.
Well, and it's a great question, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay in Detroit, and because Arizona's a dumpster fire. That organization, Bill Bidwell, whatever the hell his name is. I mean, look at what these guys. I mean, look at that team. And then I've got a quarterback.
They're cursed.
Who may or may not be 5'8", and allegedly is more concerned about playing Call of Duty than he is about whether or not he wants to be an actual NFL, All-Pro.
Him and Bronny could compete.
That's my concern.
Him and Bronny could compete on Call of Duty.
I mean, it's a showdown. So when you're that good and you've got all those pieces coming back, if you're Detroit, because Detroit's going to be good again this year. I mean, now that's a team that again should be competing for a Super Bowl. All right, coming up next when we come back, the British Open teed off today, and one of my childhood favorites. It might be time for him to say goodbye. What does that mean for all guys who, when they get a little long in the tooth, is it time to say goodbye? Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. So get right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Have you been thinking about participating in clinical studies?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice
Yeah,
Girls?
because we're going to get knee deep into some British Open talk, but we're kind of getting to that point, Blake, with Tiger, where he shocked the world, 4 or 5 years ago, whatever it was, when he won that Masters. We never thought he would win another major again. I've been holding on to hope that maybe, the idea that he would ever catch Jack Nicklaus, that's gone. That's played out. He's never going to catch Jack Nicklaus. Short of him becoming the $6 million man, that's never going to happen. And now we're just at the point now with these major tournaments where, again, he's getting ready to miss a third straight cut. He's not with Nike anymore. He's got this generic looking, I don't even know. It's a tiger, but it looks terrible. It looks like somebody made it on Canva, for crying out loud. It's just all the way around. It just hurts my heart to see where Tiger is at. I'm glad he's alive. My man damn near died a few years ago. He's had a rough go. The guy's body is beat to you-know-what. He may or may not have taken PEDs at some point in his career. His body's clearly breaking down before us. And it just hurts my heart, gentlemen, because this is a guy who I grew up watching. He's a few years older than me. I feel like, Tiger brought me into golf, and it just hasn't been the same without him. So my question to you two gentlemen, who is that one or two, or maybe even three athletes in your case, that you have an emotional tie to that you're going to rue the day when it's time for him or her to step down?
Well, one of mine recently happened. Was my favorite player growing up playing basketball. It's one of the reasons that I wore number 32. Blake Griffin.
Magic Johnson?
Blake Griffin.
No. Blake, what, man?
I was sad because that was a guy at his peak, top 5 power forward. And
Blake was a freak.
I can't remember the year I won it because I was young. I want to say it was 2014-ish. Could be completely wrong. When he had like his MVP-ish level, and it was him and LeBron going at it, and it was like the Clippers were good. Like
Lob City was a
thing. DeAndre Jordan, Chris Paul, the whole gang. And then I got to see him go to Detroit and like reinvent his game as like a stretch he was kind of before his time a little bit with like the ball handling at the 4 and shooting the 3.
Yeah.
Then he went to Boston, New York, kind of was.
Well, after Detroit, I think we all kind of honestly, after Detroit, once he kind of got to Detroit, guys like you, the real heads were
I
into
liked
it.
this game, but I wasn't like, all right, he's probably not in that conversation anymore. He's just like a good player.
Yeah, no, he was. Well, and the thing about a guy, and I feel like we're kind of seeing this with Russell Westbrook, is dudes who their game was predicated on just being uber athletic. Now, I'll give you credit. Blake did sort of, morph into a little bit of a guy that could, still put the ball in the basket a little bit and still score. But for a guy that his game lived above the rim, and then he just wasn't that guy anymore. And of course, Detroit, we think about, Blake Griffin, I don't think of the Detroit Pistons. And I certainly don't think Boston Celtic Blake Griffin either.
Yeah, it was tough to see him retire, but he seems happy.
Well, it was time. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even know he was still in the league.
When he was on the Celtics, a lot of people didn't know he was on the Celtics.
No, that's what I'm saying. I lost track of him after he went to Detroit.
Yeah. Didn't he go to the Nets?
He went to the Nets.
Yeah, he was.
He was on the Nets when the Big Three was there.
He was there.
He was the guy that they were like, oh, could he start? I think it was him. There was one other older guy, not Paul Millsap. That's really old. There was another guy they brought in, and it was like, could both of these guys be their Al Horford, their rotation?
LaMarcus Aldridge.
LaMarcus Aldridge. That's exactly
they brought him back.
They brought him in around the same time.
It was
could these be
seriously?
Could these be key rotational?
Yeah, if it was
guys?
2009. Are we kidding ourselves? He was dope at Oklahoma too.
Yeah.
Brought his brother along. I think he got him a spot in the NBA too for a hot minute.
Oklahoma's had some really good basketball talent. Trae Young, Buddy Hield, Blake Griffin.
Shout out to Kelvin Sampson, who was on that text message thing way before it was a thing.
Yeah.
All right. My man, fastest thumbs in the West. My man got a show cause because he was texting people like just all times at night too. Shout out to Kelvin Sampson.
Are you going to be sad when Aaron Rodgers retires?
I think we're just kind of waiting for it. I mean, look, he's his left Achilles away from being done, right? I mean, let's call it what it is.
Or an ACL.
ACL, Achilles. And I don't mind. I like the fact that he goes off the rails with his beliefs and everything like that. Like, God bless him, right? I mean, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Reggie talking about this on KNC this week. We got to decide what we want to get mad at our athletes about, because we get such stock answers all the time, but then when they do they speak their mind, and we're like, oh, just keep it to sports. And it's like, no, I want to hear your outlandish hot takes. I want to hear that you think the earth is flat.
I think the hard part is in our business, there's a human element to us and then a business element. And I think the business element is like, yeah, we want to hear that great stuff. And then the human part of it is like, well, man, it's not a good look for the team, and that's not really the nicest thing to do. You could have just kept it to yourself, and I think it's both of those parts fighting. But yeah, I think that's an interesting way to look at it. I got a little quiz for you. NBA, because when you asked that question, I was like, okay, who are some older guys in the league? Because those are the guys that are probably close to retire. I'm not like, obviously, Luka.
LeBron notwithstanding.
Luka would be an answer, but he's 25. He's not retiring in the next 5 years. So I'm not really thinking of that. So who do you think some of the top 5 oldest guys in the league? I got the whole list in front of me. If you get any of them right, you don't have to guess any order. Just LeBron is the oldest at 39.
I will say this real quick, because we talked about this over the weekend. I would not be at all surprised. Now, if he didn't have a huge contract sitting in front of him, that's probably the only thing that's going to keep him around. But I could see Kawhi pulling a Barry Sanders and just one day
quickly
just shooting it. And it wouldn't even be a tweet. I don't even know what he would do.
It would just be.
It probably would be a fax.
It would just be a Woj tweet that he has decided to retire from the game of basketball.
That's it. It would be like
and we would never see him again
ever.
No, it would be like on a New Balance would probably tweet it out. That would be the end of it. I mean, the fact that he became a New Balance athlete, that's the most Kawhi Leonard thing ever.
That is true.
Back to your question, the 5 oldest players. I mean,
you got LeBron, 39.
LeBron's
There's one other player that's 39. There's a 38, 38, and a 37.
Well, Chris Paul's old as dirt.
You are correct. He is not pulling up on this list, but I know 100% that I think they're around the same age. So that is the correct answer. He's just not on this for some reason, but correct.
So Al Horford's got to be on that list.
He is. He is 38.
He's been around forever and a day.
Do they have to play in the NBA, or are they just like kind of like, hey, we kind of do both, or what are we, like?
We're going off guys that are currently in the NBA. Some of them are like free agents, but these are all notable names. There's nobody that's just like a random. Like, oh, I would have never seen.
How old is Isaiah Thomas?
Isaiah Thomas, he is actually on this list. He's 35. So he is like 15th to 20th on this list.
Boy, I tell you what. Didn't he get hurt? And then that really, like, what was it with Boston when he got hurt?
His
hip.
Man. Isaiah Thomas pre-injury might have been the greatest point guard I've ever seen in my life.
He's about to get that bag, too, boy. He's about to get paid.
I still remember that series, him playing Washington.
Yeah.
And just giving them buckets.
And he's all of what, 5'9", 5'10", maybe?
Just off the pick and roll, just that moving jumper.
No, he was, I'll tell you what, you got to give a guy credit like that. All right, so we said Chris Paul. We said Al Horford.
All these guys are rotation guys. Don't think any big.
I was going to say, no. I mean, there's no starters, right? I mean,
one is on the Clippers, one's on Philly currently.
One's on the Clippers and one's on Philly. One's on
point guard for Philly, and then
Kyle Lowry.
Kyle Lowry at 38, who I sneakily.
Kyle Lowry is 38.
Sneakily 38.
Boy, Kyle Lowry's been around for.
He just got another contract.
I was gonna say he just re-upped with Philly.
The number 24th pick in 2006.
Where did he go to school anyway?
Villanova.
But he is a Nova guy, isn't he? That's right. He's from Philly. All right, and then
number 2.
And then Philly, or excuse me, the Clippers.
He's a forward wing. 2006, second round, 35th pick. Went to school in Texas, University of Texas.
Oh, PJ.
PJ Tucker.
I mean, and God bless PJ Tucker. I mean,
he's also 39.
We're at the point now where, I mean, I feel like his shoe collection has gotten more run than his actual NBA career.
That's the thing that people are caring about. What shoes is he wearing? Okay, so back to your question. Who am I going to miss? It's kind of looking at this list.
Who are you going to miss?
I'm none of all these guys. I'm ready. I'm ready. They can go out the door. Kevin Durant. That's the first name I'm scrolling through. Like the game will be different. Obviously, LeBron. We don't need to spend 10 minutes.
I was going to say we know,
but Kevin Durant for sure. I think it'll be like that's a unicorn. That was Wemby before Wemby.
I agree with that.
And the thing about Kevin Durant is he's going to have such a conflicted legacy when it's all said
You know how
and
many
done.
sports debates we're going to have just about his legacy when he retires?
Because
It's
nobody can agree where he's even in the standing of all-time greats.
Because how much do we weight the ring in the Warriors?
Oh,
But then he makes it hard because he was the best player on that team. It's like
he was the best player on that team.
Those debates can go on forever because there's very equal sides to both of them. Of like him being a great player, I think everyone agrees a top 5 scorer of the basketball of all time. How good it be as a leader, the champion, as an all-time great. These guys that won with multiple franchises or the same franchise. Like
I think we're just mad when it comes to KD. Because here's the thing, that was a dynasty without him there. I mean, obviously he's part of it, of course.
It's not like they didn't win before he got there.
If he wins in OKC, if he wins that title in OKC when they're up 3-1,
before,
yeah, right, none of this is even happening.
Or if he just even wins in Brooklyn.
If he wins in Brooklyn, if his foot's 14 and a half instead of a 15 or whatever it is,
inches matter.
That's what they say. That's what I've heard. No, you're 100% correct on that. And I don't know. And we're at the point now with him in his career. I'm not going to say he's ring chasing, but when the free agency started and the first thing we heard was, well, the Rockets are interested in him.
Yeah. Well, apparently, to kind of put that down, apparently every team's always interested in him. And he kind of even went on a podcast and was like, I want to be with the Suns. That just is just people wanting to get clicks on their tweet because you can always just say Mavs are interested, Rockets are interested, Clippers are every team's interested in one of the best players ever. Or is there actual tradable pieces that are being talked about?
Now, the Rockets do have a boatload of young talent.
I think it's more on, are the Suns trying to ship them out? And Matt Ishba has made it very clear. He's trying to keep this team together for some reason. I think they're championship contenders.
Well, you got two good dudes.
Then you got
Bradley Beal is just collecting money at this point.
Is he even a top 10 at his position anymore? I would say no.
A lot of people do that in the NBA.
No, Bradley Beal's just a body.
Isn't that crazy?
He's a jag at this stage of his career.
His stock has dropped like no other. I mean, arguably was the best shooting guard in the league at one point.
He was.
Top 3 at worst.
Yeah.
Like 30 points a game every year, and now it went to a better team. We're like, oh, man, he'll be smack fit great. Some people thought. I didn't think so.
You just hope that doesn't happen to our boy Clay.
Well, that's a good thing. Super teams don't work out anymore, but good thing is Clay, I think, is a very good role player. I think he's a very good. I don't think he's trying to be a superstar and drop 30 a night.
Well, and they don't need him to.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it, right? They don't need him to. And I go back to this, and I've said this time and time again on these airwaves and just to anybody to listen. That championship pedigree, that being, and real quick, we're up against it. But what was your takeaway at the press conference? Because you and I the last time we did a show was I think it was the day before the press conference, if I'm not mistaken. What was your takeaway from the press conference with Clay and the guys?
I got too much to say about this. Let's find out. Let's put a pen and we'll talk about this in detail at some point. Whatever you feel best, so we can really get into.
You know what? Let's keep the good vibes going because we can put Paul Feinbaum's whatever. I want to get into this because like I said, you were there. I want to hear it. The Tolos want to hear it. 877-881-1053. Blake. Post press conference, what did you think of Clay? Because I'll tell you what, I loved everything I heard from him. We'll hear what the guy that was actually there, and I didn't even get to hear what your first question was. So lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, with the Rangers getting going in the second half, can Josh Smith keep it up after a big first half for your Rangers? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Lakefront living on a...
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Texas Rangers, and of course, you can catch Texas Rangers tomorrow as they kick off the second half of the season. And of course, they're already 95 games into the season, but kicks off tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles visiting Globe Life Field. So make sure you tune in for that, as I know all of you do. And of course, Blake and I will reconvene on Saturday out at Globe Life Field. Me, you, and the youngster Alec Medford will be out.
Oh, AM, Wendy's logo. Old Wendy's logo himself. But in the last segment, we were talking about some players that we're going to miss when they go, and y'all texted in some great answers.
Yeah, what you got over there?
881-1053 Franklin Injury Attorney text line. If you had one and you wanted to get it in, from the 903 and the 904, Steph Curry. Really going to miss him.
Yes, that's a good. How long do we think he's got left? Because he's like, I mean, he's got to be, what, 34, 35, isn't he?
I believe he is 35. Let's see the exact age. He's 36.
36. So you figure.
On a bad team.
Yeah, that team. Now, here's the real question. Here's the real question.
would he be open to a trade?
I think no. I think he finishes his career in Golden State. I think he understands legacy, and I think
that legacy's solid though. And here's the other part of it. Would he be doing the Warriors a solid? Because you're gonna fetch a little something for Steph Curry. You ain't getting him for a bag of donuts and a third-round pick to be named later.
Yeah, I think you'd get something, but I think the Warriors you just go down with the ship with this one. Kind of how the Mavs did with Dirk. He obviously wasn't like MVP caliber his last couple of years, but you just keep that guy around, and then maybe you luck out and get a top pick because you're bad and you draft Luka. And if you are the Warriors, I think they would hope they were even
James Wiseman.
Oh, I think they've been bad at drafting, man. They've been good and bad. They've been like hit dynasty, make a team, and then they've been like young players don't know how to develop them or draft the wrong guy entirely. Moses Moody, we've been waiting for him to break out for a couple years. He's might not even get rotational minutes. They just brought in Kyle Anderson. They still got Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga. Like they're just an interesting organization in general. But I think Steph Curry's staying there forever. He's retiring as a Warrior.
I mean, you're probably not wrong. I would be curious if the scuttlebutt, if a team that was contending.
Like who, though? Who needs a star point guard, like a top 5 player in the league at a point guard?
He's not playing point guard at this stage. I mean, you're using him just to score.
I think he still wants to be the point guard. Like he's not going to LA, like and going to be off ball to LeBron the entire season. I mean, that's not happening. He's obviously not going to the 76ers.
Why not though? Why not?
Is that the destination you feel is most?
What, the Lakers?
Yeah, I don't know.
I could
know if there's
see
any
it
fit,
only
honestly.
because him and LeBron playing together.
But that would just be for vibes. I mean, they'd be good. Don't get me wrong. They probably would.
He's got nothing to prove. Mm-hmm. And would anybody be mad if for a year or two LeBron and Steph balled out Karl Malone and Gary Payton style with the Lakers?
Let's do it. Let's run
I think if we knew it was the
I'd
end,
enjoy
it'd be
it.
Okay, yeah.
Let me watch him, run around the court for a little bit. I mean, it'd be kind of fun.
I just got to say, I caught a glimpse of the Twitch. Kevin's doing you dirty right now, Fred.
Doing me dirty?
Because it's just the top. It's just like
he keeps moving up and down.
Like
I
you
gotta
might
fix it.
be 4'3" on the Twitch.
That's it. I'm a little person. Fred Davis, the newest little person at 105.3 The Fan. God, he's got a big head, though. But most little people do, though. That's part of the deal. So,
Do
it makes
they?
sense. Yeah.
Is that how it works?
I think so, yeah. I mean, they've got, the little short arms.
Let's not get canceled.
That's just observation.
Okay, so the Klay Thompson.
Look at the dude from, what's that show? The
Ridiculous
Thrones one?
Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones?
Oh, no, I don't even watch that. But those are like hobbits.
No, the dude, the Peter Dinklage, I think is his name.
Is that really his name? Or did you just make that up? I've never seen Game of Thrones.
I think we need to get off of
I don't know if you're pulling my string.
Google Peter Dinklage. I promise you that's his
scared
name.
on the company Wi-Fi was going to pull up if I type in Peter
I
Dinklage.
think that's him.
Because let's be sure before I type
him.
it in. I'm going to get an email from Gavin and Tim. Why are you looking up Dinklages on the company Wi-Fi? Klay Thompson press conference.
Yes. You were there.
The last time we talked, I hadn't been yet, correct?
No.
You told me what to wear.
Yeah, because what did you end up wearing?
Okay. So I know this is only interesting to Fred, and the rest of you probably do not care what I wore, but I'll brief you
You'd be
quickly.
surprised. They care about what words you use.
Yeah,
You'd
they
be
do.
surprised. People want to know.
I wore.
You were going to wear shorts, dude. You were talking about wearing
corduroy
shorts.
pants, which I
Okay.
got roasted by Gavin by. He said it was like the 1960s or something, and I love my corduroy pants. I love them. They're very stylish. They are brown, obviously.
Clearly.
And they got a nice just pattern to them. It feels like a couch.
I mean, isn't there only one kind of pattern you can have with corduroy pants?
I guess. They got a nice pattern. I wore a black polo.
Okay.
Like it looked like it was like a short sleeve
A little black and brown action. Okay. Like a
And
shadow brown.
And then I think I wore like
shingle.
some white low tops. Like some like Sam
Well,
Smith.
you had
I
a
think.
lot of different colors going on. Okay. So you went white shoes.
Yeah. I
With the
believe-
brown pants and black shirt.
I don't even really remember what I wore. I might have wore a blue top, but the corduroy points were the standout. Let's be honest, that was the standout, and I fit the mold pretty well. I looked like every other reporter that was there. The funnier part when it comes to outfits was our boy CA, and we've already talked about this on the radio, but it was hilarious. CA had on an all white outfit. I'm talking about white top, white bottoms, white shoes.
Like he was going to a white party
Yeah,
after.
that's literally what everyone. I wanted to say, Micah Rubin, forget the invite in the mail, and he was like, "Ha, everyone's already said that to me, Blake." And so I had fun with that. And he was actually sitting next to me in the press conference, and And I love CA. CA is like my little mentor coach.
He's the GOAT.
So I get my first question in confidently. There's a bunch of people in the room.
Oh, absolutely.
It was packed.
It was a national press conference.
70, 80, 90 people in there, a bunch of camera crew.
Fixed it.
Yada, yada.
What number were you?
I was maybe, and Kevin might be able to fact check me on this, 6 or 7.
Solid. Top 10.
6 or 7.
Top 10. Good for you.
And
Good
see, the
for
thing
you.
is, I could have been a little bit earlier.
Really?
I could have.
However.
But like I said, I like to wait and see what's not being asked. I don't want to. There's certain questions that are just going to get out there.
Yeah.
The number. What does it mean to be on the team? Why did you leave Steph? I already know those are going to be asked.
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure out, okay, what button is not being pushed that me as a fan of basketball would want to know? I'm sitting at home. Why don't they ask that question?
Right.
I want to know. And so I try to be that voice. And do we have the clip, Kevin, or no? No clip. Okay, I'll just quote it. It's fine. We can pull it up another time.
Damn it.
I asked.
Not enough time.
You're good. I asked. The Dallas Mavericks made their identity on defense and physicality at the trade deadline, and that's kind of why they became good. How well do each three of y'all identify with that?
Yeah.
And the Mavericks
Great
actually
question.
posted their response on the little Instagram. You know, they'll post like clips.
We talked about that. We wanted your question to go viral.
They post little highlights on the Instagram page of the press conference, and that was one of them. And pretty much Clay was like, that's what these two guys, Grimes and Marshall, were brought in for. It's not the pretty things. They're going to be doing all the dirty work. And
I like how you deferred to that.
And Grimes and Najee were like, I don't mind sitting in a chair. I'm paraphrasing. They're like, I don't mind sitting in a chair. I don't mind diving after loose balls. Like, physicality is the name of my game. I thought Grimes gave one of the best answers. He was like, when I was at Houston with Coach Sampson, that's the only way he got on the floor. That's the only way he got on the floor.
Exactly.
And so I've carried that throughout my career. And then he said, when I was in New York with Tibbs, that's how you got playing time.
Yes. Okay, so I did hear you ask that question.
That I thought was really good because he didn't have to go back to that. He could have just gave a generic, we love defensive physicality.
Don't sleep on QG.
That was like, hey, this question's personal to me. Like, hey, defense is my calling card, and we know Najee Marshall, that's one of his. And then Clay was kind of just like, I will be able to do whatever I can to help the team. You know, I'm really here for offense, but I'll do a little bit of the defense as well, which I thought it was an inspiring
What a
question.
great answer. I mean, that's basically Clay's way of saying, look, I'm not here to play defense. Yeah. Okay. Like those days that Clay ain't walking through the door. Right.
I am not Kawhi Leonard, but I'll hold my own. I'll do my
I'm
thing.
not broke down like Kawhi Leonard. We can say that much.
And what's it called? I thought it was just a good vibe overall. I think a lot of people, when I talked to after, like they seem like they're happy. You know, sometimes you have press conferences that are just rudimentary. Ask your questions,
you
get
could
out.
feel that. Look, I was in my truck in between jobs, and I say it's one of those interviews or press conferences where you sat in your truck or car or whatever vehicle you're driving in these days and listened to it while it was going on. And I'll say this, you could feel the energy through.
There were some giggles. There were some laughs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was very upbeat. But the one thing that I enjoyed from listening to Clay was like Clay's here on a mission. Like Clay's not here to play around. Like this dude, he came here for one reason.
He came to the Dallas Mavericks.
He knows his assignment.
He knows his assignment, and I thought they hit it on the nail. Shout out to Dorothy. Shout out to Skinway. They both asked kind of in the same vein of, what are you outside of basketball? What are your talents?
That question was hysterical.
And I think
God, that was a great
Clay
question.
said he was a Jeopardy host or something like that.
He'd be a guest on Jeopardy because he's got a lot of useless knowledge.
Najee Marshall said that he's great at everything, which is kind of like the best. He's just like,
did he say that or did Quentin Grimes say that?
I think it was Marshall. He was just like, I'm pretty much good at everything. And I think Grimes said something about juggling.
I was going to say, one of the dudes said something about juggling, which
I think Grimes was juggling. And I think Marshall was anything I touch, I'm good at, which if you're like, there's a certain way you can come. There's a certain player in a certain way that can come across negatively. I think what we think of Najee and how he said it was like, I like that. Like he's just like, you're already kind of underestimating me. I think most Mavs fans don't know that much.
Nobody knew
about
who Najee Marshall was,
but he's coming in confident. Like, hey man, I'm good at everything I do. Well, just watch, and you appreciate that confidence from a player that you may be underestimating. You don't need a player like that to be like, I'm just average. I'm just another guy just trying to play my role. Like he was talking with his chest out.
I think there's something to be said for, and I agree with you wholeheartedly when you say that. From a professional standpoint, these guys are coming. Clay already knows what he's here for. Oh, Kurt Heelan said something. We asked him yesterday, writer for Pro Basketball Talk, and one of the things we asked him was, and he's based out of SoCal, so we asked him, we're like, hey, what was there anything scuttlebutt-wise that you heard, money notwithstanding, as to why Clay picked the Mavericks over the Lakers? Yeah. And he said his understanding was the only team that offered him a starting job was the Mavericks.
Had you heard anything to that effect, or does that surprise you that the Mavs were the only team that offered him a starting role?
No, it doesn't surprise me. I'm kind of on both ends because the teams that were interested, the Lakers would have. I don't understand how he wouldn't be starting.
How are you not starting if you're the Lakers?
I think that
Dalton Connect starting in front of Klay Thompson.
Yeah,
are you kidding me right now?
I think Rui Hachimura, Vando. I think that's a little bit of revisionist history of just like, oh well, he picked him because he was going to start. I think that was a factor. I do not think the Dallas Mavericks were the only team that pitched he'll start. The teams that it might have came down to between LA and the Mavs maybe had a better pitch. Yeah. And you're seeing, back to our conversation earlier, why front offices are so important. And part of it is recruiting. And sometimes, apparently, reports that were the Buss family could not get Mr. Klay on the phone. Apparently that he just talked to...
He just talked to LeBron and that was it?
He just talked to LeBron. He never had a...
What's that tell you?
Like that
he's the front office.
No, let's stop with that. I hate that narrative. LeBron is a very powerful player.
He is, though.
I get that. But obviously, if he was the front office, Klay would be signed. Let's be honest. If he was the front office,
no, he wasn't. But I think that speaks to the point.
He is their.
Why does nobody go play with LeBron?
He's their recruiter, and because
he ain't very good at it.
This is a very nuanced question.
There is a recruiting position in the front office.
No one's trying to play for that circus.
Well, you can only do so much. It's not like LeBron can forfeit his contract entirely. He tried to.
He definitely tried, and then said, "You know what? Never mind. I'll just."
And
sign
by
for
the
more.
way, and I think this is the other part, and Kurt Heelan touched on this. Who you want to go play for? Jason Kidd or JJ Redick?
Yeah, think about the scenarios you're going into. A team that didn't make it out of the first round, that was a play-in team, that has all the drama with Bronny, has a first-year head coach.
And you need him to do a lot more if you're in LA.
And if you lose, if you're Klay Thompson, you go to the Lakers and you do not win the championship or make it to the deep in the playoffs, whose fault is it? LeBron's or Klay Thompson's?
Exactly.
It's always the exterior. You go to the Mavs, who, yes, you will get some blame, but you have a greater chance of not getting blamed and getting that praise being on this team that just went to the finals. And they'll blame it on LeBron.
Unless he goes over 10.
On Kyrie.
Unless he goes over 10.
Like, you're gonna get blamed if you go to the Lakers and you don't win. It's happened to countless players in NBA history.
AD's still carrying that baggage. Still, although he is having a hell of an Olympics.
I do want to get these in before we go. From the 214, people love saying the looks like. Fred looks like he reads frozen food labels. From another 214, Fred looks like he yells from the stands at youth baseball. Fred looks like he jumps from his truck. I think that was when Okay, here's one more to get us out. There's one against me as well. Fred looks like he was an employee on Hardcore Pawn Shop.
That's pretty good.
None of those things are accurate.
And then Jagon said Blake looking like a s'mores or a Black and Mild.
Wood tip or plastic? That's the question I've got. That's the one, the only Blake Elliott. That's the one, the only Kevin Walker. I'm Fred Davis. 2 hours to get right in the books. When we come back, ESPN's got their top 50 or top 100 athletes of all time. We'll discuss that. And how does it match up with ChatGPT, which is taking over the world? Which one's right? We'll discuss next. Don't go anywhere. It's to get right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, this is Chuck Cooperstein for Autoflex Leasing. We all have individual tastes. Some like...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Again, Baltimore Orioles coming to town. Who's on the bump tomorrow?
Evaldi. Versus Corbin Burns.
Couldn't ask for a better guy to get you some get right to start the second half of the year.
I see what you did right there. Yeah,
Feel me? You feel me on that?
That would be nice. I just hope that Josh Smith comes out with a vengeance. He watched the All-Star game and goes, those guys?
Could have been me.
Should have been. Should have been me. I am the Josh H. Smith. It's just previewing his MVP year. Soon enough.
I was going to say, you're talking a little crazy, but he's having a hell of a year, though. He's definitely the MVP for the Rangers.
He's the MVP of the entire league, Fred.
That's wild talk. It's a wild scenario you're throwing out there. And I'm not trying to hate. I am not trying to hate.
Guys? Fred's hating on Josh Smith.
Well, I'm trying to be a realist here. I'm trying to be a realist. There's a fine line between being a homer and being a realist.
I don't know what you're talking about. Josh Smith's the best player in baseball. Judge, Ohtani, give me Josh Smith.
Trash. Tell you what, Josh Smith wouldn't let his friend go to prison for him.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Did you look at Peter Dinklage, by the way?
I did not.
Haven't done it yet.
No Dinklage on this computer.
Because it's a real person. He's a real person, for crying out loud.
You notice how nobody texted in that.
How you spell it?
I said, is he real? And nobody said a word in the text. So I think you're making up a guy.
If you're scared, say you're scared. Right?
I think you're making up a guy.
I'm 100% on it. I'm 100% factual about it.
Yep, you're right.
I know.
Can you give me a descriptor?
I'm not new to this, folks.
What does he look like? Is it accurate?
He looks like the guy that's from Game of Thrones. You've seen the movie Elf, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks like what Fred described 20 minutes ago.
He's the guy in Elf.
Thank you.
What is
he's played in a lot of
the guy
movies.
in Elf. Can we get more descriptive than the guy?
He's He's the guy in Elf, the shorter guy in Elf.
The small. I mean, just say the small person. That's what they're called.
Is there not a million of those in Elf? There's a bunch of them that Will Ferrell's working with.
I don't know. I feel like that's one of the most overrated movies of all time.
Ooh,
whoa!
People are not gonna like that at all.
I don't like that.
People love Elf here in Texas. They
Let them
love.
like. I mean, it's great. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I just, much like your context, okay? Water's not for everybody. Neither is Elf.
Guys, Fred, in the matter of, 2 minutes, has said Elf is overrated and Josh Smith is overrated. So
Never said Josh Smith was overrated. Never. See, there you go with your Twitter misinformation right there.
No, just that's like the community notes. It's gonna say Fred actually said
he was the Rangers MVP, is what Fred said.
Speaking of actors, how do they get baby actors? Not baby, not like infant.
That's a fantastic question. I wondered this for a long time.
I just thought of that. I'm not talking baby. Maybe that was the wrong word to use. Not like infant, but like
infant. How do they get infant actors?
Like 2 to 6, and they're like, all right, go play that role, and they just knock it out of the park.
Because
it's got to be someone that knows someone, right?
Oh, parents. There's parents out there.
Because in every movie, there's a small person at some point, whether they're the main character or not.
Everybody, look, there's somebody that thinks, oh, my child should be an actor or an actress.
But they be killing it in the movies. How were they that good? When I was 3 or 4, I don't know what I was doing, but I wasn't acting in the movie.
We're acting.
Like in Hollywood movies, like big time. We're all watching.
Because again, there's somebody, I mean, case in point, the kid that played,
where they're trying to break in and it's Christmas time.
Who's Daniel Radcliffe? What's he? Harry Potter?
Harry Potter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never seen any of them, right? Let's just make that
Whoa.
clear.
They're good.
Yeah. You've never seen the Deathly Hallows?
Never seen. Let's just real quick.
Get them all out the way.
We'll get to the list.
It's one of the series
We'll get to the list here, but let's just mark this down because again, this is the introduction of Fred Davis here.
I don't like where this is going.
Never seen Harry Potter.
Okay, but on your own fruition, like it was in front of you and you chose it at night, or it was never around you?
What do you mean it's never around me? I mean,
has anyone in your family
people in
ever
your
watched
family
it?
watched it and friends, and you're like,
oh, my
I
daughter
don't
loves it.
So you have the chance.
Yeah, she watched it at her mom's house. She didn't watch it at my house.
No sorcery in your house.
Get that straight.
No witchcraft.
Oh, you know what we got at my house? We got pure testosterone at my house. That's what we got. All right.
Okay.
You still haven't seen Predator, right? You haven't.
Did you watch the movie?
Seen it. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, so then
we're even.
Touche.
In fairness, though, and we can throw this out to the Tolos because we know what the answer to this is. Predator is one of the greatest movies of all time. It's a top 5.
I have done some research and I have found some very good things.
Ask your dad about Predator. Okay?
No, I asked him. He's like,
Case closed.
He's like, you probably like alien stuff. It was like Star Wars and stuff.
He kills an alien by himself.
So from the 214, never seen Harry Potter either.
Thank you.
And then the 682 said, who is this guy on the radio? So you got both of them. People liking your take and not liking your take.
It's not even a take. It's just reality.
I think it is a take.
Like it's just reality. You either watched it or you haven't. Like
Any other bombshells you want to say you haven't watched?
Never seen Star Wars.
No.
Any of them.
No.
Any of them.
None of them? So you don't even know who Yoda is in the Star Wars universe.
Of course I know who Yoda is.
Darth Maul doesn't
He's the guy with the red face?
Would you ever be willing to watch it? If you like Predator,
no, not night and day. Night and day. John Matrix.
Have you seen the
could
Avengers?
Kill all of Star Wars by himself.
What? Seen the Avengers at this point? Any Marvel movies? Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, Thor?
I saw.
What legendary series of films have you not watched?
Oh, the list goes on. I've seen Infinity War, but that was only because my kids made me go see it.
That's such a disgrace, Kevin, that he only went and saw Infinity War. Infinity War was for us that have been watching for years, seeing it build up.
And
this was the apex of all the movies.
That's like never watching Friends or Fill in the Blank show and then just cutting right to the last episode. I said fill in the blank. I said fill in the blank. I said fill in the blank. It's just like going to any show and then just like, you know what? Stranger Things. Just watch the last episode and that's it.
You would have been better off.
That's essentially what you did.
You'd have been better off not watching Infinity War. That's more of a disgrace that you have watched it. Because I would have been like, okay, he's never seen it. Cool. You wouldn't watch the last one and just spoiled it. Everything. There's no point to go back. That's an apex of all the movies.
It was all right.
I'm sure. I'm sure it didn't.
You don't know anything.
I'm sure it didn't even make sense to you.
It didn't. No, I did have to ask. Thankfully, my son was there to answer all the questions I had.
You were that guy in the movies. So who is he? Why is he
35 questions in the front row.
Okay. I fell asleep during one of the Spider-Man movies.
This is getting worse and worse. This
is horrible.
People are on, they're either who is this, get him off the air, or Fred, you're missing nothing, Harry Potter sucks. So
okay, look, Harry Potter, that's fine. You can miss Harry Potter, but like the Star Wars, the Marvels, you're missing out. You're missing out.
You have to actively avoid those. Those are in front of you all the time.
But are they though?
Movies
are
aren't
you
as popular now,
Are you gonna go see the new Deadpool movie?
I'll go see that.
Did you watch the first one?
I have seen both of those.
Okay, so
I've seen both
because those are
Deadpools.
testosterone ones.
Those are strictly
jumping
testosterone.
around.
Let me just make
like
one
the
thing
sci-fi.
clear. Let me
Like
just
the
make.
nerd.
I came from the era of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Sylvester Stallone. Like, it was just cheesy one-liners and just dudes beating the bleep out of each other. Like, that's what I grew up on. That's what I feed off of. Okay?
I love the Tolos. Everyone's just sexing in Fred is this or Fred. So now that people know a little bit more about you, they're assuming these characterizations, I think, is a good way
Let's
to
hear
put it.
them. Let's hear them. I can't wait. I can't wait.
555 or 559, Fred looks like a washed-up backyard wrestler. I don't even know how you get to that. And then
Are these all people that have seen us on?
These are people who are probably watching the YouTube or Twitch, I would assume.
Okay. I mean, I was going to say, where else are they seeing me at?
Fred's the dude that thinks he Mr. Mountain Man that brings starter logos because he can't start a fire on his own. I don't know what
I can
that
start
means.
a fire. No, but I know.
That was too long.
A starter log? No, I can start a fire. Thanks.
This guy said it's nothing but testosterone in my house. Clip that. They said Fred's the type of guy to watch Dawson Creek, though.
No. But that being said, I will appreciate a good dramatic movie, though.
Is that what Dawson Creek is? Never heard of it.
That's before y'all's time. It absolutely was. It was a dramatic show.
Motel Bates. Is that what it's called?
Hotel Bates?
Hotel Bates.
Bates
Bates
Motel.
Motel.
Bates Motel.
We totally butchered that name. Bates Motel.
Bates Motel, if I'm not mistaken, like that was supposed to be the Norman Bates.
Yeah, it is.
Like
Great show.
Off of him or whatever like that.
I think that's just a regular one, right?
I don't
Norman
know.
Bates
I never got into that
character.
I'll tell you what. Like I just got done. Like I'm watching Presumed Innocent right now on Apple TV, which has been incredible. I mean, where are you at on Jake Gyllenhaal? You a Jake Gyllenhaal guy?
I'll say this. I'm not an actor person. Jake Gyllenhaal, when you said that, a picture of him did not pop up in my head.
Oh,
I
really?
know the name. I know exactly who he is. But it's not like, oh, I know what movies and this, and this. I'm not good with that.
Fair enough.
He was most recently in Roadhouse 2, or the new Roadhouse, or the redo of Roadhouse. So
You just made Jagon be a Rangers fan. He said with all these bad takes, I don't know if I can rep Houston like Fred. I'm a Rangers fan now. Jagon and Terrell might be our most infamous Houston fan.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. Does he have a Houston logo tattooed on his body? Because if he doesn't, then I don't want to hear it.
Oh, you heard him, Jagon.
I mean, what? Because my TV takes? Like, really?
They were pretty egregious. Anything else you haven't seen? Okay.
Before we hit this 100 list that we haven't talked about.
You know what? I'll make it easy on you.
Give me another one.
I'll make it easy on you. Yeah. I have not seen The Office. And that's like,
I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. If I do say so
there you go.
myself.
I'll let people.
But
ride on
But you
that.
know what? But here's the thing.
bad.
Like, here's what you got to understand.
But I don't know, honestly, Blake, knowing you, I don't know if you would enjoy The Office.
Not
that
my
much.
kind of comedy.
You would.
I would?
You would. It's hilarious.
But it's funny. But it's like crude humor. It's not like
very dry.
outlandish.
They're
It's very
dry.
dry humor, and I don't think that's Blake's kind of thing.
I can appreciate all different types of humor, but
watch the first.
Have you tried watching it, or just never really?
I turned it off. Turned it off quick. I watched the first episode. Wasn't my thing.
You didn't see the Diversity Day episode?
I saw whatever the very first episode.
No.
Episode 1.
Diversity Day episode's episode number 2.
Like, I've seen clips and it's funny, but it's not something I have to watch. Like, I don't get the appeal of it. Like, number one show ever.
But here's the thing.
What about Seinfeld?
You have to give it more than a couple episodes. Like, look, it would be unfair of me to say Harry Potter's trash. Avengers are trash. Like, just because I've never seen it.
If you saw the first Harry Potter of him going through the
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Wall,
like, it's one of those deals where I'm not my daughter loves Harry Potter. Okay, my daughter's a huge Harry Potter fan, right? She's 21, loves all the Harry Potters. I'm not going to just automatically just dismiss Harry Potter because obviously
kind of sounds like
plenty. I have no interest in watching it. It's never presented itself.
That's dismissing it. Saying I have no interest is literally dismissing it.
I don't dismiss that people like it. I don't dismiss the greatness of it and its importance. I'm just not into it. So I guess we go back to Blake's context.
Yep.
I'm dismissing it in that I'm not interested in seeing it, but I respect and appreciate its greatness to people that do like it.
Yeah.
I'm just not one of those people that...
I'm in the same with Game of Thrones. Everyone says Game of Thrones is top 5. Never seen it.
I watched 3 episodes of it.
Yeah.
I'm not all about
What's
it.
the other one? Breaking Bad. I feel like I would like that. I just haven't gotten into it.
Breaking Bad is television gold.
I feel like I would like that one if I gave it. It's a chore. It's like it's you can't just watch one episode and call it a day.
Now I'll say
No, that's
this.
like something you're setting yourself up. Like, I gotta make time for. I'm getting into a new series. This is gonna alter my
But I'm
life,
gonna
and
tell
I
you
need
what.
to get ready for it.
No, you're 100% correct on that. And to that point, you watch that first episode of Breaking Bad. Oh, you're hooked. Like that. I'm sorry, but anybody that doesn't think the first episode of Breaking Bad, where they're literally driving down in a RV, having just cooked up meth, and they're tripping out, and
Spoiler
homeboy's
alert.
pants are hanging off the side. I mean, you're like, what am I watching right now?
Okay, real quick before we hit this list, have either
We're
of
not
y'all
doing it.
seen?
We're not-
Yeah,
we're
we're
not
not
doing
talking
it
about
next
it.
segment,
Have y'all
but-
either of y'all seen The Bear?
Yeah,
I haven't.
I have.
Blake, your thoughts?
It's a good show. Good show.
So, okay, for me personally,
Good,
I
not
would,
great. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you.
I would
Good,
say like
not
it's
great.
a 7. It's a 7.
Really?
Like it's good. It's.
Did you watch season 3 or no?
No, I've only watched the first season.
Have you guys seen The
Okay.
Sopranos?
No. Anyway, in my point, if you watch one episode of The Bear, you will know instantly if you will like the show or if you will not like the show. And for you, Blake, I would go back and watch season 2.
You've never seen The Sopranos either?
I have.
What'd you-
Sparingly though. I won't act like every single minute of it. But
Did you watch Snowfall?
No. Didn't watch Empire Power.
Empire Power I tried watching. I just thought the acting was terrible.
There's just certain parts I disassociate with TV that I'm not as drawn to, unless it's like Squid Game, where it's like everyone's like watching this and it was good. I'm more of a YouTube live stuff happening.
Never got around to that
Just
one.
never was much of a big TV, adult TV, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say that.
Hey.
I don't know if I can say that.
Okay, you porn. I see you over there.
I'm saying
See
like
what your generation's up
like
to.
not cartoons, but TV where it's older people and it's like the powers, the empires, the supernatural suits.
But are you guys into anime?
I like a fair
amount.
Fair amount. I
you
feel
like you can go ahead and say you do. That's okay. If you
no,
like a fair amount of it, then you like it. Yes.
If you say that, people will run with it and make it its own thing. I like a good amount of anime.
Yeah.
I also.
Well, then you like it.
A lot of NFL players love it as well. Jamal Williams.
I love how you're qualifying. Well, NFL guys like it too, so it's not all that bad. No, because I give my son a hard time about it, and he tried to get me to watch a little bit of it, and I just.
I'll give you some good ones to watch on the break.
See, I probably won't though.
See, I'm tired.
You know what? I'm
of
gonna
this.
borrow a line from Reggie. I'm not gonna do it.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of every time I tell somebody, no, I don't watch anime, they're like, well, I got 5 shows for you that are going to change it. I don't want to watch it.
I'll just put it on one of these TVs and you'll have no.
I can't tell you how
choice.
many people have wasted their time trying to tell me, Kevin, you'll love anime if you do. I'm not going to do it.
I can't do it. All right, 877-881-1053. What are we missing out on? What am I missing out on? I'm sure there's plenty of it, and most of the suggestions you guys make, I probably won't adhere to. I like grimy television with a little bit of drama mixed in from time to time. And I'm at that age of my life too, where I'm a big fan of documentaries as well. But they got to be good because I'm kind of getting old of true crime documentaries. I mean, how many times can we watch, interviews and people admitting stuff, not admitting stuff? Like we're getting kind of that genre's getting a little long in the tooth. What's not long in the tooth is the top 50 athletes and where does it rank with what ChatGPT had to say. Plus, we've got Hall of Fame on Hall of Fame violence we're going to get to as well in this hour. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
More and more of you are turning us on and leaving us on. Hashtag Dolo, baby. Thank you for listening to 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
Lakefront living on a private peninsula on the shores of Bodark Lake. Over a mile of pristine shoreline, perfect for living the lakefront lifestyle you've always dreamed of. An easy drive north from Dallas to the newest fully
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Far away, huh?
You got to lean in.
You got to lean in.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Get the lean.
My biggest issue back in my clubbing days was, and this is the God's truth, when they would, you give them your name. Hey, what's your name? Oh, it's.
Come up with a name.
Give me a name. Jennifer.
Too basic. Let's think more out of the box.
What's it? Christy was a name.
Christy's also. You just named two Caucasian basic names.
I did. I was in Maine at the time. I mean, that's pretty much all you saw in Maine. I mean,
there was no Jalissas.
Have you
out
been
there?
to Maine?
No Jalissas.
No
Fantasias.
Oh God, there was a Aida.
Ooh,
Aida from Jamaica, Queens.
Oh, we love that. Aida.
yeah, Aida was something else.
Anything else? Something else?
But here's the thing,
I was saying the list. That was a tease for the list.
We did get that far. We did get that far. Real quick, last thing though, the problem I would have is when I would give my name. 8 times out of 10,
they didn't understand it was Fred, that it was dead.
Oh no, they thought it. That's not your real name,
Fred. I feel like, why would that not be your real name?
How many Freds have you ever met in your life?
There's the tank driver.
No. But how many have you met? How many Freds have you met in your life?
I know at least one. I had a coach named Fred. I'm going to my phone.
Right.
I'm going to type in the name Fred, see if anybody pops up.
See if anybody pops up.
Charger shop Fred. There was a guy at an automobile shop that was working on my car, and his name was Fred. That's a great name for a guy that's working on your car.
That's it. I mean, that's it. That's what you get.
If I go to the automobile shop and I say, "Hey, man, can you work on my car?" Yeah, my name's Fred. I'm in good
Fred
hands.
the mechanic. He's gonna take care of you, right? So that's it. So there's not a lot of Freds out there. Ain't many of us out there. So yes, a lot of times when I would tell my name to a woman, she was like, "Oh, that's not your real name," and then the conversation starts from there. So it's not a bad thing. Trust me.
It's a
when I tell you.
conversation starter, man.
It's a great conversation.
Just getting in the
starter.
door, man.
That's it. You just need a foot in the door, and wherever else it'll fit. All right. Speaking of, where ESPN again, we're at that time of the year, right, where lists are out, and so of course ESPN came out with their top 50 list. We're also going to get into the list because I heard the morning guys talking about this, and they were quite incredulous. Of the location of one Mr. Kevin Garnett and where he landed on the top 50. And this is all from 2000. So that's the caveat that we want to make sure that we make clear with this, is that this is from accomplishments post 2000. So,
do you know the list pretty well already? You've seen it a couple of times.
I've looked.
I've got it pulled up right in here.
Okay, where do we think Shaq lands? I don't know if you're staring at the list right now. Where do you think Shaq lands on this list? Shaquille O'Neal.
I mean, if Shaq's not top 10, top 12, I don't know. I mean, what are we talking about?
He is not.
He is not.
He's number 17.
Number 17.
Which
it's just, I feel like we don't think of the Michael Phelps. Like, those are names that are just going to bump everybody down when you have a guy like that at in the list.
Well, because we also don't talk about Olympic wins as much as an American.
I mean, the idea
society.
that Simone Biles is ahead of Tiger Woods, y'all, is preposterous to me.
Let's do it. Simone Biles accomplishments, because I don't have them off the top of my head.
She has done some pretty crazy stuff.
Okay, how many?
I mean, she won. Look, I'm not taking away from what she did.
How many world championships do you think she has?
Like 75. I mean,
37 world championships.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, gymnastics numbers are just insane. I mean, they're doing these things all year round. And again, I'm not taking anything away from Simone Biles.
But Tiger had that reign.
Dude, Tiger Woods. I mean, we're talking about Tiger Woods, man. I mean, he's got the Tiger Slam. Tiger was untouchable for like 3-4 years in a row. And we haven't seen. Here's the thing about Tiger Woods that I think doesn't get talked about enough. And this is where I have a problem with people when they try to say, oh, well, Scotty Scheffler's, the next Tiger. No, he's not. Because you know what? And this I'll say this, and then to me, this just ends the discussion. Let Tiger get pulled over. Mm-hmm. First of all, the cop was the bigger story than Scotty Scheffler. Mm-hmm. Tiger ain't getting pulled over unless he's Xanax and barred out after his career's over.
Speaking of Tiger, he fumbled the bag. Remember who he was dating? The Olympic girl. I think she was a snowboarder, if I'm correct.
Oh, yeah. Lindsey Vonn? Yeah.
I mean,
Tiger, I appreciate the fact that Tiger did not discriminate. Okay?
I didn't know where you were going with that.
It's an interesting way to put it.
All right. Tiger was bagging Perkins waitresses. You guys ever been to Perkins, by the way? Have you ever even heard of a Perkins?
Is that a store or a restaurant?
It's a good old it's a bakery / diner. Is
diner.
what Perkins is.
Okay? I think diner puts it in the right time period. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Tiger Woods is the only golfer to hold all 4 professional major championships
at the same time.
Simone
Biles hadn't done that. Simone Biles didn't do that.
Okay. Any other names on this list preposterize you?
It's a great word. I don't know if it's real or not, but I'm going to run with it because I like it. Outside of that.
What do you think about Bolt at 9? Bolt at 9.
I'm going to give him,
also not a word.
I would swap. Here's what I would do. I would take Simone.
Put her in the 20 spot. She is currently, for those listening at home, Simone Biles is currently 7th on the ESPN Top 50 athletes since 2007.
I would drop Simone I would put her in the top 15. I would put her in front of Katie Ledecky. She did kind of fall off in the last Olympics, right?
Wow, calling the fall off. Okay.
Did she not?
I didn't keep up.
I mean, pun intended, she fell off in the last Olympics.
See. She was on the beam, and she messed up on the beam.
And then she had the mental health thing or whatever. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but she had that, and so she had to take a step back. All I'm saying is, all-time great, no question. But when you're talking about attention that it brought, I'm looking at the people she's in front of, and I would make. You know what? I'd probably slide her in front of. I'd slide her. See, because I have a hard time believing that Rafael Nadal's in front of Ronaldo.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna. How are we gonna put Messi at 3, but we're gonna drop Ronaldo to 13? And yet Simone Biles is in front of Ronaldo and Nadal.
And see, I'll be honest, all these guys and ladies are so good at their sport where we kind of just in our mind, boom, they're up there. But when you're actually comparing them, it's like, oh, wow, what's actually the differentiating factor other than preference? I mean, it's all different sports dominating in their sport. All the people in the top 15 dominated their sport. It's almost each person in each sport.
Here's the
So wait, a real quick question: Are we supposed to assume, because this is all for the 21st century? Are we supposed to assume, for an instance, an athlete like Peyton Manning played before 2000? So are we supposed to assume that this was just taking into account what he did during the 21st century?
Yeah, but you got to remember, he was drafted in 98, so he only had a year. I mean, his prime was well past 2000.
Okay.
I mean, the Peyton Manning we all know and love was post 2000. No, we're not holding his.
He was eligible for this list.
Oh, he absolutely
He
was.
just didn't make it.
No. Who, Peyton Manning?
He is.
No, he's on there.
He is
Oh,
on
he's 26.
here.
Okay, he's 26.
Yeah, no, absolutely he's
Kinda
on this
crazy.
list. All I'm going to say is this.
Who's number 32 on this list? You know that? You know who that is?
Do I know who number 32 is on this list?
What is this?
Hold on. Who's this? Dirk?
No.
Marta. I wouldn't know Marta if she walked into the studio.
Why do you know it's a she?
That's a she, isn't it?
Just says Marta.
She was the Golden Ball winner at the 2007 Women's World Cup. Of course, it's a she.
Okay. And what position does she play?
Forward.
She is a forward for the Brazil national team.
Of course she is. Nobody cares about defenders.
Wow. You heard it here first. Nobody cares. Sorry, Derek Jones Jr.
I pulled up Marta. It gave me a team.
Marta. 877-881-1053. Marta, if you're listening. If Marta's listening right now, call in. Call into the program.
What do you think about Patrick Mahomes at 18?
I'm here for it.
No, I think her name is just literally Marta.
Lewis Hamilton
From my initial 10-second research, like Blake does, I see Marta. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
She plays for Orlando Pride.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, she's in the messy stage of her career. But I mean, the problem with Marta is that
she's 38.
Marta, I've never heard.
Never.
I don't even.
Marta.
There's not even a picture. There's not even a picture on the ESPN.
She's got no scandals. We don't know who her boyfriend or girlfriend is. We don't know anything about Marta.
Okay, so she was 1986 six-time winner of the Federation International Player of the Year. International Football Association, and then she's the World Player of the Year from Okay, so she won MVP from 2006 to 2010, and then again in 2018.
I mean, we're not saying she's not good. No one's taken away from the fact that she's good at what she does.
Text in. Did you know who Marta was?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody out here's and this is kind of my barometer, right? Is if you're great in your sport, and I guess this is what the caveat or what the criteria was for these selections. But I mean, that's the thing with me for Simone Biles. Outside of the Olympics, when are you watching women's gymnastics?
I don't know about you, but I always have it on.
A lot of people watch it for
now that I believe.
The
LSU.
806 says, Blake, where's the first Formula One driver? And the answer for me before we get out of here, because we are up against it, is going to be number 19, Lewis Hamilton from Mercedes.
That's fair.
Also, notably, Michael Schumacher at 29.
There you go. And of course, like you said, Michael Phelps, number 1, greatest swimmer of all time, no question.
Yep.
Do we all agree on that?
Yep.
Now, do we agree he's number 1 though?
I can't name another swimmer off the top of my head.
I'm not.
So I'm not going to even mess with it.
Mark Spitz. Mark Spitz. That's way before your time. All right, coming up next. He could have had 8 if it wouldn't have been for the disrespect. What are we talking about? We'll tell you next. Don't go anywhere. It's to Get right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What's up, Tolo? Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation, and you've heard...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back to the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
So Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Blake Elliott, Fred Davis, alongside the one, the only Mr. Kevin Walker behind the glass on the 1s, 2s, and 3s. And we had Hall of Famer on Hall of Famer violence recently, allegedly, apparently, according to Hall of Fame wide receiver Terrell Owens. And he's got beef. Now, T.O.'s what, 50?
Something around there. I can look up. I'll get his exact age.
So T.O.'s 50. And one thing you can't take away from Terrell Owens.
Yep, 50.
Gamer, number one. Like, kind of put the diva in diva, right? As the wide receiver diva as we've come to know. And, of course, you remember back in the day when he did the sit-ups in his driveway. All right, back when he was in Philadelphia, he wanted the contract. And then there was, like, some scuttlebutt, or there was a issue with his assistant when they were talking about maybe he was trying to kill himself and he was going through some drama, and then his assistant said, he's got like 50 million reasons why he wouldn't kill himself, and she caught a lot of flack for that, when at the end of the day, he was right. Not to say that there's a good or there's ever like a good reason or not a reason why anybody would want to ever end their life, but T.O. was going through some things. Of course, this was kind of like at the onset of social media, if I'm not mistaken. Clearly, it wasn't what it is now. And so, you had people parked outside, and T.O. was that dude for a long time. So, T.O. was on the Bubba Dub podcast.
Correct.
Talking about wanting to get back in the league. And we knew he wanted to get back in the league. Again, he's a guy that's kept himself in phenomenal shape. And from what I understand from our boy Ross Lubinsky, spent time with the Allen Wranglers.
Sure.
What is that? Is that a Arena League football team?
I've never heard of it.
Semi-pro?
A ranching club?
Tolos will know.
Where do you think T.O. falls all time in receiving yards and touchdowns? It's the same spot.
Oh, he's got to be, 4 or 5?
Third.
In
both.
Yeah.
So this is the guy that has some validity to what you're about to hear.
Well,
a little bit. Like
we'll let the Tolos decide.
He's a dog.
The Tolos decide. So this is T.O. detailing a story from a few years ago with a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Tom Brady ignored me, bro. I think it's maybe in his last year in Tampa Bay, the year that AB went crazy on him.
Okay, when he on the Jets. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And I know, and I think everybody knew. I think about a year and a half, 2 ago, and I was talking about coming back. And so at that point in time, it was at the end of the season. I didn't need to play a full season. They just needed somebody to at least fulfill
third down and goal line type stuff.
Correct.
Right? So he said this was about a year and a half, 2 years ago. So you figure this was 2 years ago, roughly, right? Because that was AB's last year.
Yep, he'd have been 48.
And he would have been 48 years old. Now, I'm not taking anything away, Blake, from T.O., but 48 in the NFL at a skill position. That's a tall order, my friend. I don't care who you are.
I'm looking up the roster from Tampa in 2022, what it was looking like. So
they didn't need him.
You had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin got hurt.
But Chris Godwin was banged up all year long.
So you had just pretty much Mike Evans.
Yeah, and then didn't you have?
Cole Beasley apparently.
Well, Cole Beasley had a cup of coffee on that team. He didn't. Cole Beasley didn't stick around.
He had a cup of coffee on a couple teams.
UNT legend Jalen Darden.
Exactly. Thank you, Blake. I was about to say it. Thank you. He actually played minutes. I don't know what the heck happened with him.
He played 12 games.
He was their starting return man.
12 games.
I know, Fred. You're just clueless. It's okay. It's a UNT thing.
Hey.
We got to stick up for our couple.
It's a UNT thing. I wouldn't understand.
Russell Gage.
Jeff Wilson Jr. Don't forget.
Say Russell Gage, because didn't he go to Atlanta, or he had just come from Atlanta?
He just came from Atlanta.
Because he was kind of their big time. I say big, but he was one of their bigger signings that offseason. Was supposed to help supplement that passing game, and really never did.
Kalen Geiger.
You know Kalen. You know KG.
You know KG.
KG. Cameron Brate. He was on that team, wasn't he?
Yep. So they had some
They had pieces.
It says Julio Jones. Tell me I'm reading this
Julio
wrong.
Jones was on that team for a hot minute as well. He started off the year with him, and then he got hurt.
Scott Miller?
He's a little white dude, isn't he? Like number 22 or something like that.
Scott Miller. Come on.
I mean, come on. Great assumption there, Fred, that Scott Miller was a short little white dude.
How dare I? Stereotype. Scott Miller's everywhere.
He's kind of like the Hunter Renfro type, if you
you're
will.
a Scott Miller listening to the show right now, or if you know a Scott Miller, 877-881-1053.
You went to high school.
How
with
tall
Scott
is he?
Miller.
And give us his physical build.
You also had Breshad Perryman. There's a receiver on that team. And then lastly, Devin Tompkins.
Old DT.
Old DT. Everybody knows Devin Tompkins.
Old DT.
I heard through the rumor mill.
Over under 7.5. How many catches did he have that year?
Heard through the rumor mill he's a practice squad legend.
I don't even think it has his stats.
My man didn't even register a catch that year.
He played in 4 games, though.
DT,
No, I lied. DT, he played in 5 games. He started in 1.
Oh, DT,
Got
get
that
at me,
bag.
son. So, T.O. ignored by Tom Brady, allegedly. And this is what he had to say.
It's probably going to make news or whatever, but I don't really care because it just shows you how, like, the lack of respect is. But then when they get in front of you, they want to act like they respect you. So me understanding that I'm a Hall of Famer now. You've seen what I've done on the football field, but it shows you a little bit of how arrogance comes into play. So that first week, they went to play Philly. So I reached out to my contact, like, yo, because Tom Brady could have made that happen. He pulled the trigger. I reached out to some people in the Bucs organization, and again, they were pulling their feelers out. I had been working out, showing tape, what I was doing. And again, I don't need to do anything but play third down in the red zone, bro.
Let me ask you guys a question. Look, I love T.O.
Bro's off his rocker.
What do you think the last time T.O. caught a real-life NFL pass was? Take a guess.
Like an in-game pass.
When was this was 2022 that T.O. wanted to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and was disrespected because Tom Brady wouldn't answer his call after all the feelers he put out.
Give me 2015.
2015, says Blake Elliott. What say you, Kevin Walker? Last time that T.O. caught an NFL pass in game time action.
Okay, I was about to look it up, but I didn't follow through with
Good.
it. I'm going to say, you said 2015?
He said 20. Blake Elliott
Probably
said
wrong.
2015.
It's probably even older than that if I had to guess.
Dude, I can't even.
Just make a guess.
2010.
Show him what he's won. 2010 was the last time T.O. at the age of 37 wearing number 81. Now, you know one thing I will give T.O. credit for, that even though he bounced around to like 5 different teams, he was always able to keep the same number, which is saying something. He played in 14 games that year, started 11, had 139 targets, caught 72 balls for 983 yards at 37 years old.
Yeah, he's a
Who
dog.
was the other receivers on that Bengals squad?
You figured T.J. Hushmanzada had to be on that squad.
But that's what I'm saying, like,
guys who are all well in retirement.
But that's what I'm saying. We're
and-
talking about a Hall of Famer. He should have had 1,000 yards.
Wow. Now Kevin said he should have had 1,000.
Kevin, are you out of your mind? What are you
I mean,
saying
if he's
right
claiming now at 50 that he can still do this,
practically at 1,000.
his last NFL season, he didn't even reach 1,000.
Bro, he played in 14 games that had 983 yards.
I'm just being a hater.
You are being a
Kevin
hater.
wants him to break that 1K.
I mean,
you weren't even good that year, bro. You only had 983 at 37.
And oh, by the way, that was in a 14 games he did that. I bet you right. Think about how with those numbers in 14 games.
Who's his quarterback?
That probably put him at what? 20 or that probably put him in the top 25 in last season.
Yeah.
With those numbers.
Yeah.
Who's his quarterback?
That's a great question. That's a
Who's
great question.
passing the rock in the 2010s for the
Andy,
Bengals?
Andy wasn't there yet.
Actually, I think he was.
Was it still Andy?
I think Andy Dalton was. Oh, no, as we were. Carson Palmer.
You know what? I take back everything. That's an incredible feat.
That's a feat to accomplish in itself.
By the way, Carson Palmer was dealing that season. Threw for 3,970 yards, 26 touchdowns, and only 20 picks.
Do we remember Palmer versus Matt Leinart on the Cardinals? When Leinart was nasty too.
Leinart was that dude, man. Again, that was when USC was just putting out prospect after prospect. No, USC was.
That was a
was
good days
legit.
of football, man.
That was a good time of football. I'll get to the. We'll get to college football 25 in the last hour because we've got one person who's played it, one person who hasn't, and I don't even have a game console, so you know where I'm at on this. 4-12 that year though. So last but certainly not least, we've already heard him complain that TB12 would not reach out to him. He's a Hall of Famer. He only wants touches in the goal line or, in the red zone, basically, and on third down. Seems legit. But at the end of the day, the attention was just all on one guy.
With Tampa Bay, he could have potentially had his 8th Super Bowl. How do you think he would have looked or felt by that? That's probably a reason why he ignored you.
What's that?
That's probably was a reason why he ignored you.
Why?
Just think about what I'm saying here. You come back, help them get an 8 ring. He knows the attention gonna be on you, T.O., not him.
Hot take, if I do say so myself, by Bubba Dub. So we got the timing of that messed up. Basically, T.O. says that had he played that year, had he been picked up by Tampa Bay, he would have helped Tom win his 8th Super Bowl.
Yep.
And I audacious, yes.
Audacious, but I love T.O.'s confidence. It's never wavered. You understand he is still one of the most confident guys in the world, and you see why. And I'll ask you, do you think there's any credence to what he's kind of saying now?
Zero.
Take apart
None
what
whatsoever.
T.O. is saying about him being able to help.
He's 48 years old. Nobody in their right mind.
So are we to assume that he reached out to Mahomes and the Chiefs whenever they were receiverless during the Super Bowl?
Maybe here's the thing. Who's to say he couldn't have dialed the phone out? I mean, anybody can pick up a phone and, hey, what are you guys looking like
I'm
on
Terrell
the wide
Owens,
receiver
and
front?
you look like you need receivers.
He was 48 years old. He hadn't caught a ball in 12 years. Come on, T.O. We love you, but let's not be. Be serious, bro.
The 469. Speaking of being serious, Scott checking in here. Never met a non-white Scott. LOL. Not small though, he says. Now, we don't know what he's referring to.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Are you trying to be?
What do you mean by that? Cue the Drewski meme.
I mean, now you sound like a creepy white guy.
Last time we were on,
not small though. Wink, wink. I mean, what are you saying, Scott?
You remember last time we were on the air, we did have a creepy.
Oh, I mean, the freaks come out at night. It's a Thursday night. People are feeling some type of way.
We're going to get some drinks.
Oh, man. As long as you're not at the water park, that's where it starts. I've yet to meet one person who's okay with that, by the way.
Still?
Gross.
Oh, I still throw it out there. What do you think about being a 40-year-old man going to a water park by yourself? No one co-signs on that.
What if you and your kids go all the time and it's kind of your tradition, they're out of town? You just dropped them off at college that week.
Just no.
And then when you get back home, you go, it is Tuesday now.
No.
Then you find a new hobby. That's what you do.
Find a new tradition.
Okay?
You don't want to break your routine. You're a routine guy.
Guess what? One of my things is I like to take my kids to Dave & Buster's, all right? I don't have my kids right now. You know what I'm not doing? Going to Dave & Buster's by myself.
I think that'd be a little bit more acceptable.
Dave & Buster time. I know the kids aren't here, but hey.
You know where Fred's going. See you guys. Wow, Fred, you're going there by yourself? Weirdo.
It's
all right.
Saturday.
You know what that means. And I don't drink? Wow, that's weird. All right, final hour of the program coming up next. We've got a Western Conference update on a little action going on in the Western Conference. What does this mean for the Mavericks' chances in the Western Conference? And we'll get you ready for the big game tomorrow as the Texas Rangers get back in action. Nate Evaldi on the bump. And Gen Zers, tattoo regret, is it real? And do any of my Gen Zers have tattoo regret? Lots to get to. Final hour of the program. Don't go anywhere. This is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by Comerica.
Lakefront living on a private peninsula on the shores of Bodark Lake. Over a mile of pristine shoreline, perfect for living the lakefront lifestyle you've always dreamed of. An easy drive north from Dallas to the newest fully recreational lake in Texas in over 30 years. Saturday, July 27th, the final 17 magnificent lakefront estate properties are being released in our newest gated lakefront community. Bodark Lakefront living at its finest, only $399.9. Bodark Lake will be uncrowded with limited public access, but private lakefront landowners have unlimited access. Call 844-TX-LAKES, 844-TX-LAKES, or visit 844txlakes.com. Don't miss out on one of the best lakefront buying opportunities.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your.
As exciting as the first 3 hours of the show were, I've been taking strays on the text line today. All right, and not in a and let me make it clear.
Some are deserved.
Not, you know what? No, they're not. No, they're not. And not deserved, but they're fair, if that makes any sense. And again, going back to, what our boy Blake said in hour one, you know, it's all about the context.
All about context, man.
Right?
You can formulate anything you want if you change the context.
You really can.
Don't hit someone older than you. Respect your elders, but if someone is picking on your little brother, boom, it's okay to hit.
No,
that
I wouldn't say it. You can beat up somebody older than you.
Yeah, but respect your elders, and but
depends what the elders are doing.
Depends what the elders are doing.
Hey, sometimes there's that fine line of, well, they're old, they don't know, they're going to say whatever, they don't know what they're saying. But there's a cutoff to that, right?
Like if a grandma walks up and hits your son on the face just because she's older, and I'm not saying you got to beat her up, but you're going to handle the situation.
What does that look like?
I don't know. You could probably just
scoot her over with your foot.
I don't know if you'd scoot over with your foot, but just gently put your hand around her throat.
Let's switch topics.
Let's not let that happen again. Because I'll say this.
No.
Is she an old lady striking your child?
Yeah, she's hitting her with her back. Boom.
Oh.
He stole candy. and it's the cashier, and she's like 65, popping them.
My kid stole candy?
Yeah. Popping them upside the
Now,
head.
if my kid stole candy.
But you don't know. You don't know. You just walk into the store seeing your child getting beat. You don't know
I'm
why.
snatching up everybody. I'm snatching up everybody.
It's grandma, though. It's she got a wig on.
Yeah, you're beating up my kid. You're getting beat up. How old's my kid?
Your kid's 11.
I'd be kind of upset then with my kid then at that point. Like, you can't beat up an old woman? Like, you're taking heaters from an old woman?
We'll say
Like, you wuss?
Your son's 7.
Even still, you're getting beat up by an old woman.
Like she's got him
like,
like
can
in a
you
strangle.
not fight back? Now, if it's like a big mama type deal, like, yeah, you need to put hands on her.
So
like,
note
hey,
to self, Fred's
hey.
kids are fighters for sure.
I mean, my son is. My daughter, like, my daughter's such a sweetheart, though. Like, I think anybody would want.
But
that's your natural reaction. Like, if you see anybody,
you don't care who's in the way.
striking your child. No, I mean, I'm joking at beat 11, but seriously, I mean, anybody touching you, putting hands on your child. No, it's on.
Now, you said you'd put your hand around the throat of grandma, right? That would be your move.
Well, it'd be kind of like on the side, like, hey.
Okay, so like on the collarbone.
Yes.
Around the throat, I was like, she's a little bit older. Maybe she hasn't gotten, you know.
I mean, if she's if she's old enough to be smacking my child with her bag, then
It's a nice
she
bag,
can get
too.
that. She can get that hand around the side of the throat, like, hey. Quit messing with my child.
I need you to get that clip out of context and say I'm gonna put my hand on the throat of that grandma and just.
I got 3 clips
and just
today.
drop
I'm
that
good.
at some point because my mind immediately went, you might be getting this grandma aroused, and now you're in a different situation.
I got 3 clips from this show.
And now grandma, who hasn't gotten action since 1973, has her hand around the throat of Mr. Fred Davis. And she goes, "What do I do here?" And
who knew I was gonna walk into this?
Imagine someone just turned their radio on right now.
Just long day at work.
But they should always turn it on, leave it on.
Elderly arousal on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of elderly arousal, there's probably going to be some of that tomorrow because we know elderly folks typically like baseball. And the second half of the baseball season gets started tomorrow with your Texas Rangers World Series. A lot of these elderly folks never seen the World Series championship till last year.
Mm-hmm.
And now...
is elderly disrespectful? Is that a disrespectful word?
It is.
What's the cutoff
It's a word. Like, that's what you are.
What is considered elderly?
Well, that, again...
You should never call your parents elder, right?
I would
so,
say...
like, what's the cutoff?
I would probably say 70 and above.
So someone's 69 and they look terrible. They're not elderly.
Well, I mean, they don't look good. Being elderly at that point is the least of their problems. If you're 69 and terrible and
you look like you're 102.
Yeah, you look like you're just hanging on for dear life. Yeah, then
so it's not an age thing. It's just how we view you.
It's how you look.
So that's what I'm saying.
How you
Like,
look, really.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people can't be getting offended if people, me and Blake age, are like, hey, you're our elder, or whatever context.
I'm y'all's elder, right?
No, I
mean,
think that's different. Hey, you are my elder. Or
Yes.
that person.
Like, you are
don't know
literally older than me.
But if you say elderly, I feel like
that's a different deal. But I mean, but again, if you're in your 60s/70s, then you are elderly. Like, that's a fact. You may not like it, but there's no denying it. Like, there's things you're not going to be able to do.
Why do we not like the word old? But
Because
we like
because you know why? Because you're close to the end.
But why do we contextualize old to the end but not elder to the end? Why is that one okay?
It's kind of like if someone's in their 50s, if someone's in their 50s, I can say this because Fred's not there yet. If someone's in their 50s, if someone's in their 50s, okay, and you tell them in theory that, hey, if you're 60 plus, you're old, and in their head they're like, oh my God, I got 10 years till I'm old.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, I suppose. I think
that's what I think. I don't know.
Well, you're still.
I don't know
You
anything.
just learned how to drink like a week ago, so I get it. Elder,
We'll go with
you think
that.
of wise.
Yeah, wise.
And I think there, and like you got, it's a church role, right? A church elder.
The elders.
So there, and again, that's a
Just
term
call me a
that-
deacon. I like that when I get old. Just call me a deacon.
Deacon Blake.
Deacon Blake. Yeah, I
Deacon
got a ring
Blake.
to it.
I'll tell you what, I've got a customer, Deacon Gonder. It's my guy, Deacon Bill. Trying to get that roof for him, but we're still tried telling him the damage ain't there, player.
Well, the 817's putting grandma in a rear chokehold, whatever that means.
That's it, rear naked choke.
Yeah, that's what he said. I didn't want to read that because I didn't know what that meant. But
you don't know what a rear naked choke is?
No, is that a move?
It's like a UFC MMA move.
Okay, no, I didn't know that one.
Absolutely.
I didn't want to read it. I didn't know if that was.
Yeah.
they were being a
And
little.
don't set me up
inappropriate.
like that. I've gotten fired for reading text that nobody else wanted to read before. So
I didn't. Well, that's why I censored it in my head.
But
I
that's a
didn't-
real. But that's a real move. So there's nothing. There's nothing explicit about that. So there you have it. Speaking of explicit, where are we at with the play of Russell Westbrook at this stage of his life?
I mean, energy guy, hustle
Is he
guy,
though? Is he?
Physical. I mean,
Guy
we
could
saw,
fit.
I feel like those are all things we could have said about him, but now he's on that back nine. Speaking of elderly,
we saw him on that in that playoff series. Didn't play good. No one's disagreeing with that. But I will say, caveat, played really good full court defense on Luka and made it tough for him. Was it annoying as a Mavs fan to watch? Of course, but if that's your team out there, you appreciate a guy like out there. If he's not going to give you the offensive output, he's giving me 94 feet of defense. He's playing physical. He's taking those hard fouls. Do I think he's the player he once was? Of course not. Of course not. Do I think that he's really even a good role player on a team? I don't want him on the Mavs.
No.
But do I think people overproportionately hate on him? I do think that he's still a good NBA player that can service. There's a reason the Denver Nuggets wanted him. It's not.
Well, what is the reason?
They got their
what
point
is
guard
the
is going to
reason?
be some G League guys right now because you lost KCP. So what does that do? Boost Christian Braun to the starting lineup. Your bench is now Julian Strother, Peyton Watson, Zeke Naji got hurt, DeAndre Jordan, and
DeAndre
now
Jordan ain't playing.
And now
he's
Russ.
your Markieff Morris.
I think he has to. I think their center just got hurt. He's out for the season. I'm pretty sure.
Is DeAndre Jordan on that list of old players that you mentioned?
He's
earlier?
up
I mean, he was from Lob City
he was
for
like- he
crying
was
out
like 12 or
loud.
something like that.
He's got. I mean, DeAndre Jordan's got to be in his mid 30s.
Okay, so
Is he not?
He is. He's up there. He's like 33. Russell Westbrook last year averaged 11 points. The year before that, he averaged 15. So he dropped 4 points. He dropped 8 minutes. He was averaging 30 minutes a game. He's been averaging 30 minutes, 28. Last year, he averaged 22 minutes. His career averages is around 45% field goal percentage, what he shot last year. In 2023, he shot 35% from three. You're loving that if you're a Russell Westbrook fan. Last year,
25,
27% last year.
I mean, that's the Russell we all
Rebounds
know
are around
and
the
love.
same. Assists obviously dropped because of his playing time. But I think it's just been the shot selection.
Well, he can't shoot.
I think it's what do we hate Tim Hardaway for? Not because he couldn't shoot. He was
just inconsistent. Easy, big fella. Easy. It's the ghost of Tim.
It was a rice
It's the
cake.
ghost of Tim Hardaway Jr. Well,
Right.
yeah. I mean, you don't put anything on it, and you're
rice cake.
You're not drinking enough water.
Went down the wrong pipe. No, Tim Hardaway Jr. It's not that he couldn't shoot. It wasn't talented. He didn't know time and place.
Right.
He didn't know, hey, we're on a run. Get the ball to our best player. Not jack up a 10 seconds into the shot clock or 5 seconds into the shot clock.
Well, that and he was just wildly inconsistent.
Russ is one of those guys too, where it's like, hey, we're trying to like slow the game down. He's going 100 miles per hour, trying to do a layup all by himself. It's like you gotta time and space, control, when fast, slow.
I remember doing an interview once upon a time with Kendrick Perkins, and he said that he said that Russell Westbrook was the most athletic dude he'd ever been around. He had muscles in his face.
Yep, and I've met Russ, very nice guy. I quite know a lot of people.
He's
have opinions.
I mean, that's the thing. He's a super good dude.
People have opinions of him. I've met him personally. So from Blake, he was very kind, talked to us, stopped what he was doing, even after a loss. And if you're new to the news and you haven't already heard it today, per ESPN and Adrian Wojnarowski, the Los Angeles Clippers are sending guard Russell Westbrook a second-round pick swap and cash to the Utah Jazz and a sign-and-trade agreement for guard Chris Dunn. So Chris Dunn goes to the Clippers, all the draft compensation, and Russ goes to the Jazz. The Jazz have already waived him and are going to put him on the buyout market. So this now marks twice that Russell Westbrook has been traded to the Jazz
and bought out.
and been bought out. So he's been traded there twice, and he's had 25 total minutes on the roster in his career.
Of the on the Jazz?
On the Jazz.
That'll be a trivia question at some point.
I love how you said. I literally quote tweeted it. I said this will be a trivia question in like 5 years. Of just
Yeah.
like what player got traded twice but never played for the team
and was bought out twice by him.
bought out.
God bless Russell Westbrook. But again, he's a guy that.
Do you like the fit on Denver? Outside of Peyton Watson, he's going to be the guy. It's gonna
It
be
doesn't hurt.
Peyton Watson is obviously the marquee guy on the bench, but it's Russ. It's going to have to be. giving you
Here's
something.
the thing: if you're a if you're a Rockets are on TV right now. If you're a Mavericks fan, like I don't want to hear that the Nuggets. I don't want to see anybody tell me that the Nuggets are ranked higher in a Western Conference power rankings to start the 2024-25 season over the Dallas Mavericks.
I think a lot of people, from what I've seen, had them 4 or 5, somewhere around.
They have to be, because outside of that starting 5, that bench is not good right now. Now, could they surprise some people? Could that team get better? Will Christian Braun take a step forward? I mean, he's been kind of that glue guy off the bench and is giving you, 8 to 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. Scores a little bit here and there.
I forgot about that. They got Dario Saric from, I think, what was it, Philly or the Warriors?
And he's another guy that's just been bouncing around from team to team to team, and it can, he's just okay, nothing special. That's what you've got here. You've got 2 or 3 really good players, and then you got a bunch of dudes that are just athletic but nothing special. And that's what Russ is at this stage of his career.
MPJ,
he's just nothing special.
Jamal Murray's got to stay healthy. That's step number 1.
Yeah.
We already know what to expect about Jokic. I don't need to spend time on that. MPJ and Aaron Gordon might have to take another step offensively because you're not going to get a boost on the bench.
Well, I mean, Aaron Gordon is like in year, 10? Year 11? This guy's been in the league for a decade already, damn near.
Aaron Gordon is, let's see how old he is.
Dude, he's got to be pushing 30. I promise you he's pushing 30.
28.
That's it?
Yep. Drafted from Arizona.
Oh, what did he do? He spent, 1 year in college, I think?
Yep. And then you got MPJ, who's only 26.
MPJ, I would like to see.
Maybe that next step of just not just a shooter.
Exactly. I mean, can he be that guy that is a consistent 20-point scorer that is that dude that is because I'll tell you what, if he can be that guy, then it's a different. Then
you need him to be Paul George to what the 76ers have. You need him to be, because right now he's averaging about 16.5 points, 7 rebounds, and less than 2 assists.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Which is not bad, but you're going to need more out of him for for the hits you've taken on that team with what you've had to do, because you're not trying to go into the second apron, which, for every Philadelphia 76er team that's paying $1 gazillion for, 3 players.
They're still under the second apron, crazy enough, the 76ers.
You see it? Yeah.
They let go of their whole bench.
Well, yeah,
the whole bench.
And then you sign, Kyle Lowry to
Jared McCain. They got rookies.
A ham sandwich and a veteran minimum for crying out loud.
Caleb Martin starting right now. Like they're still under the. I think the
Has
only
Caleb Martin fired his entire representation, because he should have.
Yeah, that was a bad contract that he got, but the 76ers are feeling good about that. I think the only team that's egregiously over the second apron is the Celtics. Every team is trying to get under it or is currently under it. The Celtics are like,
we don't
gajillion
care.
over.
We're winning a title. We don't care. All right, coming up next, a little resentment, a little remorse, and something that stays with you forever. We'll discuss that and more. Don't go anywhere. It's 105 through the Fan.
Lakefront living on a private peninsula on the shores of Bodark Lake. Over a mile of pristine shoreline, perfect for living the lakefront lifestyle you've always dreamed of. An easy drive north from Dallas to the newest fully recreational lake in Texas in over 30 years. Saturday, July 27th, the final 17 magnificent lakefront estate properties are...
Saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Max Crosby. Come on, man.
Max Crosby's from Colleyville?
Grapevine. But same deal. Same deal. Same deal. We played them. There's some other good people from Colleyville that I can't think of. There was a kid that was playing in the All-Star game.
Grapevine.
Honestly, I can't remember him, but there was a kid I was watching the All-Star game, and it said Colleyville, Texas, where he grew up. Colleyville, where it's at, man. Arlington, Miles Garrett. I've gone to school, and I don't want to say just gone to school. No, two greats of the game.
Yeah.
Miles and Bobby Witt. They're not just in the game.
They are
they're
in
they're
the game. Speaking of being in the game,
it's in the game.
EA, College 25.
Yeah.
You have not embarked upon it yet.
Not yet. I want to fully divulge.
Yeah.
I don't like doing 10-minute spurts like our friend James Tritley just came and told me he did. Play one game and then get off. When I'm on, I'm going to rebuild Liberty or North Texas or UMass and take them all the way to the top. And that's a grind. That's something that takes dedication.
You just said you wanted Alabama or Georgia. That's not a
Do you hear
grind.
this guy? I mean, what a 1 and 2 right there. Just going to expose me. Couldn't just ran with the bit for 2 seconds. Did you say Alabama and Georgia? Yes, Kevin, I did. So you know what? I'll just stop talking. I did, Kevin.
Because you try to put me in a body bag
Loose
off air
lips
trying to
sink
say
ships. Remember that. So you are going to play with one of the heavyweights, is what you're saying.
I haven't decided.
I'll do it after.
I'll
do it after.
Now
I'm
that
taking
Kevin
Texas
called
after
you out.
UNT.
I mean, I'll probably do both.
Kevin
Is that fine,
has
Kevin? I'll do
guided you
both.
out.
I'll do both.
All right, so you're going to do both. Where are we at with you, K-Dub?
I'm trying to get good at the game again. I was just telling James that I've been out of the loop, as you like to say.
Yeah.
Or as the elders say.
Okay.
Wow. Maybe I'll start.
Why is this coming at both of us? Does he think we can't walk behind there? Is it this glass is indestructible? Kevin, we can walk right behind her, cut early to break, and put you in that, what was that, rear naked chokehold or whatever? We can do that. We'll run the show by ourselves. I'll get on the ones and twos.
All right. Sounds good. Anyway, I'm trying to get good at the game again because I haven't played. Yeah, I haven't really played video games in so long, and so I'm trying to get good at this again. Trying to figure out what
says you were ever
passing
good
I
to
want
begin with?
Yeah, I knew I was good to begin with. I knew I was good to begin with. I knew I was good to begin with. I was, yeah.
Yeah, what was your record?
Based off of what?
Based off of what?
Oh, I never played like competitive rankings or anything.
Okay, so it's all a lot of this.
All right, so to answer your question, I'm still practicing. I'm still figuring out the game, what passing mode I want to use. Once I get into my Road to Glory and my dynastic runs,
playing online?
I'll let you know.
You playing online?
No, not yet, because I'm still practicing.
I mean,
keyword practicing.
Not a game.
This dude's
Not
in
a
the practice
game.
field, man.
Practice.
I'm gonna get the game, and I'm gonna pass you up, Kevin. You got 4 days on me. You should know all the little hints.
I got a lot of stuff going on, but I have made a deal with myself by Monday.
Yeah.
Monday, the dynasty to UNT to the Big Ten to the championship starts.
You haven't even started it yet?
No, I don't.
I'm
disgusted. I don't want to start and be trash.
I'm disgusted with
I don't want
you
to.
Right. What? You don't want to what?
I don't want
4
to
days of practice?
disgrace.
Dude.
I don't want to disgrace UNT with horrible gameplay. I want to know what I'm doing.
You're playing an esports? What do you think? You're signed to a contract?
It takes 30 minutes to practice, and you hop in.
Dude,
You should have been in day one.
You know what? I can use the excuse I haven't played in a long time.
I really have
here's the
not.
thing. I actually did play the original college football game, right? So, what have you been doing?
What have you been doing?
I'm not a video game person.
Dude,
I'm really not.
Good hand-eye coordination. So you said no hand-eye coordination, not a video game person, but he said
I'm
if
definitely
good
a hand-eye
again-
coordination person. I played baseball. I mean, there's another hand-eye coordination sport
It's
other
not
than that.
lining up.
No, none
It's
of this.
just- there's
none
too
of
many
this-
holes in the story.
None of this is Swiss cheese.
See, okay,
That's what
but
I feel like
see,
right
well,
now.
when
Swiss cheese.
I come back and I do the next show with y'all, and I tell you, hey, I'm UNT, we're 6-0, and we're
first
doing
of all,
well.
I want
Then
you to
that practice time will
live tweet or do
really
something because I'm not buying. I'm not picking up any of what you're putting.
No, I'm
down.
going to. I'm going
I
to.
bet you your dad could beat you in NCAA.
We will
25.
run that. We'll run that.
I want
I'll let you know.
Mr. Walker. I want to see video evidence, Facebook Live it. I don't care what you do. I bet you money right now. Didn't you say your dad had a console?
Yeah, I mean, not anymore, but yeah.
Even better. Did your dad play Madden back in the day?
I don't know the last time he plays Madden. He's played
No,
Madden.
but I'm just saying, did he?
Oh,
yes
yeah,
or no?
yeah. I mean, for sure.
I
yeah.
would bet right now your dad would beat you in college 25.
Okay. All right. What teams do you want us to use?
I don't care what teams you use. You can use whatever teams you want.
All right.
You got to practice a bunch of them. You should
I'll
know all the
I'll
teams.
boat race you with Kansas.
Yeah.
I'll give you that work.
You
with
should know all the
Kansas.
teams by now, Kevin.
But here's a question. I will say that. What console are you using?
I'm using PS5, the right one.
Oh, I'll drag you, bro. I don't even have a PS5.
Okay, it was
either.
from the 817, David Fry of the Guardians that went to Grapevine High School. Shout out to you, 817. I think that's who I was referring to. It said like Colleyville, Texas.
You were literally. I mean, you just saw a name in a city and
I'll
ran with
be
it.
completely honest. Definitely did not remember his name during the game, but I saw the Colleyville, Texas little banner come out the bottom, and so I appreciate that Tolo texting in and
coming strong. What's the Tolo? What's kind of the vibe on the Franklin injury attorney text line as far as College 25 goes? And is anybody at all buying the verbal vomit that we're hearing from Kevin Walker about College 25?
We've gotten so far. Have y'all talked about Hulk Hogan? And then from the 214,
not yet.
I'll let your pops borrow my PS5 if y'all need to. Xbox superior, Game Pass best value. At least college football games is better than Madden.
Yes,
Kevin
I have heard that.
That is completely true. I'm wondering what Madden's going to do now.
From the 817,
They've got to do something.
Why is Kevin so bad at selling that he's good at this game? We haven't even played. You could be destroying us.
Yeah, that might be the best text of the night so far. That might be the best text of the night so far. Why is Kevin so unreliable in convincing us that he's any good at this game?
He could have schooled us. Neither of us have played.
You could have said anything, and it's just been.
I like to be honest. All I've been doing is practicing because I want to
practice mode for
start
4
and be
days,
good.
guys.
Dude, You haven't been online. Who you playing? Like your little brother?
No, I'm literally practicing. I'm playing the mini games. I am practicing.
What level of difficulty are you on? Don't tell me easy.
I am teetering between varsity or the what's the other mode that there is? It's I think it's like the equivalent of like All-Star or something
on JV
like that.
mode, bro. Don't play with me.
I don't understand. I don't want to get on a video game to practice. I'm just gonna.
Are you a PS5 or are you an Xbox? PS5
So Blake, you're okay just getting on there. It's like, hey, if I'm not good at this game, it is what it is.
I'm good at video games. Throw me in the first game.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. So I'm trying to practice. I'm trying to be good.
Kevin has walked it back and basically. So when was the last time you'd played prior to EA College 25?
Like legitimately, actually sat down and played Madden or something like that. I was like, I'm gonna do this.
Yes.
Probably the last time I played football in high school, my sophomore year.
Can you give us a year?
I was probably like 16.
You
17.
haven't played so you're saying
every other time I bought Madden is just like to play exhibition games with my friends or something.
But that still
like that.
counts. That's running it. I mean, not everyone's in franchise competitive mode. Running exhibition with your friends is probably how most people are.
Yeah, it's fair.
Other than that, like Madden Mobile, but that was like
when that was phone.
I wouldn't have mentioned that.
On your phone?
Yeah, that's when it was really popping last.
Kevin, we need an update next time we talk.
I told you, hey, next Monday I will have an update for you.
Dude,
the
start
214 said
I am tonight. I'm going back tonight.
The 214 said you might be the first person to do practice mode. You learn on the go.
They put it training in camp.
They're like, no one's gonna play this. Kevin's like, wow,
he's tapping the X in the circle, trying to get his agility up.
He's got the little dummies coming up. He's doing precision pocket passing. They're like, why we have two people in the server in the practice mode?
I'm just trying to figure out what throwing mode I want.
700,000 people playing the game the other day, not Kevin. Kevin's like, nah, I ain't ready for this.
I ain't ready to jump in the pool.
Server ain't busting on me today. No, sir. I'm getting ready. I'm doing this the right way.
You got some defenders, Kevin. Someone said, I will be funny when Fred and Blake are the two worst players on the game.
I probably am. I don't care. I do not care. I don't even have a console to play. My son's coming down in a couple weeks. I'll play it then.
Look, I know I'm not going to be the greatest at this game, but I just want to try to at least learn a little bit more than I already know.
Learn,
just
Kevin?
go on a YouTube video.
Sink or swim, Kevin. Come on, man.
Okay, it's not like literally throwing a football, Fred. Okay, I know you know how to throw football, but there's different ways to throw a football in this game.
Kevin,
there's different ways to throw football in this game, and you need to know what works best for you.
And a half should figure that out, bro. Literally.
And also, maybe I'm just not good at the game. There's also just that possibility that I wasted money.
From where he started, where I'm gonna try to be as good as I was at the last game.
I'm getting good at it again.
I'm getting good at it again. And now he's like, I'm practicing. I'm not even good, guys. I don't even want to play. Like, you sound like you're being forced to play.
No, I said I'm gonna. There's a possibility.
Kevin will have sold this game by next week.
It's downloaded to the PS5.
I can't GM mode. I think Kevin just wants to. You know how you can pick player or GM? He just picks GM. He doesn't actually get in the game.
Create the best roster of all time and sim through it and claim the championships.
Someone said, you know, Kevin unplugs the Wi-Fi when he's about to lose in practice mode.
I'll accept a friendly quit
against the CPU.
Oh no, the servers aren't working.
It's okay.
Okay, by the way, Kevin, tell the folks at home. In case they want to practice with you, where they can find you at on Twitter.
My Twitter is not fake K-Walk on Twitter.
Whoa, what? You went from like K _ like WKLR to what?
Is he even sure about this? It's like second guessing his own handle.
No, it's not fake K-Walk.
Oh, like not fake is in the like that's part of the handle, not fake.
Yeah. It's kind of a play off of Scott Van Pelt's.
Not
if
fake,
you know his Twitter handle.
Not fake K-Walk.
There's not a lot of Twitter handles that are available nowadays. A lot of people use that app.
Can you spell K-Walk? Because is that K-A-Y? Is that just the letter K?
Blake, come on. You know
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to.
Is that K-A-Y?
I'm trying to help you out so people can find you if they don't know. Not everybody knows you, Kevin.
What's yours?
Mine is Blake Live __. I'm trying to get the underscores out of there.
You need to. I'm at the Freddie D.
Yep.
You don't get any simpler than that, and that's Freddie with a Y.
Someone
by the way.
said Kevin hired a video game coach. He's got to call after this. He's got to get on a Zoom to learn how to do precision passing.
Man, I can't wait. I'll tell you what, we're gonna. I work with you again on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
I'd have to go check again, but we work soon.
I'm about 100% positive on that. I want you to have played a real-life game, and I want you to screenshot me the stats after you play.
I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better. Tonight, I will start my road to glory. Tonight.
Just get an exhibition game in there because you might not get on the field. That's gonna be your excuse. I haven't gotten on the field yet. It takes a while to get on the field. Just play an exhibition game. Pick whatever college and play.
Are you gonna pick UNT?
I think I'm gonna. Well, so Road to Glory, you pick a player, and then from there you see what they're interested.
That's right.
There's Road to Glory and there's Dynasty. Those are really the only two I'm interested in.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Road to Glory, real quick. Rub against it, real quick. What are you gonna be?
I'm probably just gonna be normal. Just do like quarterback.
Dual
But I do want to
quarterback?
try. I do want to try a wide receiver because I'm interested to see what that might look like.
Kevin, on honesty, Kevin wants to be no lineman. He wants to be a left tackle.
Yeah, they just don't have that option.
Give me right guard.
I'm gonna be
I want to take pride in
left tackle.
Yeah, I want to take pride in that.
Road to Glory, what are you gonna be?
Receiver. Come on, man.
Is that what you're gonna be?
Easy.
Now,
Easy.
do you guys exaggerate your statistics as far as like you're gonna be like 6'5", 220?
And I'm gonna make it legit. I'm gonna just make myself sad about what it could have been. I'm gonna make myself the prototype.
That's an interesting perspective.
All right.
Yeah.
And be like, wow, if I just focused more.
I always make myself a left-handed dual threat quarterback. So
That's
it's been a
fun.
while, you know,
Okay.
why not? Of course, like I said, I don't have a video game console anymore. All right, well, final segment of the program. We have I tell you what, I feel like with where that started versus where it finished, we were able to persuade and motivate one young Kevin Walker.
I do want to
into
say before we get out of
actually-
here, the game is fantastic, and if you have the means to get
That's
it, get
the-
it.
that's
It's
the
a
moral of the
great
story
game.
right
It's
there.
a ton of fun. Everyone will enjoy it.
No matter what level and mode you're playing on, you will have buckets of fun. Final segment of the program coming up next. Don't go anywhere. He's Blake. I'm Fred. That's the college football extraordinaire, Kevin Walker. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the second half of the Rangers season. We have our
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
We'll just, though, for the sake of this conversation, we'll say you will. And so apparently, now you guys both have tattoos, correct? I know. I mean, obviously, I know you do, Blake.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I got 4 myself.
Okay.
So
Kevin's more of a hidden guy. You got to find him. You know what I mean? Wink, wink.
Yeah, my first one, I went all out, and then everything else so far has just like kind of been minuscule.
Now, when you say the first one you went all out, what do you mean?
First one on my forearm, it's literally a cross. You can't miss it.
I'm talking full forearm, Fred. The full thing. Kevin's the type of guy to have one on his belly button.
He's about that life.
Wait, what'd you say, Blake?
Said he's the type of guy to have a tattoo on his belly button.
God, no.
Or maybe on the back, where the back dimples. Right
I'm
there.
actually not a back tattoo guy.
No,
I don't want to get a tattoo I can't see.
I concur with that statement. So apparently your generation is experiencing what's called tattoo regret, and they're saying, oh, wow, go figure, social media may be to blame. I mean, can't you come back and literally blame social media for just about anything?
Yep.
Context. Context.
We are Gen Zers, 97 to 2012.
So here's the funny part. And, of course, the article starts off by saying, TikTok influencer and model Sarah Beth Clark spent tens of thousands of dollars on tattoos in her 20s, despite being told that she would regret them later. Now, in her mid-30s, she's in the process of getting a large, full-color tattoo removed from her upper arm, and she's got another tattoo on her chest that's been the, quote, most limiting in her modeling career. But the removal process on that part of her body would be incredibly painful and time-consuming.
Yeah, I think you can. It's easy to regret something if you let other people influence. So if she feels confident in it, I doubt she'd regret it. But the whole part of the modeling company saying, hey, you can't model for us if you have a certain tattoo is what's making her, quote unquote, regret it. If she was just wearing her daily life, she probably wouldn't regret it. So yeah, I would regret getting a full neck tattoo if tomorrow Gavin said, if you have a neck tattoo, you're getting fired. Oh, I regret it because of that. I don't regret the tattoo. So,
well, you say that because then you might, I mean, look, it's funny you bring that up because I was at a material place a few weeks ago picking up material, and guy had a tattoo on his, younger guy, y'all's age, had a tattoo on his neck.
The neck tattoos have been very scrutinized in our generation right now.
Well, because they're ridiculous.
They are. And some of the things they put on there, limitless, one of one.
I mean, I don't want to sound like...
I think, and this is not supposed to be a shot, but I think LaMelo Ball is like a walking description of like all the tattoos that you see on social media that Gen Zers are getting. Like Blake said, like the one of ones, the not from here, like all that kind of stuff is like, what are we doing?
It's cool for 5 minutes, and then you gotta
well,
live
that's
the rest
just
of your life.
it. I mean, I guess my thing is, and again, I'm not disparaging tattoos. I have tattoos. I got my first one when I was 15. I mean, I've got a fair share, but the idea of getting one on your neck.
Because at that point, you're doing it for someone else. You're kind of doing it for a look.
Well, what are you? I mean, that's the $1 million question I would have is, what are you doing?
I think you have to ask yourself when you get a tattoo, am I doing this for me? And that's what every tattoo should be. I have tattoos that most people might say are goofy, that I have cartoon characters on here, but they mean something to me.
That's
they
it.
represent, and I like them. So even when
kind
I'm
of where
60,
you were at in your life,
and I can be like, man, I remember when I was 25, 23, and I got this tattoo, blah 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 blah.
But you can cover all of them up.
I can cover. I can't cover one of mine out.
Which one?
It's behind my ear. I just have to have long hair to cover.
Is that one of those, that being the Gen Z that you are?
Oh, this would be the one that I would get removed.
Okay,
but
is there a tinge of regret already where you're
95%
like
95% regret?
Yeah, where you're like, man, what was I thinking?
That
when
was
I got
a
this?
Gen Z in the moment Friday the 13th
FOMO
tattoo of like all my friends were getting one. I was with my friend, and we're like, let's get behind the ear tattoos. The ladies are gonna love it. And I will say, I was 18 at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that next week at the club,
popping.
I mean, every girl wanted to know about it, and blase.
Yeah.
But now that I'm 24, going on 25 in a couple months.
So in that moment, it was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. That's the only tattoo I regret. All the rest of them I love.
Yeah.
But that was the one where I was like, it was cool for literally like a month. And I was like, I wish this would fade away.
You know, and if you don't take care of it, it might. But of course, you're now 5. You're gonna be what? 25?
25 in a couple months. October.
Right. You get time. I've got a genie on my left arm.
Okay.
And
like from Aladdin?
It was just a random genie. I mean, look, the year was 1999, and we had just finished search and rescue swimmer school.
They were still doing stick and poke back then?
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I'll put it like this. Smart ass.
That was good from Blake.
That was good. I had to think about it for a second. Like, what? I'll put it like this. The dude had to trace it on a box that it lit up.
Okay.
And then he traced it, and then he
kind of like what you're doing when you're in elementary school and you're drawing over and you have the light coming down. And I don't know.
Although this one had a light coming up underneath.
What are those
the box.
things called? Do you know what I'm talking about in elementary
like
school?
What, tracing paper? I mean, I don't know.
But it's the whole unit, Kevin. It's like
I love how it just
it's a
looked at me.
square.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name.
It looks like a copying machine. I think that's the best way to put it. It's a square, and you put paper, and then it illuminates what you need to trace. And there's a light above.
I know what you're talking
Never
about.
mind.
Like,
no one else.
James is like, he doesn't know what you're talking about.
Look at the fan text.
No one's texting in. The last thing that's sent in is Fred probably got a tribal tattoo.
No.
No tribal?
No tribal.
You do look like the tribal tattoo kind of guy.
What do you mean by that, Kevin? Explain.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, what does that mean? What, because I'm 43, I got a tribal tattoo? What does
I feel
that mean?
like, and I mean, go ahead, correct me if I'm wrong. Most guys in their 40s have a tribal tattoo.
What do you mean most guys?
That's a large majority.
I appreciate that generic generalization.
Am I wrong?
I would.
You're
probably
100%
say so.
wrong.
Okay.
You are
maybe majority of the people I
1,000%
know
wrong.
then.
Here, I mean, that's like saying, because you said your dad's got tattoos, right?
He does.
Does your dad have a tribal tattoo?
He does not.
So
Because
you
he,
can't
he hated tattoos for the longest. And then he just flipped the switch and just got
So
a
not-
whole
so
bunch
not
of them.
only-
So you know of at least one guy that's over 40. And you
think
just
I know,
figured
like,
all
3
white
or
guys
4.
over 40
I think
must,
I know 3 or 40.
must have tribal tattoos? No.
I'm fine. I'm wrong.
You are wrong. In this case, you are wrong. Now,
You talk on a mic, you're going to be wrong sometimes.
you are. No, I'm with you on that. Now, I do have a cross that, and,
I have a cross
and you
too.
guys are, do you remember who Left Eye Lopez was?
Like I said, do you remember who Jesus was? You remember that Jesus guy? Left Eye Lopez? No, I don't.
So, do you know, have you guys ever heard of the group TLC?
Yes.
Okay. So she was Left Eye. Lisa Left Eye Lopez was the one who burned down Andre Risen's house. All right.
Yeah.
And so she and I both had the same tattoo.
Wow. So y'all are kind of unified.
Well, she's dead now, but
R.I.P.
she's dead now.
I'm sorry to anybody.
But at one time, we both shared the same tattoo.
Okay. I've gotten a lot of responses.
Yes.
I got it from my personal phone. Shout out to my boy Eric. He said, I don't have a tribal tattoo. He's also of that age.
He's
range,
over
so-
40?
Yep.
Good for you, Eric. Because, yeah, Eric knows what we're talking about. Like, not every Yahoo in the world in the 90s and 2000s got, and I'm not just saying it to you, but I'm just saying, like, in general, like, look, that's like saying everybody got a barbed wire or, you know, and then the whole Asian character thing was hot for a while, too. And you're like, you don't even know what that says.
I would say the only generic you can throw out there is a lot of girls, I would say in the 40s had what, the tramp
stamps?
Like that's
Ankle tattoos.
That's a fair generalization that a lot of girls
And that's
in
generally correct.
that's generally correct.
Yes.
I think the
Ankle
tribal
tattoos,
tattoo,
too.
just to throw it on
Yes.
every 40-year-old
Yes.
is
No, okay, but I need to specify. When I say tribal tattoo, I don't mean like your whole like arm is
You mean like a
covered.
little line or a little whatever. I get it. Hey, I mean, I've seen it. I mean, I get it. And so, you know what? I'm not necessarily, okay, let's go back to the theme of the show, context, in that you're right. There are probably a large number of over 40-somethings that have tribal or some sort of Asian character tattoo from back in the day, because that's what you did, or barbed wire. That was hot for a while as well. But your boy was not one of them. Thank you very much.
Our boy James Tritley said Undertaker has a neck tattoo. Dudes who go to water parks have them.
Well,
and get it, Undertaker under something else.
Not me. Not me. Do you guys have any tattoos that you regret already outside of yours behind your ear?
I got my
so
one.
just
That's my
yours. What about you?
No, I'm good. I mean, I got my cross when I was 18.
Yeah.
And then my other 3, I got all those in the same night. So
We should have
I
known
just- I
Kevin
knew
was
what
going to
I
be good. He's precise. He goes to practice. He doesn't rush in anything.
Kevin doesn't make mistakes.
No,
Right.
what I tell a lot of people about tattoos is if you're really on the line, get permanent marker, put it on your body, and if you like that
at that.
location, you'll know.
Tell
A
you
little
what,
tattoo advice from Kevin Walker.
I think the next time the three of us do a show, we might just have to do a segment called Ask Kevin Walker.
And apparently it's called a light box, what I was trying to explain earlier.
Light box. There you go.
I'll look up a picture of that when we're done. We got like 30 seconds left.
That's it. Hell of a show, gentlemen. Hell of a show. It's a Thursday night. Sports gets back in earnest. Let's call it what it is. Think about it this way. everybody can thank us tonight because after tonight, baseball starts back up tomorrow and football starts next week, and we are right back in it. So you know what? Thank the three of us because we just sent you on your way and out of the sports doldrums. For the one, the only Kevin Walker, great stuff from you, my friend. Blake Elliott, it's always a pleasure, my friend, doing radio with you. Don't forget, we've got a full slate of shows tomorrow. We're going to be out at Globe Life this weekend. Dallas, Fort Worth, enjoy.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This